agree.
Okay, perfect.
You have no idea how much this sets you apart from most people we talk to.
I just want to,
Okay.
I just want to make sure, Darth, that you can respond at some point, true or false. Like that's all. I just want to make sure things could be either true or false in your worldview.
Ooh. Someone said that's categorically false. I have a
I wonder
sticker
if that
for
means
that.
it's more false than false.
Yeah, the
It's
guy
like
said,
super duper false.
yeah, he said there is only, well, let me get
So
exactly.
can you unmute my friend, my good friend Yeshua?
Yeah,
Hold
he
on.
behaves. I'll unmute.
Yeah, he always behaves. Like
Watching the
I've
screen,
never
I'm
heard
weird
him
right now.
misbehave in a chat before.
Wait, I
Listen
thought it
here,
was Philip.
Dorothy
Like he said,
douchebag.
it's a globe
What?
because there's literally
The
only
earth is
evidence for it. Then I said,
flat,
right, all
and the
imaginal evidence is evidence for a globe.
Bible
But he
says it
said
is.
false.
This guy's an idiot. Don't listen to this guy. Listen, Jerry, this
Who the
Darth guy.
fuck is shitting all over?
Yeah.
Maybe you should go back on mute.
Why are you cursing, dude? It's not very edifying.
Yeah, he's back muted.
He was hot micing before, so I muted him, and that's all he had to say. So, and
Yeah, you know what? Keep him muted. He as soon as you unmuted him, he was like, "Listen here, Dorothy douchebag."
yeah, I don't care.
What a bastard. Fake Christian. You guys are fake Christians.
This isn't a religious channel at all. Nothing to do with religion.
Nothing to do with it.
Nope.
Not one bit.
I don't use religion at all.
Yeah.
You're back to this, Britnat, throwing your Hail Mary?
Oh dear.
I'm going to start calling you Doug Flutie.
Oh. Call me Bart Ehrman.
No, that's my name.
You're Darth Ehrman.
Yeah, but I was originally Bart Ehrman.
Do you like
So
Bart Ehrman?
I mean,
He's
the
out
more
there.
I listen to him, the more I hate him. Let's just say that.
Yeah, he's nice when you just want to start, and then he gets a bit wacky sometimes.
Yeah, I disagree with a whole lot that he has to say.
He's good with historiography, though. I'll give him that. Like I like his historiography.
I just think he's a good expositor of information that other people have said. But his own like opinions on shit. I'm more into James Tabor.
But is the
out
Earth
of, like-
flat though?
Is the Earth flat though?
Yeah.
No,
Why not?
There's topography.
because it's not.
It's topography. Yeah, so we're on a topographical plane.
You guys should unmute my boy, Dolitos.
Not gonna happen, pal.
Well, I don't understand why you muted him before. Like he was,
weren't
Well, then maybe you should be
I gave
muted
the
too.
reason why.
but he's not hot micing now. He's like attentive. You know,
Oh,
that's-
now he's going to pay attention and not hot mic, and then also not be a douchebag.
Yeah, he won't be a douchebag.
You've
Trust
got the
me, dude.
hiccups, Darth.
Yeah, you've been
I do.
drinking too much.
Yeah, I'm drinking at 11:10 in the morning. Yeah.
Oh, so sounds like you're in Ohio.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Look at the side chat. Does anyone believe that's how the Earth is?
That looks like Lake Titicaca.
That's how the oceans are. That's how lakes are. That's how bodies of water are.
Yeah, so from North America to Europe, yeah, that seems about right. Yep, that's correct.
Definitely not to scale, but yeah, that's the concept.
Yeah, it's a good
I-
concept.
Shocked.
Haven't you ever seen a hole? Yui, go dig a hole and fill it with water.
And call one side North America and the other side Europe. See
Yeah,
what happens.
How much
Cross the
atmosphere
pond.
has to be in the way before you can see far enough? How much atmosphere? Anyone know?
So
what?
should I pull up my weather since I'm a meteorologist? Isn't
I
that
don't know.
correct,
I
Amish?
thought it'd be a question that you'd find.
Yeah, go for it.
Let's
Show us
see.
the visibility.
All right. Make sure I've got them going here.
Well, let's start off simply. How far could you see if there was no atmosphere?
So here's my
Maybe
lab.
to Planck length, depending on your optics and size of your aperture.
Oh yeah, but is there an
You'll eventually get to the Planck length, where
how far is
Yeah,
that? An
So
absolute.
here's my last one. This was
pretty
at, I only ran this morning at 7:30 ish. So it looks like 6.2 miles. That's how far I can see today.
Okay,
Now I get to answer your questions with numbers, and you can't say anything different.
no, but I was asking how far is it possible?
Oh, I don't know. At 6.21.
6.21 miles. No atmosphere. How far?
We don't live in a vacuum.
But how far would it be?
What the fuck?
Oh, Mez is here.
I mean, eventually light
you
will
wouldn't be able to
extinguish.
breathe.
Hey. I don't care about breathing.
You care about seeing though.
Yeah.
Shit.
Can't see if you can't breathe.
Well, that's not true. Because he for a little while.
What's that?
Yeshua. Let's go to Christian chat.
Did you have to announce that? Could you not DM it?
Yeah, I had to announce it. Fuck you.
My two best friends, Arabear and the Bear and Saragaki, into the chat. They think the Earth isn't flat, by the way, boys. Just so you know.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah, neither does Jerry.
The horizon is horizontal. I mean, we all agree with that.
The horizon's horizontal, but the Earth isn't flat. It's just topographical features. Elevation change.
It's like our buddy Darth Elf Boy has been banned from the Christian chat a lot.
You see what I posted? They took off to go there because they came here to try to fuck with this room, and they fell on their face. And they decided to go back to religion because when they came in here and reality smacked them, Darth was speechless. No more name calling.
You're funny.
Yep,
Dom.
that's right. These typical tactics that people use for soft topics, social issues, sociology, and stuff, they don't work here.
Sociology.
Yeah. People talk about flat earthers. People talk about the people.
He even tried to claim you Christians are whatever, something, and I said, yeah, that's great. This is a flat earth channel. Religion isn't needed, and he didn't like that at all. That's why they got out of here.
I don't wait. Don't you talk about globe earthers, Mr. Amish?
Sometimes I talk about globe evidence and the lack of it.
And globe earthers, right?
Yeah, but that's not the formation of my argument. It's not about the people. My argument is that there's a lack of evidence that's convincing for a globe.
Well, not convincing for you. By the way, guys, Erdebert falsified the flat Earth earlier. Do you want to hear his argument? His argument was, if P, flat Earth, then Q, no elevation change. Elevation change, therefore, no flat Earth.
Don't elevation angles require 2 straight lines?
Really?
You definitely measure elevations from a horizontal. Yeah.
So, do you feel like your flat Earth has been debunked, Dr. Ramesh?
I mean, if he's using elevation angles, then he's got to be using a flat baseline to do it.
Oh.
So no.
It's almost like it's not actually a debunk of flat Earth. Think about that, Erdebert.
Yeah, no, he didn't debunk flat Earth.
I think he's scared to talk here. That's fine.
Who are we talking about? Who's scared?
Erdebert. It was his argument that he subscribes to. Also Jerry, for that matter, but I'll let Jerry off the hook because I'm in love with him.
Well, the question is, what do you think about the argument? Who cares what anyone else thinks?
Well, I think it's a perfectly sensible argument. I don't think it does what it sets out to do.
How could it not?
Well, the globe debunk is meant to debunk something that people actually think is true, whereas the flat Earth debunk doesn't do that, right? And no flat earther, I think, would say that they haven't accounted for elevation change.
Well, it's certainly not a globe argument, is it?
Certainly not. See, if I was going to try and debunk a flat Earth, 2 flat earthers, wouldn't be an argument I'd use. I'll say that.
Would you have a proof, though?
For what?
A globe.
No. I have what I would probably say satisfies me as evidence, right? That's what I would say.
Yeah.
Is there enough for you to be satisfied under ethical considerations?
Ethical considerations?
Yeah. So something I like to think about is, are you obligated ethically to accept or dismiss the evidence or lack thereof for a globe? And then you can kind of walk through what evidence has been presented.
Well, can you say that one more time for me? We're walking through on the ethical consideration for a globe.
Right. So my working idea is that there isn't enough evidence to even ethically consider the globe as being possible. Because if you're going to be intellectually honest, it means you have to dismiss the globe as a proposition.
What? Wait, slow down. Ethically possible. What does that mean?
Not ethically possible so much as being ethical in your acceptance or dismissal.
Well, what's unethical? What are ethics, and why would that be unethical?
Well, there's a component to this: intellectual honesty and dishonesty. There's
Right.
integrity. So, if you're going to hold yourself out as a skeptic, and if you're going to accept at face value unverifiable claims of a globe, then you're acting unethically in accordance with being a skeptic.
Okay, so to your standard, I'm unethical. But why would that be an ethical concern for me?
I'm not accusing you. I'm just throwing this out there.
Yeah, like, okay, let's say a Glober. A Glober doesn't have this skeptic standard that you have, so their ethics wouldn't be dictated on that, right? On that basis.
I think that'd be fair. Yeah, I mean, if then they can't hold themselves out as being a skeptic.
But they could just levy the same thing. Their standard could suppose that you're the dishonest one, right? Ethically.
Well, how so? Because we adopt ourselves as skeptics and we reject the globe claims. We can produce a the globe claims and demonstrate how they are not consistent.
Well, they could say something to the tune of, you reject what would be satisfactory as proof for most people. For instance, being able to circumnavigate Antarctica or going into space and taking a picture of the Earth and saying that picture was true, but you have to suppose that it's a lie to dismiss that as evidence, right?
No, if you have rudimentary understanding of photography or film, there are things in there that stand out like a sore thumb. So
yeah,
you don't have to suppose anything. Just look at what they present, and the bells go off.
But there's just as many people who are saying that isn't the case as there's more people saying
and those people will tell you that the majority of those people will tell you they've never set foot in a photography darkroom.
Well, I've seen photographers come in here and say, no, this can only be a real photograph. And they have advanced understanding, so maybe we need more than just rudimentary understanding.
Well, it sounds like
more
they're
than just the photograph, too. You need the provenance of the image. You need all the information and all the activity that went into producing that image and the evidence for that.
You can't.
So it's not enough to say this is a photograph from space. You know what I mean? You need to demonstrate that there was an asset that got itself to space somehow. And then you need to demonstrate that space as presented is even logically consistent with what we know and what we can demonstrate with natural science.
Let me probe this then. If it was the case that we all could, for a reasonable fee, let's say the same fee you'd pay to go on an airplane, go into space and see the globe, like go far enough up to go see the globe, and lo and behold, the globe is there. Would you say you have proof then, or no?
I guess I'm failing to see what value this is. You're presupposing that there's a globe and that there's a vehicle that can take you to outer space.
Just say that was true, right? Like, let's say all of those things so far, you could see what looks like a globe if you go far up above, and that was like commercial.
You mean like what they did? You mean like the point of view they gave William Shatner, and he came back and wept?
Well, I'm just saying.
Let's go with this further. Let's say I go in an X-wing starfighter and I fly into outer space, and I'm almost near the Death Star. Now I turn around and look, and I see this big, beautiful ball. And you're asking if I would accept what that experience is as being real?
So it's more like you're standing on the threshold to see a ball, and one or two things could be true at this stage, right? I mean, there could be more things, but we'll just say for the simplicity's sake, either that's a ball or you're dreaming, and that's not a ball, or your eyes are contorted in some sort of way. There's some sort of weird thing going on. Which would you say is the most likely option?
if you were to put me into an X-Wing starfighter and I was able to fly it up into outer space and turn around and see a ball Earth, I mean, that'd be convincing to me.
So for instance, if I looked up in the sky right now and I saw what looked like the Death Star, I would suppose that I was in some sort of state of delirium, right? Now,
I don't know. The moon looks awful lot like the Death Star.
I don't think so, but I'm saying,
well,
would you
one
have
Star
that
Wars
same?
again.
Would you
Empire
have that
Strikes Back.
same? Would you have that same position if, for instance, you went up into space and then you looked down and you saw a sphere? Would you think you were in a state of delirium, or do you think, okay, it's a sphere?
No. I mean, if that was a real experience, I would have no reason to.
Oh, that's trivially true. If it was a real experience, obviously it would be a ball then.
I mean, yeah. So yeah. I mean, I want proof of the globe. I really do. And I'm hoping it's not going to take something like that to convince me.
Well, the
So
main
if
point
ifs
of that
and buts were candy and nuts,
yeah, the main point of that
we'd all have a
hypothetical is
Merry
to say
Christmas.
the main point of what I was trying to say was just do you take mere observation? Do you derive knowledge claims from mere observation or no?
Yeah, I'd say observations are good evidence.
So if you were holding a ball in your hand, you would say, I know that's a ball. Without any further inspection or measurement, that's a ball, right?
Well, I mean, in this case, and we can take this further, I'm using two senses, that of touch and that of vision, to confirm each other, both affirming that that is a ball. So it's like having two
you could get a
witnesses.
knowledge claim from it.
I would say it satisfies enough, yeah. I mean, you've got two independent witnesses. You've got two independent senses operating distinctly from one another that's affirming what you're holding.
Do you think a photograph satisfies the burden of proof?
Not alone, not at all. It's routinely dismissed in court.
Routinely?
Yeah, photographs are not enough. Again, you need the provenance.
It's not enough, I agree with you, but you would say it has a truth value, right?
It's a claim, it's not a good one.
Yeah, but it satisfies. If I was going to say, look, I had blonde hair when I was a kid, and you're like, no, you didn't. You know, you clearly got dark brown hair, which is true. And I showed you a picture of me as a kid. That photograph could have been fake. It might not even be me, but you would suppose, to be pragmatic, that I wasn't lying, and that photo has truth value, right?
What we're talking
You
about
better
here
get a
are
jury that knows nothing
extraordinary
about photography.
circumstances. We have no basis of reference to compare claims about what outer space is to outer space that anyone can experience. You know, a difference in choice of hair color, if it's that, is nowhere near as extraordinary.
I just think he just proved the whole thing about how photographs are not real or cannot be seen as proof.
They're not necessarily knowledge in and of themselves, but they do present some sort of truth value.
It's a claim.
No.
If you consider a claim a truth value, then
I would go as far to say
it can be fake, Dick.
I would go as far as to say, for the purposes of a debate, much like how a source from a scientist or whatever is satisfactory, I would also say a photograph satisfies their burden. Now, the burden shifts upon presentation of that photograph to the person who then says, this is fake. That's when the burden shifts.
Well, we can, without asking or making an accusation, rather, we can ask questions. So here's a great example of this recently. A lot of flat earthers, unfortunately, have been sharing a photograph stack supposedly from Robert Scott, who went to Antarctica. And in this photo album is shown all these amazing artifacts and structures. This is being shared all over the internet as being some lost photo album from the Antarctic expedition that was supposedly silenced by the government. These photographs are extremely convincing. You could potentially say they're real, but there's no provenance to back them up. And in fact, if you did some digging, you'd find out that the originator of these photographs was an artist who does hyperrealism using artificial intelligence. And he's bamboozled a whole bunch of people in the flat earth community who themselves lacked the intellectual rigor to dig deeper and ask questions and figure out the provenance of the images.
I've been running into this intellectual rigor and logic thing all day. Look, everyone thinks they're the most logical person, right? Just to put it out there. Everyone thinks they're the most intellectually rigorous person. But
I think you're very
I
fair.
think when someone puts a photo on the table, they've satisfied as much of what we could expect their burden of proof to be in that situation. And then the person who says it's fake then has to look at the photograph, point out the inconsistencies, which would be glaringly obvious, I think, in any photograph that's fake, and then say, this is why this photograph is fake. And then the burden shifts again back to the person who is affirming the photograph.
So then
you're wrong.
So then you expect the person who couldn't see anything wrong with the image to understand the telltale signs that show that it isn't legit?
If someone didn't have the knowledge base to be able to critique a photograph, is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, that's what you're saying. You're saying someone sees a picture and says, yeah, I'm good with it. Someone with expertise says, no, here's what's wrong with it. And that's supposed to register with the person that can't tell shit from Shinola in the first place?
I would deploy two things. I would deploy context clues. So, for instance, if that photograph was of Bigfoot, why would I look at a photograph of Bigfoot and still be skeptical about what I'm seeing? Right?
Here, I can tell you exactly why. Let's say I don't know enough, like Old Haas was saying. Let's say I don't know enough to interrogate the image itself, because I don't know photography. I don't know anything about it. I can ask who took the picture. I can start off there. Let me investigate the photographer.
You could ask the photographer. You could look at the lighting in the photograph itself. You could use your context clues as to what you already know about the situation to determine if it's fake, right?
Yeah, okay. Well, then we know you can't go to the moon, so therefore any image claimed to have been exposed on the surface of the moon, throw it in the bin.
How do we know that?
Oh, wow. You're going to do the playing stupid on the month-long thermodynamics violation talk, blah, 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 blah.
Oh, you know me so well.
Where are you ever getting
what's the best evidence for the moon? There are Globers who believe in outer space that don't think that anyone went to the moon. They're the best debunkers.
Yeah, no, I agree, but I don't think that I've been shown that it's proven false.
I think this might be a good area of research for you. I mean, if you wanted to start tearing down the walls of your worldview, but if you don't, I get it.
I don't understand his reasoning. I advocate that photos are real, therefore, but also they might not be real.
Well, it was more to say that photos have truth value, right? So there is.
Yeah, what does that mean? Photos have truth value.
It means that there's some sort of approximation of some sort of truth in that photograph.
Like 50% true, 60% true.
So, for instance,
the photo is 100% not true.
With probability, it's always approximating some sort of truth, right? So, if I was going to show you a photograph of me as a kid with blonde hair, I'm approximating some sort of truth there. Now, maybe the lighting was dodgy in the photograph. Maybe it was actually brown, but it was quite bright lighting. It could be lots of different
things. For God's sake, bro. What the fuck are you talking about?
You're approximating a truth there, right?
What?
Okay, well, let's talk about propaganda. You know, propaganda could show you the truth. It could show you exactly what's happening. The image is real. The people are real. The circumstances are real. But the concept, the provenance could be fake.
You don't even have to see the truth. They can just tell you in a fucking newspaper what happened is truth. It's not even a photograph.
Yeah, print the truth value next to the image.
I mean, good propaganda is a lie, but uses a lot of the truth. And the lie is usually in the composition. What goes on behind the scenes, behind the camera.
Yeah.
So if you look at the entire Apollo mission as propaganda,
whatever you think you're doing here.
Sorry, I was just thinking about something. So when I say approximate truth, what do you guys think I mean? Do you think I mean that I've established an absolute knowledge claim?
Hold
Or
on.
do you think
Can I run a little analogy by and then I'll shut up and listen to everyone else. But I'm caught up in the NBA's basketball soap opera. So in my feed sometimes they'll send me pictures of players who are rumored to be traded, and they'll send me an image of a guy who's on the Bulls in a Knicks jersey. And I'll say, "Holy cow. Did so and so get traded to the Knicks last night?" Well, if that image has any truth value, I mean, the truth value is that guy is a guy in the NBA. Does he play for the Knicks now? No. So where's the truth value in it? It's just a picture. If that guy plays for the Knicks next week and they show him in a Knicks jersey, then there's some truth value. It's like, oh, there he is in the jersey he plays for.
I think I've got
Does that
something
make any
that'll work
sense?
here.
so? It's this idea that if you're
So
not
a
establishing,
guy who plays for the Bulls in a Knicks jersey, does that have any truth value?
I don't understand the question.
If a guy it plays for one team and they show him in the uniform of a different team, where's the truth value in that?
Well, if they're not in that team, you'd have to establish some sort of supporting evidence, and if there is none,
So zero.
that's testimony.
So
Well,
there's an image with no truth
there's-
value.
there's testimony, which is a kind of evidence which
No,
supports.
there's
the idea.
it was he
Sure,
was the
I'd
guy
like
was
to-
it's clickbait.
Oh,
I'd like to
testimony.
take what Old Haas said and redirect it to something else here that we can relate with. This is going to be cool. I have a picture of a pterodactyl.
Okay. So, I think we're all here not understanding what truth is, right?
No, look, there's a
Because-
picture of a pterodactyl.
Yeah, it's pterodactyl. Definitely not CGI. Now,
It's not CGI. This is absolutely 100% real picture.
I want to probe. What is truth? Anyone?
No, let's talk about this right now.
Why does nobody
Where's-
ever answer that question? I've answered, oh my
I
lord.
posted an image of a pterodactyl.
What is truth?
Listen, if you're going to tell us that truth is up to your subjective whims, then what kind of value were you speaking of?
I think
Whimsical
evidence-
value?
evidence can approximate, get close to a truth, circle around a truth, right? To use a metaphor.
And it can be all wrong as well.
It could all be wrong, and it could also
So
have
where's the
some
truth
element
value?
of truth in there that we use
Except when it doesn't.
pragmatically in our lives, right?
All right, is this a true picture of a pterodactyl?
Well, if you think something is either absolutely true or absolutely false, then I don't know how
What's
you
the
go
truth
how
value
you
rating?
operate in the real world. What?
You're the one who coined the term truth value. So what's the truth value? What is it, a scale?
I would say there's truth and then there's falsities, and you can have partial access to that truth.
So what's
What
the
you're
truth
seeing is a
value of
red
the
kite from
pterodactyl
behind.
image?
Huh?
You're seeing a red kite from behind.
What do you think truth is, Dr. Amish?
Well, truth? Wow, that's a big one.
I asked
I think two
Saragaki
things
earlier,
can be
but he couldn't
independently
answer.
verified and hold true and are consistent, always and forever.
Okay, and can you name one thing that fits that and then demonstrate it?
Yeah, you were born of a mother and father.
Okay, now demonstrate that.
Hubba hubba.
Hubba hubba.
Yeah, so, I mean, mating produces children. I mean, I think that's true, always and forever.
Well, could I not have been born some other way?
Maybe
No.
Test
attached.
tube.
Are you a
Test
brain in a
tubes,
jar?
perhaps. Test tubes, perhaps.
Okay, test tubes. So, like what? From one set of genetics?
One set of genetics, possibly.
Yeah, like XX or XY, you know, only one.
So if I was an egg, right? I was an egg, an empty egg, no DNA in it, and we had the ability to pump DNA from a male into that egg, and we use a male sperm. I've got two dads.
I'd love to see that demonstrated.
Yeah, but is it possible?
I don't think so.
Why is it not possible?
I don't have any reason to think it is.
That's not how logic works. Just because you have no reason
Well,
to think
I can prove that people are born of a mother and father.
Yeah,
I
but
can prove that
you're saying
animals
it
like
has to be
birds.
deductively verified, right? And I'm
Yeah,
giving you a
yours sounds a lot
possibility.
like the plot of Jurassic Park.
I could be an alien born of. Oh, well, you know what? I'll even do you one better. A lot of species do asexual reproduction. How do you know I'm not one of those?
Well, I'm talking to you right now.
Yeah, I could be an alien. Who knows?
Well, you were talking about your school
Why am I?
pictures, so
Why do you know that
apparently
I'm
you.
not an alien?
Oh Lord!
Prove to me you are.
You're saying it's
That's your
verified that
claim.
I have a mother and father.
Yui's a bit fucking fucked up in the head, man.
Yeah, a little bit. So you're saying it has to be verified, right? How did you verify that I have a mother and father?
You are the verified source. The fact that you're alive and talking to me.
So is it analytically true?
No, it's deductively.
Deductively true. So can you give me the syllogism?
You actually
So
don't
I'm
need
an
one.
alien. I'm an alien. I'm an alien produced of asexual reproduction. So maybe you can't verify that. So far you don't actually know if I have a mother or father because you haven't verified.
Yeah, like I said, I'm talking to you right now.
I don't think that's satisfying the burden of proof there.
Well, the fact that you are a human being and I'm talking to you is proof that you came from parents.
I don't think that proves anything.
Yeah, it does. It sure does.
Aliens.
I mean, unless you can demonstrate
talks.
the alternative, I have no reason to believe otherwise, do I?
Well, absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence, right? I could be an alien that is talking to you from my spaceship on Mars.
Well, you can't prove it.
Yeah, but you haven't verified that.
I'm not claiming you are. You are.
Honk the horn of the spaceship.
Yeah, but you've said that because I'm talking to you, that you verified I'm human and that I have two parents, right? Doesn't seem like a proof to me. Seems like you're just using using a general sort of idea of how you know humans to be born, and you're applying
how
it.
Things actually work.
Well, this is a very specific case.
Yes, it is a very specific case.
When you go home for the holidays, do you tell everyone that you tell the other people that they don't exist?
I would. Yes, I do. I'm just saying that.
Okay, well then, there you go.
I don't actually do that, but I'm just saying that as far as you can tell, your standard for knowledge is vague, something you haven't established.
Vague. You're the one saying that you're an alien and claiming that it's possible.
I would expect until you verify that I'm not an alien, that I am a human, and that I'm not the human that's speaking, not AI either. Then you can go into whether or not I have two parents. You haven't even established the first part first. I could be AI. I am AI. How can I serve you today, Master? Well, I'm not AI. How do you know that? Could be very advanced AI. You haven't seen.
You're just one of these people that are taking us down fucking rabbit holes that don't actually exist.
This rabbit hole does exist, and the whole point is that you only operate on this assumption that you have this knowledge, absolute knowledge.
Well, and if I'm assuming that people are born of two parents.
If I sow doubt, and this doubt could just be I'm AI,
you haven't sowed any doubt at all.
You're stupid. Well, it could be true.
Why would I doubt that you're not a human being?
Is it possible I'm AI? Or is it possible you're speaking to AI
at all.
right now?
No.
Not possible. How do you know that?
No.
No, it's not.
How do you know that?
Well, you failed a Turing test. So who knows?
But that will be evidence that he is AI.
Right.
So I could be AI. You haven't verified it thus far, so you should treat me as though I don't have two parents.
I'll treat you as AI.
Yeah.
Remember the Donald Trump bot?
Yeah, that was
just a very rudimentary example.
Yeah.
Who knows what NASA could come up with?
I've got two fans in the text chat. One of them doesn't know what logic is, and the other one doesn't know what knowledge is. It's very interesting. But yes, either way, you haven't established it, so I am AI as far as.
How about that? You're AI, so you're banned.
Oh, it's about time someone kicks that
So very
guy.
nice.
Fuck's sake.
Hey, what?
Well done.
Fans in the chat, and they're both diametrically opposed.
No, if he comes back and
he's
complains,
basically trying to have us prove a negative, and that's just stupid sophistry.
well, if he comes back and complains about being banned for being AI, then we'll know he's not AI.
That's
Well, he'll know
exactly
at
right.
least.
If he comes back, he's definitely a human being. Drown the witch.
You think AI can't reconnect?
No, but I think AI wouldn't AI. I don't think AI is within the rules, is it? I don't know. I don't think. Well, I don't know.
Neither
Well, we
does
can
he.
set our
thought you had
channel
to be a
rules, and our
human to
channel
be
rules
on
are no
Discord.
AI. If you're going to use AI, you have to present it as such. Because our rule is no dishonesty. So, if you are presenting an AI and you're claiming that it's not, then that's dishonesty and that'll get you banned.
So if anything, if Yui Britnett, if anything he said had any truth value, we'll never hear from him ever again.
How do you know I'm not a human being?
Who said that?
Britnet. He's basically want everybody to prove a negative, and because we can't prove a negative, therefore he's right.
Yeah, that's exactly what he was doing.
You can't prove a
I don't think
negative,
that's a
therefore
fair
you can't
description of what
act
he was
with
doing.
logic. If you acted with any ability to reason and produce logical syllogisms, then you'd be able to prove my negative.
Well, I just joined the chat, and I listened to him for like a minute or two, and I realized he was talking absolute bullshit. So, in my opinion,
What are you talking about?
bullshit.
Britnat said that we couldn't prove that he wasn't human, therefore we're stupid.
And Britnett also
No,
said
it was
in
more of a
any
thought
image.
experiment about how you establish what you consider to be true.
Yeah, and he says any image has truth value. And then when asked what truth value meant, he said something like the value of the truth.
Yeah, he's talking in circles.
Yeah,
Did he run away?
If an image, yes, well, not really, kind of. If an image is doctored, how is it the truth? Or
Even if you can't tell if an image is doctored or not, like I was saying, you can interrogate the entire provenance of the image. Who took it, how it was taken, where it was taken, when, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
You know, like good propaganda will be true on the surface. The image, the video will be real. But what goes on behind the scenes, behind the camera, is a contrivance.
So he said because we cannot prove that he is human, we are stupid. Is that the logic?
And therefore, we're unable to assess what is a knowledge claim and what isn't.
That's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
It would be if that's
Yep, so he claimed to be an AI and said we couldn't prove otherwise, so I banned him.
But I think that was a good decision. I mean, he can come back in 3 days anyways, right? The ban is just temporary.
Yeah, but I may ban him again if he complains.
It is what it is, man. All this.
I mean,
semantics.
the guy openly admits that the only reason he's here is to make people angry for his own personal amusement. And
He did say that.
His own personal amusement is the justification for it as well. Like it's borderline psychotic. Like the reason he comes
Yeah, it
there.
is psychotic.
So I mean, there's not even a point in debating with him because there's no honesty on his side of the argument.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter what you say. He's gonna make up some other shit.
Exactly. He's not interested in finding out any truth. He's interested in twisting words to try and win a debate by getting you riled up. So, where's the
Yeah, not even one of them. Yeah, he won it once he gets you riled up. That's it. That's his whole purpose.
Well, it's that invincible shield of incredulity that we talk about. People retreat to these things, these sophist tactics, because they have absolutely nothing positive to offer.
Exactly.
Did he mention flat Earth at all, or the globe Earth at all? And then how long was he here?
He was here for a while. We were talking about outer space and the moon missions.
Pictures, photographs.
He never does. He doesn't bring anything to the table. You ask him to prove any claim, and all he has to say is, "What do you mean by proof? I don't know what proof is." It's fucking complete garbage, and it's exactly the same every time he comes in.
Yeah, we were talking about photographs and images, videos, and we brought up the Apollo moon mission as an example. And he said for him that this was enough to establish a truth value. He said that the Apollo mission footage has truth value. He was asking us if we agreed or not.
Okay.
So I was trying to tell him that my criteria for that goes beyond just the image itself. Suppose I'm not equipped as an expert to analyze the footage and its artifacts and everything. I just want to know how the image came to be. And so I would ask questions about that. And through that process, I come to learn and realize that the images were produced in a studio. Then it doesn't matter how convincing the surface image is, right? If we know it was produced in a studio, then we know it's fake.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
I mean, the thing is this, right? NASA, for example, how many people actually like? I mean, if you don't talk to a globehead that is, an anti-flat earther secretly, how many casual people would say that the iPhone picture of the blue marble or the blue marble itself is actually photoshopped? Like, to really find that out, you would need to do some research and find out who the guy is who made the blue marble and so forth, right? So they, to the public, to the main majority of people, they sell the picture of the Earth as if it's a legit picture, right? They don't make a disclaimer below. It's a CGI photoshopped image, right? So it's inherently deceptive. It is willingly deceptive, to be honest.
Yeah, it is inherently deceptive because Apple says they partnered with NASA, and NASA produced the image for them to use on their iPhones when they were released. It was part of this huge marketing campaign.
Yep.
So the understanding that the common person has is, well, if NASA's producing it, and NASA's a scientific institution dedicated to uncovering truth and telling the truth about our world, then this image coming from them must be a true image of Earth.
Exactly. That's the deception behind it, I mean, have you seen any disclaimer that says otherwise? Like, this is actually a photoshopped image made by Robin Simmons, and if that's his correct name, I'm not 100% sure. But whatever. Do they actually ever refer to that when they show you the blue marble anywhere? No.
No, so it's like a lie by omission. They withhold information that the common folk would need to understand the image and its production.
Right. It's the kind of the same deceptive language, or no, not language, deceptive way that I've also seen in the past with military documents, for example, right? So, for example, Zenik, you know who Zenik is, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. He has posted a military declassified military document that talks about the curvature of the Earth And it says right here, quote unquote, US Navy range tables are based on the assumptions that the gun trunnions and target are in the horizontal plane tangent to the Earth's surface at the gun. Thus, when using pointer fire or direct fire in elevation, the range table range should be used without any correction for curvature of the Earth. But here's the catch, right? Listen to the craftiness of this of this sentence. However, when using the stable vertical type of direct for indirect fire in elevation, here's the point, in elevation, then it's in elevation, a correction for curvature must be applied. So they put in elevation beforehand, so you can't really determine. So is it now elevation that you need correction for curvature? Because elevation obviously will have curvature. Or is it because there's actually curvature of the Earth? And it says...
Yeah, I mean, this tells me it's curvature of the terrain, because indirect fire means you can't see it due to a hump of land.
Yeah, exactly.
So you have to arc projectiles over surface objects, over topology.
But then you have these globe Earth punks, like Xenic, for example, that come over and say, oh, look, it says correction for curvature must be applied. They're talking about the Earth being a ball. See, this is how the deception works. If you don't read carefully, you would just say, oh, yeah, right, it says right here in the military document. But there's a reason why they put in elevation, then they make a commata, or what is it called in English? Comma, the golly, comma of English.
Hyphen.
No,
hyphen, no?
Comma is comma, right? You know what comma is, right?
The semicolon?
a star?
No, the thing that you put there, like, I've posted the text in the chat. Right after elevation, what is the thing that they put there for you when you read to make a break?
Comma.
That's a comma.
Right? Yeah. So right before they talk about actually, supposed correction of curvature, they say, however, when using the stable vertical type of director for indirect fire, in elevation, then comma, and then they say a correction for curvature must be applied. So there is no distinctive. No, you can't distinctively say what is what, but from the way it is structured of the sentence, it just talks about the elevation that occurs, the curvature that occurs through elevation. Obviously, because a hill will have curvature, it goes up and down, and if it's blocking your direct line of sight, yeah, you need to correct for that curvature of that blockage, like you just said, Amish. But the funny thing is, if you actually understand how it's written and the craftiness in that language, you understand that the first sentence itself proves to you that the Earth is not a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball, because it says, Navy range tables are based on the assumption that the gun, tryons, and target are in the horizontal plane tangent to the Earth's surface. What does that mean? One might ask. Horizontal plane tangent to the Earth's surface. Do you know what that means? The Earth's surface is a horizontal plane tangent. And the only reason why they need to correct for curvature, according to this paper that some Glober has posted for Earth curve proof, is elevation, according to their paper. It's ridiculous.
I mean, even in their own model, Earth isn't a perfect sphere and isn't always curving in a convex manner. There are concave and flat swaths of the Earth. And this is reflected in their own geoid model, which shows the gravitational potential, all the vectors of down.
Right.
So this shouldn't even work if they do refer to this as curvature, because it's not always going to be convex.
Right. So then I looked through some other PDF, right? Which I found one which is pretty cool. It's the title is a technical analysis of employment accuracy and effects of indirect fire artillery weapons, and it's made by Armand Research Services. So, the funny thing, the only time you can read about curvature in this PDF with 93 pages is in the introduction, where it says, in current usage, artillery systems primarily exist to deliver indirect fires onto targets. 1 second, I need to zoom in a little bit more. Direct fires are employed when a target is within line of sight and the weapon can be aimed directly at the target. These are often employed by tanks, field guns, shoulder fire, infantry weapons, and many air-delivered munitions. In contrast, indirect fires are mostly commonly employed when the target is not within line of sight. This is generally due to the target being obscured by geographic or structural features in the file or by the curvature of the Earth over long distances. This is the only time they're gonna talk about curvature over the Earth and long distances. You know why? Because if you then scroll down, 1 second.
Pause that thought real quick. So,
Yeah.
point number 4 at the bottom of the image you shared provides an example, right?
Yes.
So, 19,800 yards over a presumed curvature of the Earth with a radius of 3959 miles is a drop of approximately 85 feet. So they could use this as evidence that they are talking about basically an ellipsoid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
But why then?
this should refer to topology, but it doesn't. They're actually talking about perceived curvature in accordance with Earth being a globe. Now, what's funny is I don't see in that formula they provide any correction for height.
The curvature of the Earth at this range is 85 feet, is what you're talking about, right? From enclosure A to curvature of the Earth at this range is for 85 feet.
That's right. So that is in conformance to a globe with a average radius of 3959 miles.
Mm-hmm. But why would they put elevation before the comata and then talk about curvature?
Well, they assume that the curving floor of the Earth is a baseline and it's relative to the curve. They basically straighten it out in their brains.
Interesting.
I mean, yeah, on their model, you should be able to shoot straight. And to a distance observer around the curve, the shot is appearing to go up.
See, but the thing is this, right? When I use this PDF where I talked about, where in the introduction they talk about Earth's curvature, right? And then I read here, employment of artillery. Artillery can be employed in several different ways in order to achieve the desired effect on target. A request for supporting fire, known as call for fire, allows an established format, a standardized set of transmission in most modern militaries. A call for fire is a request for fire containing data necessary for obtaining required fire on a target. U.S. Army 2014A. A standard call for the fire format may include the following 3 transmissions: observer identification and warning order, target location, and description of target, method of engagement, and method of fire and control. U.S. Army 1991A. And then it says, precision calculation of firing data takes multiple details into consideration, including the temperature of the propellant, the temperature of the atmosphere, wind conditions, elevation, changes between firing element and target. The more accurate the data, the more likely that the firing element will be able to deliver accurate, effective fire on target. Artillery units understand this critical requirement. A common saying is gunnery is garbage in, garbage out. So let me post a screenshot. You can read it for yourself again. Where is it talking about the curvature or the spherical shape of the Earth? In this case, where it literally talks about precisely how they do it, precision calculation,
yeah.
and what it's dependent on.
I think what we're seeing here, and I've seen this brought up before in other places, and I'm going to speak from that. So you do have all these different factors that go into making an accurate shot. Everything from weather to propellant. I mean, you name it. There are tons of factors. What percent of an Earth curvature correction? What percent of that produces is within the error margin, error tolerance that's allowed? So, for example, let's say I have this artillery and I set up in the distance a grid, and I start lobbing shells onto it. Boom, 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 and I do it without correcting for Earth curvature. And then I look at the pattern distribution and dispersion of those shells in the distance. And then I decide to calculate, I take all the same factors, and then I decide to calculate an Earth curvature correction. Boom, 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 boom. What does that distribution difference look like statistically? Did it matter? Did the Earth curvature correction produce a more accurate, more tighter grouped dispersion of shells in that target area or not? And I don't see any data that shows it does. I'd like to see such a test. So this is almost like how some snipers say that they factor in Coriolis. And when you look at the data, supposed Coriolis drift, even if it did exist, is negligible when it comes to producing a hit or miss. And it's because we have so many other factors involved, right? Like gusts of wind and temperature and all these other things. Those variables seem to account for much more of whether or not a shot reaches its intended target.
Right.
Right, so what we would really need to see is data. Let's show. I want to see some testing that has been done, and I don't think it exists. And we've been looking for it.
Yeah, it doesn't. How would you do the testing if the Earth is not a curved ball? Obviously.
I think Indio had posted a while back something from the USS Iowa in World War II or after World War II, where there was such a test done, and they found that the two samples were not statistically significant between each other. One where they factored in curvature, and the other they did not. I can't find it though. The fact that none of this seems to exist at all anywhere is really concerning.
Indeed, man. It is concerning that you have people believing in a spinning, wobbling tilted space ball, but when challenged and asked for specific measurements of that ball, they seem to have a huge struggle with providing it. I mean, wouldn't
Yeah,
like
and they don't even want to do it.
Yep. I mean, if I would be passionate about something and 100% sure that it's true, I would be like a machine gun, man. I would be like, choo 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 choo. Here's the proof, dude. Have it straight away, you know. But most of the time, if not always, the only thing I get is like observations about the sky. That's the proof, you know. Sky observations.
Yeah, the globe is made from the sky observations.
I know. That's why. I mean, I guess asking for it is just I mean, I'm asking for it because I already know they have nothing, right? So there will never be any direct physical proof of a radius of roughly 4,000 miles. I know that, but it's just funny to see how people themselves can be so ignorant of their own knowledge that they just seem to overlook the very notion that they have actually no physical evidence of that bendy ground, but still want to fight for that bendy ground for being in existence.
So much of people's comforting worldview belief depends on it being there.
Yeah.
I mean, how many people aspire to be astronauts? How many people love NASA? Or just science fiction, one of the biggest genres of entertainment, is founded on this being true.
Oh yeah, for sure. 100%, man. I mean, I would be a liar if I wouldn't say that some kind of space movies are cool, man. I still actually watch like science fiction movies, man. I have like, even though I'm a flat earther, I have no problem with being entertained by stuff like that, right? Like knowing that something like space doesn't exist doesn't mean that I can't enjoy like a space movie or anything like that. Actually, it's the complete opposite. It's even cooler to just sink in some fantasy land that doesn't exist. But I think that's the point, right? They want to attach their fantasy land out of Star Wars and other things they've seen in movies, or movies or documentaries and whatnot, to be a real thing within their paradigm of reality. And if it's not there, it's just there's a part of childhood that's going to be missing, right?
And
like
it's
you
not
need
just
to-
for entertainment, it's for other things too, like economics, scarcity of resources, anthropogenic climate change. All of this, a lot of it is predicated on this entire globe heliocentric mythos being true.
Exactly.
So when that gets taken away, you're taking away people's livelihoods. You're taking away everything that people have lived for and worked for. And you're taking away the credibility of major institutions that follow them.
100%.
Yep. It destroys society, and that's why they can't have us talking about it.
Yeah. First of all, it takes away this notion, which I see in a lot of debates with Globus, right? This notion that there's just specific things that you can't understand or trust your senses with, and come to a conclusion for yourself. You need to believe someone else that has some kind of authoritative title, or some kind of PhD background, or whatnot, right? And that's just fallacious, because that thinking will lead into obedience towards other things that your government or the officials thereof behind the authoritarian mask or scheme will be easily accepted by these people, right? Because for them they're just like idols. They're like these backbones of their belief system, right? I don't need to think for myself. I'm just gonna swallow up every information that has been pre-digested by these authoritarian people, and put onto the silver tablet, so I can just swallow it up and believe that it's true. I don't need to check for myself. I can just trust that these people are correct, right? And this mentality, this mindset is the perfect slave mindset for a system of new world government or new world order, in order for make people essentially be like living robots, living AI. And we see the outcome of it already, man. I mean, some things are so dystopian to watch, where I literally think these people are, just programs running. I obviously know it's a spiritual thing, right? A spiritual war that is happening, but it's kind of sad to see how people literally turn into these things that you have seen on movies like Idiocracy, right?
You look at like, okay, you put yourself in the shoes of a globe earther that hasn't seen any proof or anything that makes him go, wait a minute, what's going on here? So you go, what I did, I was like, all right, let me pretend I'm a globe earther. I go on Google. Google is trustworthy, sarcastic voice. So I go on Google Images and I type in flat earth, Google Images. Like, okay, what does this look like? Oh, it says we're a floating disc in space with a dome. This looks retarded. Let me stop thinking about this. So it's like, oh, okay. They want us to think the idea is completely stupid. Because even though they show the flat Earth model, they still imply that space is real.
But they essentially want to mix up everything, right? So they give you a false idea of something. First of all, to make you uninterested in it, they mock it, and then to even further confuse us, they inherently mix geocentrism into heliocentrism, and the outcome of it is just pure confusion, and that's just the point of it, right?
Yeah, it stems from a misunderstanding of what it is and how it is we see our world. They can't take away space. They try to shoehorn everything into space, and they don't know that they're doing it usually.
The reason I don't take into malice or feel any disrespect or anger towards people that believe in the globe is because if you think about it, I'm going to try to process my thoughts real quick. I'm a little drunk. But I used to be a good liar. I was very good at lying, right? So when you look at when you're the liar and you're trying to find the truth and all you see is lies, like little tidbits that go, wait a minute, that's a lie. That's a lie. Holy shit, they're fucking lying. So globe earthers are people that try to tell the truth from what they know. So I can't feel any ill malice towards people that don't know what it's like to be a liar. They can't analyze lies. I don't know the truth. I don't know what we're on, but I know the lie.
Yeah, it's probably more than that. It's a deception. It's a worldwide delusion. I don't think most people in the government know and they're keeping it from us. I think just most people believe it. It's like the biggest urban myth.
Yeah, why is it like another thing, the Antarctic Treaty, which has been going on for like the past 79 years, it's like the only agreement where all countries are like, okay, we agree, is where we're like, everybody gets their own section of Antarctica.
Yeah.
It's like, why are we not going, let's make scientific productions, let's make a base, let's make somewhere where we're doing scientific. It's like, no, it's just, we all agree, nobody goes here.
That's just the biggest red flag, right? Why is it that for a big sheet of ice and some penguins, there's such an extreme measurement being done in order to prevent any like pollution by people who would travel there? Like even the very notion of you wanting to travel there and all the paper and all the process you need to go through by government institutions, especially depending on the country you come from. Why is it that all the nations of the world have come together to agree upon this piece of ice sheet and some penguins and whatnot to be an area of high security, right? Extreme security, to be honest, right? Like, I mean, this must be the biggest red flag for every just normal thinking person. It's literally like, just look at the names of the station. That's another big flag. Troll Station, Deception Island, Deception Station, the Great Wall. You know, I mean, come on, you can't make this up, man. I mean, how many coincidences does it need to make someone like go, whoa, red flag? You know,
it's the ego, the male ego. I myself have gone through what's called an ego death like 12 years ago. And the ego will do anything it can to protect itself. So something in these people's minds are like, I don't want to believe this because then that means it's emotional. It's all emotion.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. It has to do with pride, actually, at the end of the day. Yeah. And emotions. I mean, both play together most of the time. I mean, we have seen it in the latest debate with a pastor being very emotionful against another pastor that was obviously different.
Yeah, I don't see why. I talk to Christians where like even Darth Dawkins, where I'm like, okay, do you believe in the flat Earth where there's a dome? God created the firmament. The firmament is his handiwork. There's 2 different verses which mention that, and they're like, no, I believe in space. It's like if you were a true Christian, you would believe God's words to the fact, and they're like, no, it's just a metaphor. How do you know it's a metaphor?
It's exactly that. If you're a true Christian, you wouldn't even take anything that the education system tells you for granted, because it says in the Bible, if you're a true Christian that actually believes the written word, okay, the written word tells you that the wisdom of this world is foolishness in God's sight. And it also says in the word that in order to gain wisdom, you first need to become a fool in order to gain it. That's what the scriptures say. So, what is flat earth in the eyes of the wisdom of this world? I would say in the eyes of the wisdom of this world, you look like a fool, right? But I'm not here to please man, neither would I recommend for anyone else to please man and please the one who created you, which means you just become a fool in the eyes of the world. But you know, when you stand before the Creator, you have stand for the truth of His creation and for the truth in itself, right? And that's the important thing. We live in a system, in a world that is run by lies, that is actually established on the foundation of lies, mostly.
Exactly. Like what I say to everybody, I'm like, okay, they lie to us. This is searchable. You can go on the internet. This is free information. You go, okay, World War I, the World War I, legit, lie. There's an event called the sinking of the Lusitania, false flag. Vietnam War, the Gulf of Tonkin incident, false flag. War created. 9/11. I don't even want to get into that, but you could figure it out. Lie. COVID-19, worldwide pandemic, lie. You just lied to me 5 times. Okay, tell me the truth of what we're standing on. Well, we're a ball in space. Okay, so you're going to lie to me about the biggest shit and then tell me the truth about the biggest shit? Okay.
I like that logic.
How was COVID a lie?
Let's not talk
Yeah.
about that.
We are streaming
Oh.
live.
Sorry.
I think some of this can be traced back to the International Polar Year. Do you know what that is?
No, explain, please.
I'm providing a link here. This is the genesis of the Antarctic Treaty, the founding of NASA, and the space race. Most people, flat or globe believers, don't have any clue what this is, and it is significant historically. What's interesting is the Austro-Hungarian Empire organized the first worldwide expedition to figure out what this place is. They included Russia, the British Empire, and the United States. So back in like the late 1800s, they were taking balloon rides over the poles. Poles themselves being celestial phenomena, not terrain. So they were over the ground positions of the poles in balloons. They were taking sleds. So the first International Polar Year is pretty well documented, and you can find amazing footage and journals, captain's logs of expeditions. The second International Polar Year happened from 1932 to 1933. Unfortunately, we lost all the data due to the Second World War. The third International Polar Year was called the International Geophysical Year, and it was nicknamed the Space Race. So, was the space race really some kind of rivalry between enemy countries? Or was it not? Well, this was the third iteration of a cooperative multinational effort to figure out what this place is. I mean, this only indicates to me that Russia and the US weren't really enemies. So from this International Polar Year, the International Geophysical Year, Space Race was born, NASA was founded, and the Antarctic Treaty was established.
I mean, that's just a coincidence, right? That's how you need to look at it. It's just all a big coincidence. That
Well, you can
NASA
look
was
in the
founded.
founding documents of NASA that they were born out of the IPY.
But the thing is, you need to look, right? You need to do something yourself. And who wants to do that is the question. Someone who actually searches for the truth, or someone who just want to be sitting in pleasant lies and feel good all day because he's scared of the truth.
The high-altitude nuclear tests were an outgrowth of this, as was the Admiral Byrd expedition that came out of it.
Oh, hey, you want to know something weird about Admiral Byrd? I figured out. Ready for this? Admiral
Did he
Byrd.
rise?
Admiral Byrd was a Freemason.
Yeah, I don't believe anything he said.
Neither
Me
do I.
either.
I also think that this notion of saying that there's like a lot more land and whatnot is it kind of sounds like, for me, the same idea just made for flat earthers, like they have with space. You know, there's so much more planets to discover, you know, so much more space to discover. And I don't know, I personally, I'm not someone who thinks that there's like a lot of more hidden land beyond like Antarctica or whatnot. I think there's some distinctive region of islands and landscapes that might be not directly on the maps, right? Especially up in the south, in the north. Up in the north. See, my brain is still wired. This is so crazy. Just
Globe
think about
residue.
this, man. I've been in this since 2015. Still, my brain is wired to sometimes think in the paradigm of a spinning ball. So, yeah, let me correct myself. Not up in the north, but just actually in the north.
Anyway, they need to figure out how to get to the bottom of the ocean before they can go up in the air.
Well, that's another thing, right? They say, and this is another funny coincidence, right? 99% of the oceans. Sorry. 1 second. I just gonna make sure.
Unexplored.
Oh yeah, 95% of the ocean is so far unexplored. Guess what the number for space is? 95% of space is unexplored. That's a cool coincidence, right?
All right, here's my theory, and I know nobody's given this theory, and I'm about to sound retarded. I don't give a fuck. So you know how on Earth we have, when you drive around your car, you see the guy that's the landscaper, the guy who works at the doctor's office, the manager, all these people they have a job, but they're not like thermodynamic, astrophysics, mathematicians. You know, for the most part, we're pretty dumb compared to the actual smart people. So who's to say when they say all these UFOs come from the ocean? It's like, all right, the ocean. Who's the smartest being in the ocean? The dolphin. Who's to say that on the surface level, we interact with the normal dolphins, but there's not super intelligent dolphins somewhere that we haven't explored?
Who said dolphins are super intelligent?
Exactly.
Well, they say that our brain is mostly connected to pigs or dolphins.
Who said that?
Oh, you're gonna make me double track. Google. Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, so forget that.
Did you know that the internet came out of the International Polar Year?
Oh, just by chance. That's that's another. That's the 1,000th coincidence. Don't look into it.
Yep, they set up data centers, and IBM, with their computer way back in the day, was setting up data centers and communications hubs all over the world. They call them world data centers. So we hear about DARPANET and ARPANET and stuff. It goes way back beyond that. It goes back to this IPY. It's all tied to the Antarctic Treaty, to NASA, and its progenitors.
That's crazy.
Yeah, NASA's like, we have all these computers and wires on the wall and all this fucking crazy shit going on. But it's like, all right, what are they going to show us? Well, for the past 20 years, we're going to show you backflips and floating toothpaste. All right, see you guys later. Like, what the fuck, dude? We have 10-hour documentaries on grass.
I watched a 42-hour documentary on the bicycle.
The little green people.
I just find it funny how they say we have 59% of the oceans unexplored, and they say 59% of space is unexplored. Why we don't even know what lies on the deepest grounds of the ocean, especially when it comes to the living creatures and whatnot, right? But they can definitely say that the sun is 93 million miles away. They can definitely say that Pluto has some kind of whatnot, or this planet has diamonds raining, and all this absolutely retarded garbage to fill up your mind with mindless bull crap until it explodes. And
Yeah, dude. Dude, they say, okay, the moon, the planet you see every fucking day. I was like, okay, what's the circumference of the moon? I didn't even want to find this out, but it was like, if you walked from one end of the moon all the way around to the other side, it would be the exact same size of the United States. So it's like, okay, so in the sky, I'm only seeing half of the United States, but I can fucking see I'm blind. I can see fucking mountains and shit. That thing is either closer or smaller than what they're telling us. 300,000 miles away.
But another thing is this, right? They say these craters are made by meteorites hitting it, right? Funny enough, you can't really find any trails that would indicate that, that it's a different impact angle. But actually, what is much more interesting is this, right? So there's this scientist. If you just, sorry, I have hiccups. 1 second. So there's this scientist that actually used plasma. Okay. On 1 second. I just want to get it correct.
You're talking about pitting, right?
I think it's called that, yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
you create an electrical charge, and it basically transfers ions out of the metal and creates pits.
yeah. Electric discharge right here in sand. Or plasma discharge. There's a whole study on this by the physicist C.J. Ransom. And he did it in a laboratory, and it literally looks equal to what you find on the moon, what people call the so-called craters of the moon.
Yeah, what's weird is that at least all the planets in our solar system, we have like 8, and they all have like 4 moons, 7 moons, 3 moons, and they all rotate. But for some reason, the one where there's life and gas stations and McDonald's, the same face of the moon is just always facing us.
Well,
I don't think our moon is the same as those moons for those objects in the sky.
Say that one more time. I'm a little drunk.
I don't think our moon is the same as the moons you see orbiting other bodies, or not other bodies, just those bodies in the sky. So like Mars has 2 moons. I don't think those moons to Mars is the same as our moon to us, because Earth isn't a planet.
You remember the Star Wars? I know this is hypocritical because Star Wars doesn't fucking. But they walk up to the Death Star and they're like, "There's a moon," and they go, "That's no moon." When you look at the moon, that is no moon. I wave to the moon every chance I get because I know someone is fucking watching.
Wow.
Okay. You think like in Truman Show, where the guy that runs the Truman shows and the moon?
Dude, you're the. I've been here for 4 years. You're the first fucking person to say that, dude. Exactly. The guy who was overseeing everything is inside the moon. And remember this. Watch this. The name of the Truman Show. Why do they call it the Truman Show? The True Man Show.
You know, in Islamic theology, they believe that the house of Allah is on the moon.
That's funny. Yeah, I personally do not think that's his dwelling place. I think it's literally above, the enclosure. That just makes more sense to me. It's especially interesting if you go up into the north and you see the northern lights, right? And they look like emerald, right? They have this greenish emerald color. And then you read the scripture and you read what the vision was of what surrounds the throne of the Creator, which his throne is above the enclosure, the firmament, right? And it talks about these emerald colors, going around his throne. And I think that's no coincidence that you find the northern lights in the north, like in the center of the creation, so to say. I think it's just right below his footstool.
Here's another thing. When humans go downwards into the water, what do? They produce submarines with no moving parts outside, because everything outside the water would kill you at that pressure. So when humans move into space, which is the same kind of crazy place, what do? They make moving parts on the outside of the fucking vessel. Makes perfect fucking sense. Like the astronauts have to go out and fucking fix with a ratchet.
Hey, check it out, guys. I posted an old news article going back to the space race. People back then speculated that Sputnik was really a balloon.
Yeah, dude,
I mean, if you don't know by now it's a load of balls, you'll never fucking know.
Somebody's hot micing, you're blowing in the mic.
Oh, is it me? My bad, dude. Is it X space?
Not sure who's doing it. Here's another article. This one was an article that had been classified and then declassified. It's in CIA's reading room, released from FOIA. It's just more conjecture that people thought that Sputnik back then was really just a balloon. So it's like our countries were working together to keep that a secret, and Russia and the US got together and said, you know what? The US said to Russia, we'll let everyone think that that was an orbiting piece of space junk. That means you get to be in on our little secrets too. It gets crazy because around the same time in 1958, Eisenhower had released a secret space policy on space dominance. It's been declassified, and we've got excerpts of it now I'm about to post. And this document says that they will use satellites as psychological warfare tools for psychological deception.
That's crazy.
Yep, stand by 1 second. Hold on. This is from a document called NSC 5814. So basically, the whole concept of outer space and all the stuff that's up there has been officially weaponized for psychological exploitation. This is in 1958, guys.
Yeah, but you know what it requires? It requires research on your own and reading a lot of texts, which people don't want to do. You're aware of it because you took the time to actually research it, but other people won't do that at all. Either they don't want to, or maybe they're not capable of.
There's
Hey,
the
Amish,
PDF.
Amish, can you go post a link to where I can actually download that whole actual file and not just this little clipping from it?
I posted the PDF right here.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
It was declassified in the 1980s in the Ronald Reagan Library. So this isn't something that's like controversially declassified or anything. This is out there. It's been out there in the public domain for a long time. Nobody's going to get in trouble. So then you start thinking about the founding of NASA. Guess when that happened? 6 months after NSC 5814 was published and promulgated. 6 months after this document that said we will be using the space program and its assets for psychological exploitation, NASA was founded.
Oh, here we go. Here we go with the coincidences. We're going to name the 7,000th coincidence. It's only coincidental that Walt Disney in 1955, he came out with the whole idea of space. Tomorrowland. So, okay. The movie guy is going to tell us what's really going on. Dude, if you look up a picture of Walt Disney in 1950 versus a picture of Hitler, they look like the same fucking guy, dude. Same teeth, same ears, same eyes. That's the same fucking guy, dude. I hope in like 10 years, how we have like memes. Like all the meme right now is like, oh my god. One of the days the fucking choids of the future are gonna be like, have like a meme of flat Earth. Like, how the fuck do you guys not understand that we're not living on what they tell us we're living on?
Okay, but Walt Disney and Hitler being the same is a bit of a stretch, bro.
Say that one more time.
None of us believe that.
Dude,
look
actually, is it like, really? Seriously?
Serious, dude, look up a side-by-side picture of Hitler's ears, his teeth, smiling, and Hitler. You're gonna be like, why the fuck do these guys look like the exact same person, just with a bigger mustache?
Nah, man, you're gonna make us look crazy.
You're off your tits, bro.
All right, my bad.
Yeah, I don't think there's any higher intelligence than dolphins in the ocean or whatever.
Yeah, but it could be fucking porpoises. I mean, sorry. It's the same thing.
I mean, they say octopuses are even smarter, right? I mean, come on.
Like, you know why they're smarter?
Yeah, their brains are bigger.
Because once they get a hold of you, you're not getting away. Like,
Everybody saw Star Trek 4 with the whales, right?
yep.
So what's interesting is the founding of the space program has all these documents that basically say we're going to lie about our technology. We're going to do whatever it takes to put us in the most favorable light for the whole world to see. We're going to achieve a, quote, favorable worldwide psychological impact. So, and today you can go to like NASA's technical report server and you can pull up all kinds of weird stuff that conflicts with our very simplistic notion of what the environment is like above our heads. I found one really old report from the International Polar Year. It might have been earlier, maybe the second International Geophysical Year in the 1930s, where they had said that they discovered a new element, a gas, that has an atomic mass less than 1, and they called it geocoronium. So something that's less dense than helium. There wasn't much more about that, but they did say it was up at altitudes around, I think, 500,000 to 700,000 feet.
Wait, 500,000?
Yeah. Yeah, here it is. They call it the geocoronium sphere. Yeah,
That's like,
0.4 as heavy as hydrogen.
where's this from?
The document is called Exploring the Unknown. It's on NASA's website.
Okay.
I can post it.
Yes, please. Consists of an element, uranium, a gas undiscovered surface. Okay, that's just where space meets fucking the atmospheres. And did they like give that up It's like, well, we might have said it, but we don't mean it now.
Yeah, like later documents, they say, nope, nope, we were wrong about it. It doesn't exist. But there's all this huge, like, very detailed information all about it.
The existence of such a gas is in agreement with Nicholson's theory of the atom.
Yeah, it's weird, right?
Oh my God, I've never seen this before. It's of considerable importance to this topic.
So then you think about like what Get Be Get talks about. You know, with the superfluid environment that's up there, this quantum state. This all this stuff with geocoronium really seems to resonate with that.
Oh, so it might actually be there, but we're not supposed to care about that right now.
Yeah, go back to sleep, watch Disney. Outer space is just this big empty void.
It is what we told you before. Forget about fucking germanium and all kinds of gases that don't exist. We give up. Wait a minute. No instruments for obtaining data have even been discussed. Well, how the fuck did they obtain the data then? But is it one? Okay, so how did they obtain the data in the first place with no instruments?
So new moon is coming up December 12th.
Always a good time.
And the question is, where does the moon go when we can't see it for those 2 days?
Your mother's house.
I think it's there. I don't buy that it like disappears.
Right. I don't think it disappears either. I mean, it's hard to see during 48 hours surrounding the new moon, but it's just because it's in the glare of the sunlight.
Yeah, and Photoshop filters aren't evidence that it's completely disappeared.
Maybe the Klingons.
Oh, it's a cloaking device.
Maybe. Just maybe. Hear me out. No, I'm done.
I posted a picture of a new moon.
That's about as new as it gets.
The article from which this came said it's the newest possible moon. It was like right at the moment of the new moon.
That's what he just said.
Yeah, that's really good. That's really well done.
Is that Photoshop or is that real?
It's an image taken with a camera and maybe even stacked using software to emphasize the changes. But basically, yeah, it's both. It's real image photoshopped or some other software.
Ah.
It's funny. It's labeled moon crescent.
Yeah, it's the newest. It's a new moon, so it's the smallest crescent possible.
Yeah, it's a crescent moon.
Yeah, a new moon is a crescent moon. The
Huh?
smallest crescent.
So where was the sun?
Above that picture, because that's where the crescent is.
Above it. Above it.
Above the crescent moon.
In the direction of the crescent, wherever the crescent is, that direction.
So not a new moon.
This was a picture of a new moon.
No, it's labeled crescent.
Do you know that new moon is basically just meaning the smallest possible crescent? For
Yeah,
that
it's after the crescent.
No.
Yeah.
A new moon has a crescent sometimes.
So we can't see the moon because of glare.
Yeah, because it's really faint in the blue sky, unless you use special cameras and techniques to, like in that image I posted.
Yeah, a crescent moon is no longer a new moon.
So this happens in the day and the night.
Well, okay, so typically a crescent moon does refer to the time before or after a new moon, but a new moon is a specific.
Here you go. And check out the label of the image.
Uh-huh. A new moon also has a crescent. It's just it's the minimum crescent possible for that month.
So for 2 days it disappears.
Well, it's hard to see, but yeah, so it disappears from our eyesight. But if you have special cameras, you can see it.
Because the sun's above it.
Because it's so faint, because the crescent is so small.
And the moon is really tiny too, bro. Yeah. It's a really tiny little thing.
Yeah, but eventually the crescent grows bigger and bigger, and finally it becomes big enough to be bright enough to see.
So basically a full moon is a new moon. That's full.
No, full moon is 15 days.
So a crescent moon, thank you for clarifying that the crescent moon occurs before and after new moon. Listen, if the guy had labeled it new moon with a crescent,
yeah, that's what it says.
No, it says crescent moon.
It says.
I wish we had the altitude and azimuth
Crescent is a
of the
crescent.
moon at this time.
The crescent moon is a crescent moon.
Yes, a crescent moon is before or after a new moon. A new moon is a
and that's what you posted.
Sounds like you probably didn't even click on the link with the article.
No, I didn't click on the link of it. I've never clicked on the link of anything you've sent, but I saw the screenshot. I was born at night, not last night. I hate to break it to all these people sending links all the time. I mean, I'll click on some links, but I can go search, Google the link if I need to see the link. But no, I saw the label, and you don't even deny it. It says crescent moon.
It says new moon crescent.
Crescent moon. There you go. A new moon happens in between crescent moons. That's what you just told us.
Yes. So
saying new moons have crescents sometimes is nonsense because those are crescent moons.
it's not nonsense. It's just the truth. And here's a picture showing it, sir.
Oh, you're a truth valuer. Yeah, well,
I'm
it
a
says
truther.
it says crescent moon.
I'm about to come
I think that I might not be able to explain it to you because I'm not sure you're listening. So
No, you explained
can
it
read
to
the article.
yourself. That's fine.
The article explains it very clearly. If you're interested, I've left the link.
No, I can go out in the backyard and look at the moon.
Not during a new moon, you can't.
No shit. But during a crescent moon, I can see it.
Not if the crescent's too small.
Well, then I didn't see it, did I?
No.
And you said that's the smallest possible crescent, correct?
For that month, it was the smallest possible.
And we saw it, didn't we?
No, not without a camera. You're not going to go in your backyard and see it, but if you have a special camera, you can.
Oh, a special camera. Will that special camera also block out stars during the new moon? The non-crescent new moon? Do you have photographs of that, of the new moon blocking out stars in the sky?
I posted time and date what the world map shows with the subsolar and sublunar points.
Thank you.
The answer is no to that. I mean, unless your special camera is special.
Yeah, the reason you can't see the stars is because the blue sky is too bright.
No, you can't. You can. You're not going to be posting any images of a new moon blocking stars.
Right, because the stars are too.
Okay, there you go.
They shine
That's
through
fine.
there.
You don't need to rationalize.
Is answering your question rationalizing?
Well, you weren't. I didn't make a question. You just began rationalizing.
You said, "Does the new moon block out stars?" And
No, I said, will you be posting any image of the new moon blocking stars in the sky? And I guess it was rhetorical. The answer is no.
Right. The answer is no,
Okay.
because
Then no need to rationalize.
Not when I hear the rationalization.
I give it a go. For 2 days, where's the moon go? We can't see it in daytime or nighttime, but you're saying it's because of light.
Yeah, it's too dim to see.
Too dim to see in the night.
Well, it's in the day. It's near the sun. That's why.
Well, it's 2 days. So.
Yeah, during those 2 days, it's fairly close to the sun.
Does the day have day and night?
Yes.
Right. So what happens in the nighttime?
The moon sets with the sun, so that's why you don't see it.
Oh, I see. So it sets.
Yes, the moon rises and sets like the sun
at the same time. Okay, I get you.
It's close to the sun, maybe like half a degree off or something. And so maybe it's rising a little bit before the sun and setting a little bit after or whatever. But it's so close to the sun that it's hard to see.
It's hard to see.
Not enough to make an eclipse.
Is it like is it like headlight glare? Like from a car?
Oh, sure, that's a decent analogy. Yeah.
Is that a good analogy?
Yeah, you put a quarter in front of a headlight and see if you see.
In order for not to, well, then the glare must be fantastic, right?
Right. The sun is something like 100,000 times brighter than the moon's glare.
Except for eclipses.
During eclipses, then the moon can block the sun.
So, hang on, let me get this straight. So you're saying the sun sets beneath. For 2 whole days, the sun is the moon is sitting beneath the horizon, but we can't see it during the day because of the sun's glare.
Right. Eclipses only happen during new moon.
Solar eclipses, yes.
Right.
And this happens every month.
Yep. Happening December 15th, this month. No, December 12th, I was wrong.
Yeah, from a flat Earth perspective, the moon is about 4% slower than the sun in the sky.
But we don't. Okay. Wait a minute. This is December, right? This is winter.
Yeah, it
Right,
happens
so-
every month. That doesn't depend
No,
on the season.
every month, right? Okay. You mean it doesn't depend on winter or summer? Okay.
Right.
All right. So it's really low in the sky, and there's this massive glare. No, I do give you that the sun does seem a little bit glarish in the winter. It's always very low on the horizon. But would that be strong enough to obfuscate an entire moon?
It's strong enough to obfuscate a tiny crescent moon.
But but the entire moon isn't there. We can't see it, right?
The dark side of the moon is facing us, and so that's why.
What? Hang on, bro.
That's a
Dark-
first.
That
No,
is
it's
what
not.
the fuck, bro. The dark side of the moon is always facing us. Is that what you just said?
No, during a full moon, during a new moon, the dark side is facing us.
So it turns around.
No, it doesn't.
You sound uncomfortably numb.
What the fuck? Is this Pink Floyd album?
Yeah, this is the Flat Earth Discord, not the Pink Floyd enthusiasm server.
Pink Floyd fanboy. Okay. What the fuck, bro?
So new moons are basically almost eclipses, almost partial eclipses.
Every month.
Yep.
I think an eclipse has to be when they coincide, but so almost meaning it gets close to the sun. That's true.
Yeah. And since they always happen during new moons, solar eclipses, the alignment just has to be right.
That's it, Matthew. You post more photographs of moons. So the dark side of the moon turns around, looks at us, and goes, "Hey," and disappears again.
No, the same face of the moon is always facing us. The same face is always towards Earth. I'm saying that same face becomes darker and darker as the moon wanes. And the picture I posted shows, the crescent moon. The crescent part of the moon is the left side that's lit up by the sun, and the right side is the dark side, which doesn't even shine through our atmosphere, so we don't see anything there.
Okay. That looks like almost an eclipse.
It's just a crescent moon.
Oh, okay.
And as you can imagine, as the moon gets closer and closer to the sun, that light part gets smaller and smaller, and at some point it gets so small that we can't see it. It's not bright enough to shine through the blue sky, and that's what we call a new moon, when it gets the most, the smallest.
Closer to the moon. How much closer does it get?
It's not about distance, it's just about how much is lit up.
Well, okay, it's not about distance. You just mentioned fucking closer, so it's not about distance.
Sorry, when the time becomes closer to the time of the new moon, then that crescent gets smaller and smaller.
So if the Earth is at a tilt, it's tilting towards the sun, right? You agree with that?
Yeah.
How the fuck do we get hot, cold? How the fuck do we get winter and summer in the northern and southern hemisphere? How is the southern hemisphere at some stage warmer than the north when the north is always closer to the sun?
So it's not about distance, it's about the angle, like you were saying. And so right now, the angle that the sun is at in the northern hemisphere is lower in the sky than it is in the southern hemisphere. It's higher in the sky. So when the sun is higher, it's warmer, stays up longer, more hours, and so it's warmer down there. It's summer right now in Australia.
Okay, so the sun's moving, we're moving.
Yeah.
Everything's moving and spinning.
Mm-hmm.
And it's at the exact rate, and to quantify the same thing happening every year after year for thousands of years.
Yep, it's about the angles. It's the cycles of the angles of the sun that cause the season.
Wow. So the sun moves like 0.5 on an angle every year at the same time in order to make the southern hemisphere more warmer than the northern hemisphere, which is actually closer to it, is what you're saying.
No, it's not about the distance. The distance changes throughout the year, but it's more about how high it is. And by how high, I mean not the distance to the sun, but the angle between the sun and the horizon. So yeah, I shouldn't have said distance. I should have, or how high. I should clarify how high means.
Yeah, you put me off a distance there, bro.
Sorry.
Okay.
The angle of the sun. How about I say that? The angle of the sun.
Horizon. Horizon. On the horizon.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't understand this because it's not about angles, it's about distance. It has to be about distance.
No, if you stand in front of a fire and face the fire straight on, you'll get more warmth than if you look, you turn a little bit and face sideways, then the fire isn't heating you up as much because it's sideways. Same thing with the sun. If the sun is directly overhead, it radiates a lot more heat onto the earth than when it's like, an hour after sunrise and it's at a sharper or steeper angle. So it's all about the angles.
But the sun, but the Earth is a tilt, a permanent tilt towards the sun.
No.
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 Okay.
It's the tilt of the rotation versus the tilt of the orbit. That's where the 23.4 degrees comes from, and the angle of the ground to the direction of the sun changes. I mean, it changes all the time as the sun rises and sets. The point is, like at noon, like when the sun gets its highest or the biggest angle, the question is how big is that angle? And in the winter, it's smaller. In the summer, it's bigger.
And how does something right? So explain to me how these measurements become so vast that they change the attitude of the entire planet that we're supposedly on, but purely by an angle of 1 degree or 2 degrees or 3 degrees. How many degrees is it? Sorry, is it 15 or what?
Let me give you an example. Like in the winters, especially during December in the northern hemisphere, depending on how high you are, the sun might reach a maximum angle at noon of like 45 degrees or something. But 6 months later, the sun would reach an angle of maybe 55 or 60 degrees. And so it's only 10 or 15 degrees different on, depending on which days you pick. But that's enough to warm up the ground slightly more. And in fact, the sun is up for a longer time also. So that's why that summer day is going to be warmer, because the sun is up for longer and it gets the angle in the sky is larger higher in the sky, not distance, but higher, larger angle than in the winter. So that's why we have the seasons. Especially if that happens day after day after day, it takes a while to heat up.
See, now, when I'm trying to comprehend is what you just said, because it makes absolutely no sense.
How far north are you on? Like,
it doesn't matter how far north. I'm fucking up. It doesn't matter.
Well, I could use some specific numbers if you wanted to. But yeah, so you're in the northern hemisphere, right?
So the Earth is traveling. Do we agree the Earth is traveling?
I think it is, but none of this matters. Like the geocentrists would have come up with the same explanation. So it doesn't matter if it's traveling or not for this to describe how seasons work.
Wait, yeah, no, okay, that's fine. Yeah, you can easily just describe something by moving a couple of angles. Fair enough. Is the Earth moving? Do you think the Earth's moving or not, Matthew?
I do. Movement is always relative, so you have to say, okay, what do you count as the ground or stop position? But yes, I do think it's moving.
Okay, yeah. How?
Because of Newton's laws, it says that something that is in motion will stay in motion.
Unless met by an equal and opposite force.
Right.
Right. So what do you think we're moving through?
Space that's mostly empty.
I'm sorry, bro. It's not a gotcha. It's not a gotcha. Oh my god. Right. So we're moving through because laws and things, right?
Right.
Unless it's not by equal opposite force, etc. And what do you think we're moving through? What would you answer? Space, which is made up of nothing.
Space that is mostly empty. I mean, it's 10 to the negative 17 torr. It's not 0 torr.
Well, isn't it made up of like 98% fucking dark matter we don't know about? Or do you know what it's made up of?
I don't think there's...
Matthew, do you know what space is made up of?
No, I mean, it's just empty space.
Well, then why are you telling me that we're moving through something that is... that the Earth is moving through something is empty? So
because we can measure the pressure, right? And so 10 to the negative 17.
We can... What? Well...
I mean, it's close enough to 0, so we could just say 0, but there are some stray particles out there. That's why I said not perfectly empty. Empty.
Empty. Wait, so no, it's not perfectly empty?
Right.
Right, but do you know that for a fact?
No, I'm spouting what I've heard from
right, well then how do you know that? Okay, well then again, I ask you the question: what are we moving through?
Space that is mostly empty, like I said.
But you can't say that, bro. Because you just said, oh my god, because you just fucking contradicted yourself.
I've been very consistent the whole time. I said space, which is empty except for a few particles.
And I asked you, but they say that space is made up of 89, 90, 91, 92.3% fucking unknown fucking dark matter. How can you say that? And I don't know, because maybe... What? Matthew, did you hear yourself?
I don't think there's any dark matter here in the solar system.
You don't?
No.
Right, so you don't think so, therefore it must be true.
No, me thinking something isn't necessarily evidence that it's true. I'm just saying that's
correct.
Part of my story. So if there's no dark matter in the solar system.
So if I were to say to you, you're talking shit, because you don't know shit,
Would that be correct or incorrect?
No, that would be incorrect because there's good reasons for saying what I say.
There's no good reasons for what you just said.
What are you going to say? There's dark matter in the solar system because nobody.
I have no fucking idea, bro.
Yeah, dark matter is this mysterious form of something that's happening out there in the middle of galaxies. Not something.
So that's
here.
so maybe that's where Pluto went.
Pluto is part of the solar system. It's still here.
Not anymore. Oh, okay. It's just it doesn't qualify for the little mnemonic devices anymore, I guess.
It's still the same size and position as it always has been. I think astronomers said,
Thank
"Hey,
goodness."
there's so many things in that size range that we want to come up with a new category for it."
Matthew, you said that we're moving, right? And I asked you why. And you said because Newton's law of blah, 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 and motion, blah, blah, blah. And then I asked you, how do you know that? How do you know that we're moving through nothing? And
I said because it's based on the stories that the experts tell me, and I believe them.
Which Hollywood depiction of space do you think most accurately represents reality?
The science fiction show called The Expanse.
Okay. Get to see that.
that's pretty good. I like that. A load of absolute bullshit, but the story was good.
So, what about the Captain Kirk, Spock, Han Solo, Chewbacca, Nathan Fillion, Firefly-esque depictions, where there's just always a floating barge planet cantina bar somewhere to be discovered? Do you think that's pretty accurate?
No, but it's interesting because they use all kinds of naval imagery. You know, these large spaceships in Star Wars.
All the
taking
docking.
forever to turn and docking and all this type of stuff. So that it's more like the Navy in space.
You think that everything just went into a ball? Everything just became ball-like?
No. What do you mean?
Well, the universe is made up of balls. It's just balls everywhere. It's just balls, bruh.
Yeah. So if you just sort of put matter out there, and if it's attracted to itself, if matter attracts other matter, then
just turns into a ball.
Yeah, things sort of coalesce into
balls, not squares or triangles or dodecahedrons, just fucking balls.
Spherical objects. Simple physics.
Simple physics. Listen
If there's a lot of velocity in one direction, it can flatten out into a pancake, and you'll get galaxies, basically.
That's a good point. Yep. But that's orbit. Yeah. So if things are coalescing into single objects, it's typically spherical. But if they're spinning, then it can flatten out like galaxies, or even the Earth flattens out a little bit. That's why we have a slightly bigger radius at the equators than at the poles.
The asteroid belt and the rings around Saturn.
Do you guys believe in globe Earth?
Yes.
Okay. It's interesting because it's a flat Earth VC, and I don't only hear globe Earth, talking points. It's interesting. Is there no flat Earthers in here?
No, we were chatting about the moon earlier.
He's trolling. I think
people use that word too much. Trolling.
Where'd he go? Where would Matthew go? Fuck. I was about to ask him what he thought Dark Matter was. It's an hypothesis.
Well, I thought at least he'd give his thoughts on Ummagumma before he left, but I guess not.
Ummagumma? What is dark matter, do you think? Dark matter is probably the thing that makes us not see the moon for 2 fucking days. Besides the glare of the sun. Which is glary, I give you, but not that fucking glary. Guys, I'm a wee bit annoyed now. I was going to ask him, and I thought, I'll go take a piss. I'll go back, and I was taking a piss. I had an epiphany on the toilet. I know, I'll ask Matthew what he thinks dark matter is. This should be good.
I don't think dark matter is a real thing. I think it's more so the attempts to explain why our current theory of gravity does not explain the motions of galaxies.
Band-Aid.
As they spin too quickly, which means we don't fully understand what gravity is and how it works.
Yeah, it's just a Band-Aid to appease those that are, as you, giving credence to the idea. Oh, we just don't understand it. So,
I think if I were to make an addendum to the theory of gravity, I think it would be information based. That the more complex in form a structure is, the more gravitational pull there is towards the object. Well, it's not just that, but it has to do with how one shape resonates with another shape. So shapes that are of similar shape attract more strongly than shapes that are of different
there
shapes.
you go. So yeah, you're
that's crazy.
Yeah, it gives the opportunity for you to imagine. Express your imagination, and you feel there's credence to it because you've decided that the experts have said we're unsure. So now you stitch your thread into the quilt.
Yeah, of course.
Well, thank you for expressing and sharing your wishful thinking. Thank you.
Could you be any more condescending?
Oh, is that not what it was? That's what you said it was. I wasn't being condescending. I was thanking you for sharing, stitching your thread, so to speak.
Your
We should all stitch our thread. We should all think uniquely. We should all think for ourselves.
Okay.
And I
Well,
appreciate the fire.
thank you for telling me how to think. Thank you for instructing me how to think, Mr. Unique Thought. And sure, I probably could have been far more condescending. But anyways, you were expressing your addition after acknowledging that, well, dark matter, we don't know what it is. And I feel that, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, that's the way it went. I feel that
Theorized
dark
to
matter is.
exist.
Yeah, you did.
Not observed.
It didn't make a ton of sense, I'll be honest with you. Because you went into shapes attracting the same light shapes. It was like nonsensical dark matter.
I feel more than anything, gravity describes the motions of mind or desire of matter
Right. Well,
or the
now
self.
you're just being stupid because that's exactly not what gravity describes. You're describing it as something else. You're defining it as something else, so you're being a dick.
Yeah, that's sort of New Age philosophy-esque. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, it's kind of like the theory of ether.
What's
I mean,
the theory of ether?
Well, there are some flat Earth discords that like to talk about ether. Apparently, some don't.
But we'd like to hear the theory. What's your
I'm
theory?
surprised you left the one that was speaking of it.
No, I'm still in that one.
Well, not currently. You're here complaining that we're not talking about it. Or
Well, how would I know? It's still
you're
open to
complaining when you're complaining when your statements are categorized as your wishful thinking. You take that as being condescending, when that's all it is.
Wishful thinking accomplishes a lot in this universe.
No, you did the whole reverse psychology thing.
Wishful thinking is pretty important as far as being a being goes.
Plenty of globe earthers think there's an ether, so it's not something exclusive to flat Earth. So we like to stick to things that are exclusive to flat Earth.
I mean, whether or not there's an ether is arguably a more important topic than whether the Earth is round or flat.
I don't think so. How do you measure ether?
Nah, that's not right. Your imagination doesn't trump science, bro. I'm sorry to tell you that.
What's going on in here?
Well, Matthew announced that he didn't think there was any dark matter in the solar system. Then he left, and then somehow the next guy picked up the torch of the dark matter, and I'm not going to speak for him, but it's strange that he was dark matter, which is something that props up the globe mythos. This guy was sort of, I don't know, he was explaining what he was going against dark matter, yet he believed in the outer space. I'll let you. Yeah, how did you pick up? Why did you start with dark matter? Something that
dark matter was invented to keep the current gravitational theory paradigm, but it's never been observed to exist. Its only supposed effects have been observed to exist, right? In the motions of galaxies, that the galaxies spin too fast, or they stay together.
Oh, it's just conceptual.
It's theorized, and it's not.
Conceptual.
I don't think it's a way.
You said that it doesn't exist.
I don't think dark matter is a good theory. I don't.
No, I don't think so as well.
I think we should remedy our theory of gravity. I mean,
Matthew was talking about things in motion tend to stay in motion, Newton's law. And then I asked him about dark matter and what are we moving against. And he said, the orbit, we're living in a solar system. And I said, well, isn't there any dark matter? And he was like, well, yeah, no. I said, well, how do you know? And then he left. That's basically it. That's all.
Isn't that the basic reaction of a globe?
That's when the cowboy rides away.
Yeah, exactly, man. Dude, I was laughing so hard when you said that once.
Yeah, dark matter. What a great idea.
Well, isn't it like the case that they're now at a point where actually they themselves have no clue what is going on with where they ended up with all the assumptions?
Yep.
Now it's like just a big melting pot of you know, a big melting pot of
theory.
Oh man, I hate it if I can't find a specific term I know in German but not in English.
Say it in German, we'll translate.
Really?
Overslappen durch it. I'm just kidding, obviously.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Overslappen ist ja.
Genau das. So hört sich Deutsch, meine lieben Damen und Herren, an, wenn man nicht Deutsch sprechen kann.
Kann ich. Beachy.
Something.
A little bit. Ein bisschen. Ich spreche
ein bisschen
Deutsch.
Das ist klar, alles klar, Kommissar.
So, is there any Glober that wants to come forward and present some evidence for a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball flying through never expanding void of darkness while hurtling around other planets?
What's up?
What's up? How you doing, Sonny?
Pretty good. Just getting up, actually. Kind of a late start. And tired. Sleeping a lot.
Sleeping is good.
Yeah.
Hey, Clay under seal. Jen and Nick was being fairly reasonable and was speaking about gravity and seemed to infer that the Earth was a ball. We might want to talk to him. But to them, they were being reasonable.
So gravity has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It's just a description for a phenomena that we all observe equally. There's some theories on how gravity is produced. The current one is the bending of space-time. So space is pushing you down today into your chair. Well, it can't be verified that this is, the truth, but it's a cool story in any way, like many stories within the heliocentric paradigm. But what is more interesting is there actually any measurements you can bring forward for the ground, Jen and Mike, to validate that the Earth is indeed a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball?
Oh, I would say the best way to understand gravity or even space, because space is, I do think that space is better thought as a medium, and that medium resembles the behavior of water the most. And you see this like in schools of thought, people who are trying to teach about ether, they teach in terms of waves and water and fluid dynamics. If you've ever seen a whirlpool, just like, you make a drain at the bottom of a pond and a whirlpool forms. And there's that acceleration downwards faster than the water would otherwise be able to move down as it falls. That's essentially what's going on with gravity. That's what a gravity well is. But it's not happening on a two-dimensional flat surface. It's happening within a three-dimensional.
So we're in a plug.
Well,
So where was that measured?
Look, I'm not interested in measuring things. I'm interested in understanding things.
Okay, well,
how do you understand something?
How do you, if you don't measure something, how do you understand it?
You have to have an observation before you measure it.
I can observe it quite directly within myself. Like this is the kind of process that goes on within our own bodies.
Have you ever observed a gravity well, like a black hole or something? Have you ever observed that?
Yeah.
There's a gravity. Well, there's a gravity. Humans create gravity wells within themselves.
Okay, when
Can
you show that to us?
You would have to look up a man named Dan Winter. He has all kinds of theories on gravity and the ether.
So theory is not proof. Okay.
Yeah, does he have any observation?
So just thoughts, because a theory it's not a scientific theory unless it's been checked time and time again with experiment. It has to have experiment. Otherwise,
Correct.
It's not
And
a
this
theory.
sounds like a philosophical preference.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, you can come up with 1,000 ways to dismiss it. It's like, oh, it's not true science, or oh, have you not seen it, or blah 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 blah.
Well, what are we dismissing? I don't think there's anything to dismiss.
Just one way.
There's nothing there to dismiss.
Yeah.
I mean, the sounds are dismissive, and
Lack of evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
yeah.
Extraordinary claims.
I just find it boring that everything gets dismissed.
You can't accept a negative, can you?
Well, you're bringing up an extraordinary claim. Where's your extraordinary proof of this claim?
I would show you if you were genuinely interested.
Go ahead.
How would you know if we're into? Of course, I'm interested. Why would I be doing this for 7 years if I wasn't interested?
Exactly. Why would someone even ask if he's not interested? Doesn't the question itself imply that someone is interested in what you can bring forth?
Yeah, but sometimes you can also tell that they're more interested in.
And you said each person is a gravity well, but now you're selling everyone short.
Yeah, exactly. Now you're saying,
Come on,
you wouldn't accept it even if I showed you the gravity well. So why would I bother? Like as if you actually have something to show us. That's amazing.
Kind of disrespectful.
Conceptualize the ether on a globe.
Gravity well.
Do you know why we're so interested? Because we could go back to Star Trek, bro.
Yeah, Jen and Nick, you didn't, everyone was listening politely until you said each person is its own gravity well. That was pretty intense. So
everyone
we attract and we pull.
So he doesn't have any way of showing this.
What am I attracting?
So we're not observing this in any way in nature, though. So
thoughts.
Dude, it's the law of attraction, man. Everything your will and intention attracts. So yeah.
Thoughts. He said thoughts, bro.
To each other,
thoughts themselves are electromagnetic phenomena.
That's not science, is it? Are your thoughts scientific?
Thoughts are electromagnetic phenomena. Magnetic poles.
What is your phenomena of this gravity well that you're observing?
You can observe this gravity well directly within yourself. But you have to be open to
And how do you do that? Walk me through it step by step.
Is it spiritual? How do you do that within yourself?
You must quiet your mind, look within, and feel the flow of energy
Yes.
within you.
Damn, I
I
feel
want
like
you
I'm
to
gonna be
sink your chi
a
to the
Buddha in
Dantian.
no time.
Yeah,
Okay,
people
what
call
if
it
somebody
chi. People
doesn't?
call it
What if
prana.
somebody doesn't feel the same thing as you?
Then that's totally fine.
Oh, that's totally fine. So then, the thing that you're saying that no one else can see, you only can see yourself.
Well, it's not that nobody
So,
else can see it. It's that
apparently,
some people don't
what if
want to see it.
people don't have different experiences than you when they look inside?
But gravity is a scientific definition. Like, how do you conflate those two together? Looking within yourself.
Yeah, you're talking metaphysics.
Yeah.
Yeah, gravity is the reason. I mean, you could say gravity is the arrow of time. It's the way energy flows.
How do you know what direction it flows?
It's there all the time, but it's seen none of the time as it's seen.
Gravity is a weak pseudo force.
The arrow of time flows in one direction, but sometimes within our perspective, things can look like they're going left or right or backwards and or forwards or clockwise or
Like
counterclockwise.
gases going up. Where's gravity now?
Why is gravity so weak? Pseudo. Can't get no real forces to hold things down. It's pseudoscience too, by the way.
Yeah, it's weak enough you can't detect it, but strong enough that it explains everything.
Explains. Has it got like a mouth and tongue?
It's like supposedly everywhere.
So
all the
gravity's flipping its
time, but
gums.
No, it doesn't need to speak.
no one can see it.
It just is. Okay.
Just is. Like God, right?
Yep.
Like you can't see God, but you can see the effects of God, right? That's a religious argument that I used to make.
Yep, they have a religion, and you're quite low, Larry. Let me turn you up.
Is this better?
Yeah, I just
A
got
little bit.
Okay. Yeah, I turned on the.
You're like a half moon now.
I turned you up to 180, so you sound good now.
Thanks.
3/4 moon.
All right. Yeah, they've got nothing to show. I'm wondering. They're saying it's everywhere, and that it's self. What is it? That they're pretty much trying to say in certain words, not those certain words exactly, but they're trying to say that this thing is omnipresent, that it's everywhere all at once, but that no one can see it, touch it, or test it.
This thing is not, so it is intangible, right? But this thing is also not separate from the whole of the universe. So you start with what's real in your experience. Now there's something that's been connecting every single moment in your life up till this point.
Wait a second. How do you know what the rest of the universe is?
The universe is the universe.
You said the rest of the universe. How do you know about the rest of the universe?
I know about the universe from everything I can observe from my perspective.
So you're sitting in
Is
your
it
chair.
flat?
You're observing what? Flat,
I'm observing
stationary.
the universe
You
from
have
my
a TV
perspective.
screen. Pardon?
Bro.
Oh,
Are we
yeah.
going to the field of, philosophy or what is happening here?
You're just making stuff up. You're in your room. You're watching the
Yeah.
TV screen. You're saying that's all of your experience because that's the only place you would ever see this gravity is on a movie.
Where observe, yeah, we want to say like lights.
Wishfully thought interpretations don't count as observations.
I'll give you 2, Bob. And you're just sitting in your chair. You're just sitting in your chair in your room, and yeah, you have the same things we have in our room. We have some furniture. You have a bunch of flat horizontal surfaces. You have right triangles everywhere, corners.
We observe our reality. You
Yeah,
can
you're
observe
still
the phenomena of
stationary.
things falling towards the ground.
Flat and stationary. You don't see any gravity. You don't see things rotating around each other or balls being formed out of the dust in your room.
It's like it is like that. Like
Do you watch a big rock being attracted to a small rock being attracted to a bigger rock? Have you ever witnessed that?
When did you see it?
You can't see gravity in itself, but you can see the effects of gravity.
Yeah,
Okay,
the
when
effects.
do you see
Where
the
have you
effects?
observed it?
What effects do you see?
In natural phenomena.
You see the effects all the time.
Natural
and you
phenomena.
tell me
Please.
Name one effect that you see of gravity.
You attribute it to density, right? So, but we both believe that
Now
there
you're
is this
talking
phenomenon.
two different apples. You're talking apples and oranges. Density is not the same thing as gravity.
We want natural phenomena, please. Gravity.
What do you,
Well, just go ahead and take an apple and drop it on the ground. Or your cell phone,
No,
whatever.
I said natural phenomena. You're not listening.
Just because something goes down that doesn't explain gravity, you're here to do that. Explain
That's
gravity.
what we've
What
called
is
that.
gravity?
That's what we've called that. Like it exists, like something that happens. Like but we called it gravity.
Yeah.
But now you
Things
say, oh,
also
we don't
go
like
up.
that.
Why did
We
you
Things
call
call
the
it
also
word
something
go
gravity.
that
up.
hasn't been tested to be so? It would need to be tested and
was the
proven to
effect.
be something in order for you to call it something and claim that one word is the explanation.
I gotta say something. This
And
is
you're calling the effect
this is a
gravity. I thought it was the effect of gravity.
hold on.
Sorry to cut whoever they cut off.
Yeah,
Larry,
just
sorry.
I'll be super quick. So sorry. Yeah, you do got a good point. Yeah, it can't be both, right? But what I'm trying to say is like this is like the squatting dog fallacy, right? Just because the turd hits the ground doesn't mean that everything anybody ever says about gravity is true. We all see the turd hit the ground, right? But it's a turd of an argument for you to say that therefore everything we ever say about the bending and warping of space-time is automatically true because when you drop your cell phone it goes down.
Right. It's just like trying to link that phenomenon to moons orbiting planets in the sky.
Yes, well, you can learn a lot by seeing how things fall in your experience, and then say, why doesn't the moon appear to fall towards the ground? And then you see it because it's also going sideways.
What is it though?
I mean, the moon. You could say the moon is falling towards the Earth, but the moon keeps missing the Earth.
Is it though?
What is the moon? The moon is, from what I can tell through my telescope, a mountainous and rocky ball of rock.
You can tell that through a telescope?
Yes, you can.
Damn.
Like mountain ranges.
Wow. That's amazing. How do you do that, man?
Look at it through.
How do you validate that that's what you see?
You look at it.
How do you connect the dots between you look up in your telescope, then you seem to think that means it's rocky terrain, area, like terrestrial. So where do you prove it?
I don't have to prove it to you.
No, you don't have to prove it to you. You have to prove it to yourself. So how did you prove it to yourself?
Well, I've seen rocky surfaces before, and when I look up at the moon, that's what I see.
I know. So how do you validate that that's what it is, though? Like a mountain here on Earth, you can go touch it, pick up rocks, and you can tell that's what it's made of. But how do you do that with the moon?
Yeah, you only have a belief. No, you only have a belief.
Especially.
You only have
Yes,
a belief.
we all believe things.
Yeah.
No, you
So it's a belief.
only believe the globe Earth. You have nothing to back this up that's been proven here.
Y'all are obsessed with the word proof, just like a lot of atheists are, and it's really annoying.
No,
Atheist.
You don't know what proof
hold
is.
on.
That's why.
We're not atheists,
Because
bro.
you don't
Calling out
you don't
Because
people
the
now.
globe is a religion.
Yeah, the belief is the globe, man. Come on.
Why did the globe proponents like yourself get so upset when we asked for proof?
Because you have to look for that proof yourself. It isn't something that could just be given to you.
You think
You
we
have
haven't
to
been
look.
We
looking
agree.
for
Open to
8
looking.
years?
You think we didn't look for
We
proof?
haven't looked.
They can't handle the truth. That's why.
Like we haven't looked far and wide, high and low, in every nook and cranny from every source. Yeah, we've done all the looking. We're waiting for you to provide us something contrary to what we found in our research, because you don't have anything. Apparently, you don't even have something that you can say, this is what I saw. This is the phenomenon I saw. You don't even have that. All you have is this word. That's all it is, just a word.
I need something verifiable.
So, one thing I just want to recommend to you, Jen and Mike, something you can verify for yourself. There is a physicist called C.J. Ransom. He made some couple of experiments with plasma discharge, for example, where in a lab he created craters that are very equal to the ones you speculate to be mountains on a piece of rock and flying from the expanding void of darkness. Okay, maybe you want to look into that. It's pretty interesting. Not saying that it 100% is what it is, but you know, there's always more stuff to explore.
Did he make the craters in a rock?
I already posted it, yeah.
Yeah, like what medium was he making those craters in?
I think it was metal.
Causes craters.
Yeah, you have very little proof that Earth is what you say it is, and actually none at all. And you have zero proof that the moon or anything that's up in the sky is what you think it is. You have zero proof of that. So you imagining that the moon is a reflection of the sun, which right there has to be stopped, full stop, because you don't have a circular or curved object that can reflect light, especially with detail. So the only surface conditions you have of a reflector are what? Do you know those two things?
What are you saying?
We're talking about the moon, so we'll start at the very beginning. They say it's reflecting the sun's light. So, okay, so do you know what it requires for something to be a reflector?
Yes.
It requires a certain
It
surface
must
type.
not be totally black.
No, not color, the shape.
It must not
It can only be
absorb
two different
all of the
shapes.
light given to it. It must reflect some of it.
It needs to be a certain shape to do that.
What? No, it does not
It
need
needs
to be
to
a
be
certain
two.
shape.
There's only
because
two shapes. You
many
only have two
objects
shapes
reflect light.
available.
Everything reflects light.
I'm
Everything
asking
around
you.
you reflects.
I'm asking you if you know the shapes that is required for something to be a reflector.
No, listen, dude. Everything reflects light. Like
So
you look outside, you see a tree. The tree is
it will
green.
cause
Like,
a
there's light.
diffuse
We're talking about the way it
a round
reflects.
surface will, especially rock or dirty, dusty area of like a ball of rock. If it's spherical, it will cause a diffuse. It will cause a diffuse image. It wouldn't be it. It'd be like a smudge. You wouldn't be able to see any detail. For something to have detail, to be a reflector and have detail, it has to have one of two shapes. I ask again. Do you know what those are?
See things in detail from far away. Right?
Being
Everything's
reflected. What did you forget the main part? Reflected?
Everything
A
is
reflected
reflected.
image has to, listen, a reflected
Around you.
fucking
Everything
image.
around you.
A reflected image has
Talking
to
about
have
the
one of
way
two
it's
shapes.
reflected.
Why
Sorry,
can't you
sorry,
answer
Sonny.
yes or no? Do you know what those are?
I'm not even sure what you're asking.
I'm
Just
asking
say
you,
no,
do you know
Boris.
if a detail image, reflected image, has only two possibilities of shapes? Do you know what those two different shapes are that can cause a detailed image from a reflection?
Well, you're
Yeah,
either
like
going to see an image in focus or possibly out of focus,
Do you know what the
depending on how
shape?
you're observing
Do you
that.
know what the shape of the reflector needs to be in order to do a detailed image?
Are you talking? Are you? Maybe what you're trying to ask is,
No,
in
you
order for
don't.
something to be a mirror, like perfect mirror, like you see in your bathroom, like
No,
does it have to be?
reflector of light. You're going to mirror. I'm talking about reflector of light. Okay, we're talking about the sun and the moon. We're not talking about in your bathroom. We're talking about outside, the earth, the sun, and the moon that you and I both experience. So now you're here to tell us, do you know the difference between what a reflector needs to be? There's two different shapes or not. Do you know that or not? Yes or no?
Your
What?
question makes absolutely no sense.
You cannot answer the question yes or no. Then if you didn't know what they are and you said it makes no sense, then the honest answer would be, no, I don't know what they are.
Okay,
Right.
fine. Then go on and explain.
Why don't you tell us that you don't know what they are?
Because your question literally makes no sense.
Okay, tell us you don't know then. If you don't know,
Say
if
it.
it makes no sense, tell us you
I
don't
don't
know.
know what to say. Go
You
ahead and
don't know
explain.
what the reflector surface need to be. That's
Just
the
say it,
answer.
bro.
Dude, everything reflects light. There's no specific
Detail. I was
surface
very
that
precise
can
what I
seem
said.
to reflect light.
A detailed image that's being
Talking
reflected.
about the way it reflects light. The
It
way
can
it
only
reflects
have two different shapes, and you don't know what those are, but you're just being dishonest because you're not telling us, no, I don't know what they are. So I'll tell you right now what they are, sir. Is there a flat surface or a concave surface are the only surface types condition that can transmit or reflect an image of something that has details to
uniformly.
it.
What?
Salar
Are-
de la Uni, I'll use that as one example. The salt flats in Bolivia, that's just one example. That's in nature. And you see that a perfect mirror reflection. That can only happen on the flat surface. Otherwise, you'd have a diffuse image. Do you understand that part?
And a specular highlight.
Exactly. So diffuse image would be just a light bulb with no reflector on it from a distance. You would see it would be a blurry image. You would never see a reflection of the surface of the bulb because it's convex.
So where's the moon's
I mean,
specular
it's
highlight?
concave, it's
in its
convex,
full-
yeah. So a focus light would be a beam, like a beam of light that has a reflector that's concave that focuses the light's beam into a point, a focal point. That's what is required. That's why flashlights have a concave reflector on the inside. Otherwise, you would just have a light shooting out its light in all directions without any direction at all. So it would go in all directions, and it would be a diffuse image of that light. Would be
Most light
blurry.
is diffuse, yes. Most of all reflected light is diffuse, so you can see it from every angle.
Yeah, we're talking about things that can produce through reflection an image that has detail. You're not going to see an
Everything
image
has detail. You
something.
just look around
You're
you.
not going to see an
all of
image
light
of
is
something of
reflected.
detailed surface with a spherical surface. You don't understand how your optics work, apparently, at all. You have no clue.
No, if you just look at anything on your horizon, right?
We can show you examples
that see in great detail.
We can show
that
you
can see from many
examples of a
angles.
diffuse. No, we can show you examples of a diffuse image from something that is spherical or something that is concave or flat. So we have examples of it. You don't have examples of the other way. So I don't know what you're talking about. When we're talking about actuality, I think you're just all up in your head imagining how you think things are without any backing. So you're off the reservation and you're way above your pay grade. So I suggest don't come to a gunfight with a pea shooter. You're very ill equipped to take on this conversation at this point.
I think you're just very confused.
I'm not the one that's confused, my brother.
How?
I would step back and think about what I just said. Do I sound confused?
I mean, you're very good at perhaps not sounding very confused, but I think that's your whole shtick.
No, I have examples. Do you have I have demonstrations of what I'm saying. Do you have demonstrations?
Wait a minute. What is he confused about? The fact that if the mirror is perfectly flat, that it'll reflect the image perfectly, or what? What is he?
No, like
what
all surfaces around you reflect light diffusely.
Yeah, we're talking about the way it reflects it, though. That's what you're missing.
There'll be depending on the surface quality, the surface properties will reflect light differently. The same.
What about Timbo?
Golly.
Jimbo
Said earlier
slides.
that gravity, and I'm sure Larry would be interested in this too.
Yeah.
Earlier, that gravity is more like the arrow of time, which I was under the impression that was entropy.
Oh, you can call it whatever you want at that point.
You think that entropy and gravity are one and the same?
Reality is fundamentally one process.
What?
Reality is fundamentally one happening, one process.
And that would contain.
You're pretending to know what all of reality is, okay? But
how?
You're talking one little part. You think gravity is proven, and you've yet to bring up any actual evidence that there's anything real there behind your statement.
Sour grapes.
So it's you that are supremely confused, not I. So I'd suggest you retract that statement.
What you need to recognize is the only thing you have is you observing a phenomena that everyone equally observe. The only thing you do is you adhere a story to it, which is called gravity, and think that it has some kind of factual base, even though it's just a specific name given to that phenomena we all observe equally.
What do you
It's a
call?
story,
What do you
yeah.
name that phenomena? What do you name it?
Yeah, everything you've brought forward so
Down.
far when you talked about gravity, regarding, for example, the whirlpool and the spiral of water, right, sucking down and whatnot, you just describe phenomena. But you like Sunny always tries to point out, you don't bring forth any physical evidence for the occurrence of space warping and bending.
Not
Because there
interested in
isn't any
presenting
big
evidence to
systems.
people who aren't willing to even accept or entertain that.
Just, dude, just be honest. And if you're honest, we can move on. If you're honest and you say, yo, you know what? It is actually just a story I make up in my mind. We all observe the same equal thing, but I have no factual proof to bring forth that the bending and warping of space-time is real in reality, and we can move on. But what you're doing is
Listen.
no, you don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me.
Okay, go
Don't
ahead.
interrupt me.
Okay, go ahead.
I was talking. You interrupted me.
Okay,
Let me
sorry.
finish my point. Yeah,
I
you can.
apologize.
Yeah. All right. So the thing is this.
Fucking weird. You're the fucking weird motherfucker. I'll fuck you up, bitch. Go ahead, bro. I respect
golly,
you.
man. Can
See you
someone
later,
mute
man.
this guy? Thank you.
Yeah, already got it.
Thank you. So the point of the whole matter is this: that you need to fundamentally understand that what you bring forth is nothing else than a story, right? We observe the same story, or maybe no, we don't observe. We observe the same phenomena. Now this guy already got me completely confused here with his whatever he did there. Anyways, the point is, if the only reason why we're still going on about this is the very way you're acting. You act like as if you're talking from the seat of superiority, being like knowing about something that you obviously haven't critically thought about to actually just realize for yourself that it's just a story. If you're gonna be intellectually honest and just say to us, yes, actually it's just a story, we observe the same thing, we can move on, that's it, that would be cool. But I bet you, even after what I just said, you're not gonna do that.
Listen, that's why I asked you, what do you name the phenomena, right? Of things falling towards the ground.
You're bringing us you're supposed to be telling us, not us telling you, bro.
I'm trying to establish terms here.
Yeah, you have a claim. So terms and conditions are good, but you have the claim.
Be a
So
term.
you need to bring
Down.
your claim.
Well,
How
what
about
did he
down?
claim? He claimed that everything was one dimensional.
The second and third dimensions are nested within the first dimension.
Yeah, you can't prove any of that.
You're right. It's all zero. Yes, you can. It's all zero dimensional. He's right.
No, okay. How do you prove zero dimensional?
Oh, you're getting off the top.
There's many ways that you can prove it.
Oh my God! Stop it! Get off the get off the topic much. Stay on track here.
Just said,
What?
what do you
Hey,
mean?
Jen and Nick,
Who are you
or
talking
whatever
to?
your name is. I know you're struggling because you even found it hard to say to Sonny that you didn't know something. So, in your mind, I would say I'm going to make an assumption about you is that you're probably one of those people that can never admit that they're wrong or they don't know, and you'd rather make up a story or take in a story that you can't verify just to give someone an explanation instead of saying I
Sure.
don't know. Would that be
Sure,
correct?
he's the type of person that can't say he's wrong, and you're the type of person that isn't willing to listen.
Yeah, who said?
Because he's
How do you
actually
know
right
if
about
someone's
what he's saying.
listening? Are you in somebody else's head and know when they're listening or not?
Yeah, you
How do
can't
you
tell if
mind read
someone's
like
listening
that?
because if
How
you
you
explain to somebody
you're
something and they
mind
willingly
reading.
just don't listen at all, that's not
How
mind
do you
reading.
know
You
they're
can
not
tell they're not
listening? How
listening.
do you know someone's not
Go
listening? You don't.
independent. I'm all
There's
ears,
a difference
man.
between listening and
Independent.
comprehension. If I explain something to you and
Independent.
it doesn't sink into your head,
Independent.
Oh my God,
that's
you're so
really childish
Independent.
to yell like that.
Independent.
I'm just gonna mute you
Independent.
if you keep yelling over like that. It's retarded.
EPA is independent.
What?
Independent. Hey, independent. I'm all ears, man. Talk to me. Go. I'm listening.
You're actually not all ears. You're all mouth. You've been yelling over me the whole time.
I'm listening.
Oh, you're yelling over the room like a
I've
moron.
been listening closely
I'm not gonna
to
bother
what Jen and Nick's
talking to
saying.
people like you. I just mute you and you're done.
What? When did I do that?
Wouldn't that be a prime example of not listening?
Isn't he listening now?
Why should I listen to people yell like retards?
Independent, you're the
If
Yelling.
you're
one
not
who
gonna
butted
if you're not
in.
gonna act like a human being, if you're not
You
gonna be a
butted
human
in.
being and talk,
Listen, there was a conversation
See you
occurring
later,
with
man.
Gene and Nick. You butted
Let's go
in.
back to yeah. You can't control yourself, so we can go back to Jen and Nick. Did you hear what I said, Jen and Nick? Could you agree with that or not?
Maybe.
Maybe. That was you, female.
I'll to repeat what you said.
That was maybe me.
I'm the one that doesn't listen, but I have to repeat what I said. All right. I would say that judging by that conversation with Sonny, you actually have a hard time admitting or saying that you don't know. Would that be correct?
You know what? If that's your assessment of me, that's totally fine.
No, I'm asking. Do you find it hard to say I don't know?
Do I find it hard to say I don't know?
Yeah, when you don't know something.
When I don't know
know.
something, I go investigate.
Yeah, but do you find it hard to say to someone if they're trying to explain something to you and they ask you a question? Do you find it hard to say I don't know?
But the conversation you're talking about, I very clearly told him that his question did not make sense, and I did not know what he was asking.
Yeah, you
yes.
do, you see. That's the thing. You said I don't know what you're asking, but you do know what you did know what he was asking. You just find it hard to say I don't know.
Yep.
I don't know the answer.
Lord, dude.
Otherwise, you would have just told the answer instead of gish galloping. But that's okay. Gish gallop all you want. We see right through it, but that's okay. You could choose at any time, to be honest. But I don't think we're going to have much of a fruitful conversation with you because you're proving disingenuous from the very beginning.
Yeah, it's just easier. Like when you have a conversation with someone, and even if you're on opposite sides, and someone tells you something, and if you go, I don't know. Do you know how disarming that is? Like it opens up the conversation to a really good discussion because now that person knows that you're being honest, that you don't know that point, and then you can talk about it, and then once you learn about that point, you can counteract that point, and then go on with the discussion. When you put up that wall and you refuse to say I don't know, you're going to end up making up a story that can't be verified, and then the conversation turns into shit, and then it doesn't go anywhere. Like, well, don't you think it's a better idea to just go, I don't know, or maybe I should go look at that, or yeah, I don't know. Let's continue the conversation. Please explain it to me. It's not a bad thing to admit that you don't know. It doesn't make you stupid. It just means that you haven't heard it before, or you'd never come across it. It's not that bad.
An
Like,
example.
don't let your ego get in the way.
An example, like
Hello.
I was going to bring this up earlier, right? Because he mentioned dark matter. Oh, well, I don't think dark matter is a very good theory. I think we should reevaluate the theory of gravity. Did it ever occur to you that maybe the whole idea, the whole cosmology, might be wrong at its very foundation, and that the whole whole idea of what you're thinking is occurring, what the sky is, what galaxies are, what stars are, what planets are, gravity is, like all of it, the whole thing. The Earth is.
Well, we definitely observe planets, and we observe moons orbiting those planets, and we observe planets orbiting the sun and the Earth.
No, we don't observe that.
We do.
Just
What
simply,
do you mean?
no, we do not. We do not
Happens all the
observe that.
time, all around us.
No, we do not. I'm sorry,
You
mate.
go
We
outside
don't.
throughout the year. Venus moves across the sky throughout the year, and
Yeah, but you never see
Saturn.
it
Across the sky.
orbit. You don't see it orbit though, do you?
No, I do see Venus orbit the sun. Venus
No,
always
you do
stays
not.
close to the sun within the sky.
You see
It's
Venus
never,
orbit
you'll
the
never see
sun.
Venus at midnight. You will never see Venus at midnight. You will always see Venus either before the sun comes up or after the sun goes down.
Yeah, so you
But you'll
don't
never
see
it.
it orbit the sun.
Yeah, you'll
No, I
never
do.
see a
Throughout
full
the
moon
year,
at
I do
you'll
see it
never
orbit.
see a full moon at night either, because that's impossible.
This is what I'm talking about, Jen and Nick. You've never seen Venus orbit the sun. Is
No,
that a true
literally, I
statement?
do.
Is that a true
I
statement?
observe. I go outside and I see Venus from one week to the next, to the next, to the next. It's slowly orbiting the sun in the sky.
But you've
You
never
don't see
seen
it
it
orbiting
orbit
the
the sun.
No, I do. It just takes 8
No.
years for that to happen from our
You're
perspective.
just assuming that's what it's doing. You don't
You're
know.
doing it again, man.
See the sun. You
I'm
don't
talking
see
by direct
For
observation.
start,
Not
you
a
do
direct
not
observation.
It is.
rarely see Venus and the sun in the sky at the same time, right? And
You would have to see them
You
both.
see the sun move across the sky, and then you'll observe Venus, and then you interpret that to mean that Venus is going around the
Yep,
sun. You
I
do not
guess.
observe it. No one observes Venus going around the sun, doing an orbit.
Yeah, you would have to see both of them at all times during the whole transition around, or whatever you want to say that's doing. But yeah, you
Which
never
is
seen it.
impossible.
No one's ever seen it. So here you
So
are
the
again
Romans
making
said
stuff
it
up
pretty
that no one has
correctly,
ever
right? The
seen.
Romans
Sorry.
said that Mercury and Venus were akin to the sun, right? And I think that, kind of means that they're like close by, right? And you can say that they're close by, and they always appear next to each other. But orbit, I don't know where you're getting that word.
Well, they're in the typical cosmological model, Venus is closer to the sun than the Earth is, and because of that, we always observe Venus and Mercury to be trailing the sun in the sky.
You're just making up stories again.
No, again, it is verifiable for yourself. You will never
No,
see
it
Venus
isn't.
at
You're
midnight.
assuming that it's going around the sun. You have never seen that happen. No one ever has. No one's ever filmed that.
Look, right now I'm talking about how far Venus is from the sun in the sky.
You don't know any of that information. How did you know that?
How do I know that? Because I observed it.
You did not observe
the angle
that.
of distance
Otherwise, you would
between
have
Venus and the
proof in
sun was
front of you.
less.
You would be able to provide proof if you knew it. So that's one thing. You don't know it for sure. You're just imagining that what you've been told and read in books or on the internet is true, and you're just running with the current theme. That's all you're doing. It's not anything unique you're doing. Like, we've all heard this before, and we used to be the same way you are. So I don't know who you think you're talking to. You don't know these things.
Okay, then tell me why you never see Venus at midnight.
I wouldn't care to say it's a light in the sky, and no one knows what they are, what the source of their energy is, if they're attached to something or not, if they're a solid object or not, or just a focused point of light. You don't know what that is. Nobody does.
Or get a telescope and you'll see it's not just a point of light, but it's actually
You
a
can't
round object.
tell that with your telescope. You're
Yes,
not
you
NASA.
round.
dude.
Yeah, you got the description right. It's round. Yeah.
It's round.
It's round. It's spherical,
Round,
and you can tell
round
it's
doesn't
spherical
mean
by the way the light
round doesn't
interacts
mean
with the surface.
spherical. Round doesn't mean spherical.
You can't see spheres in a telescope.
Coins are
You
round.
can very
Pizzas are
clearly
round.
tell the moon is a sphere if you just look at it with your naked eye.
Yeah. What if it was artificially made to
Are we
present
talking about the
itself as a
moon, or are we
sphere?
talking about something else?
What if it was made to?
in both
What if it
cases,
was made
Venus
to?
and
What
the
if it
moon.
was made by the creator to present itself as a spherical object fool us
So
to
you
think
think
that
God's
we
trying to trick
wouldn't
us?
find out about it.
You're just saying God's trying to trick
What
us.
if
Is
it's
what you're saying.
concave?
It shows a high intellect. Like, so your intellect you're not using properly because anyone knows that looks like an artificial device. Like it doesn't behave like a spherical ball that's in free space. Like your ball, it does dozens of things that it would never do on your ball Earth. For one thing, a full moon at midnight. That is impossible. The Earth is supposed to be in between the light of the sun and the moon at that time. So why do we see full moons all the time at night?
No, it's not. That only happens in lunar eclipses.
You see the full moon all the time at night, my brother. And also the other part is you would
Only
never
blocked
see
by the Earth in
you
a
would
lunar
never see a
eclipse.
sliver you would never see a sliver moon in the daytime either. If the light was available from the sun and the Earth was not in the way, it would show a full moon during the day every single time, and you would never see a full moon at night. Period. And plus, you talk about eclipses. You don't know anything about eclipses.
Listen, the moon, the light from the sun is only blocked by the Earth during a lunar eclipse. No other time.
How do you know that?
How would you know that in the first place?
Well, if you've ever observed a lunar eclipse, you will see a shadow pass on the surface of the moon.
You're just making stuff up you read in a
than the
book
moon itself.
somewhere.
One
That's fine.
sec. So are you saying that the only way you can create a curved line is from a curved surface?
Is that right?
Another way?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a picture of straight strings creating a curved shadow on my fretboard.
Strings?
Yep. The strings are
Hey,
straight.
you can pass the shadow. There's someone else talking. You can pass a shadow of a flat object over a spherical object, and the shadow will curve the spherical object.
Yep.
Wow.
The shadow is the result of. Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say, these are the things we point out. Like, if you say, okay, it is this because of this, then, you know, if there's something else that we can demonstrate as well, then that statement you're saying, it's this because of this, is not true anymore, because it can be caused by something else. Would I be correct in saying that?
Well, yes, it's falsification.
Yeah. So then you can't say, then your statement, it is this because of this, can get thrown out. Eclipses. You know that one? It must be we must be living on a sphere because it creates a curved surface on the moon's surface. We can demonstrate that a straight line can be can be curved on a spherical surface. So, you know, that throws out that it has to be a curved surface. Yeah, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
When the sun goes down, where does the sun go?
Does it go down?
When you're looking at the sunset, right, it's going down towards the horizon. Where does it go?
Wait, once again, which paradigm does the sun go down? Not even the heliocentric model, the sun goes down. You just
No.
backwards.
I'm talking about your direct observation, right?
No,
when
listen,
you look up at the sky goes up, the sun's up, and then it's down.
1 second before you interrupt me, let me finish. In your paradigm, and you cling on to the heliocentric paradigm, the sun is not going down, man. The sun is standing still in the sky. You're falling backwards with the speed of 1,600 kilometers per hour, and it just makes the illusion of the sun going down. But it's
Yes,
actually
that's
the
what I'm
Earth
talking about. I'm
underneath
talking
your
about
feet
the illusion
falling
of the sun going
backwards.
down. I'm talking about the observation of the sun going down.
Let's do that. Let's do that again. All right. So you say the sun only goes down because the Earth's surface is curved. Is that your statement?
No. What I'm saying is, what I'm asking you is, in your paradigm, where does the sun go when it's going towards the horizon? It goes down.
I'm not here to do that. I'm just here to work out like what the sun's not doing, or is there another option for it? So I just want to get this correct. So you're saying the sun is going down because we're spinning and the Earth's surface is curved. Is that correct?
No, I'm here to ask you a question. I'm here to ask
Just
you,
so
where
you're
does the
doing it
sun go?
again. I'm going to get to it, but can you just answer this question first, and then I'll get to it? Is that what you're saying? It's okay to say yes. That's what I believe. That's fine.
Okay, that's what I believe.
Okay. All right. So if all right, so another option, right? The sun goes away, and
It
with
disappears?
moisture in the air. What's that? Wait, 1 second. I'm not finished. So the sun moves away, and with moisture in the air, with atmospheric magnification, and add in there angular resolution, they appear to go down. Now, this has been demonstrated with a lens. When you move something away from something on a flat surface, if the atmosphere has been magnifying what is there, it appears to go down. Now, this can be demonstrated. I'll post a video for you when I stop driving. Now, that's one other option. So, can this happen on a flat surface? If I show you the demonstration, you have a look at it, maybe you might agree that it can happen on a flat surface. So then does your statement still stand that the only thing that can be happening is the sun is going down over the curvature of the Earth? Or do we have other options here now?
Well, now you're talking. What you're introducing is a big lensing
Well,
effect.
what does moisture in the atmosphere do? Does
Moisture
that
in the
create a
atmosphere
lens?
has a refractory index.
Yeah. Does it also have a magnification property as well?
Probably a small effect. It probably accounts for a lot
Okay.
of the confusion that goes on in the flat Earth and globe debates.
There we go. So we have refraction, magnification, angular resolution, and an object moving away. Yeah. So then it stops being. It has to be going over the curvature of the Earth because that's the only option. But it's not the only option anymore. So can you say that statement for sure now? That it is going down because of the curvature of the Earth? Or would you go, oh, maybe I need to look into this?
I mean, I'm not saying it's going down because of the curvature of the Earth, and maybe
Well,
perhaps
what's
because
it going behind then?
it's going behind the horizon.
Which is the curvature of the Earth, yeah?
Right, and the Earth would be rotating,
Yeah.
right, so that the
Yeah, that's
horizon
fine.
meets the sun in the sky. Right, we're not assuming like some crazy amounts of like refraction or reflection going on by some glass dome.
What are you talking about? Who was talking about a glass dome?
You don't know that.
That's the level of
That was
refraction
if
you would
someone did
need
say it.
to account for whatever it is you're trying to say.
What, magnification? What's that got to do with refraction?
Unrelated.
And why'd you bring up a glass dome? Why'd you be dishonest and do that? Do you think that I was
Because
saying there's
honestly,
a
you're
glass
confusing me.
dome? Did I say glass dome? Or did I say moisture in the air? I'm confused, man. What are you
So
doing?
what are you saying? Like, because moisture in the air, what?
Why are you trying to put words in his mouth? Is what he's trying to say. He's just being polite.
So I get
Whatever the
I get
container
accused
is,
of not listening, and then you don't listen, and then you create a
whatever
straw man. Hey, go ahead, man.
whatever the
I'm
container,
done with him.
whatever the container is, it could be playing a factor. But Timbo never brought in the variable of a container. But it could be playing a factor. But I'd just like to point out too, right, that one, you said like the horizon is Earth curve, even though the horizon shows no slope, it shows no curvature whatsoever. So you're saying that the sun's going behind a flat curvature, which makes no sense. And two, right, in your paradigm, right, you have never ever seen the sun go down.
We've
Because in
never
your
observed the
paradigm,
sun go
right,
down towards the
yours
horizon.
in your paradigm, right, we've had plenty of globers come in here and argue that the horizon is not even physical. It's not a physical location. It's not something that's capable of blocking your view, right? Three, in your paradigm, the sun is not where it appears to be during sunset. It's already gone down. You never saw it go down. It's gone down, and you are still seeing a refracted image of it.
All it's
When you
done
say
is
you
gone
see the
away.
sunset, you're seeing some kind of holographic projection of it going down. So you've never seen the actual sun even go down in your paradigm.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to say that the not actual sun is going behind not actual Earth curvature.
Yeah, and we
This
don't
is
ever see
insane.
that. We don't ever see it, so we can't observe it. So, what do you do with that? You can't see it, observe it, or measure it. So it's unfalsifiable.
If you were to trace the sun's motion across the sky, and it meets the horizon, and then you keep tracing a line through the ground, right? And then that matches our predictions as to where the sun will come up in the
Through
morning.
the ground? What are you talking about through the ground? No one's gone through the ground.
You draw a line on the sky, right? You point at the sky and you point to it as the sun is going across the
you're at
sky.
a table or a desk, so you're drawing in a piece of paper. Okay, and then
So no. Do you see the sun go across the sky throughout the day?
yeah, but you don't see it going. You don't see its light going to the other side of Earth.
No, but
Yeah,
you
because
see
what you're essentially doing is
going past the
you're just
horizon.
putting a dot where the sun goes down and then a dot where the sun comes up, and you're assuming that line that you're going to run from that dot where it went down and where it went up in your paradigm is because it went under the Earth.
Yeah.
You can accurately predict where the sun will come up doing that.
Yeah, because it comes up every day. It
Yes, but
arrives in
the sun
same.
doesn't just fucking make random motions like throughout the sky. It
not
goes in a linear rotational motion.
But that's not predicting.
It
does it every day.
Reification. You're begging the question. You're saying it couldn't go around the globe unless it's going around the globe. Basically, is what you're saying. So
Yeah, you can
since it's
imagine
coming
that once
up,
you can't.
since the sun is coming up and going down, therefore Earth is a sphere. You're begging the question.
Like
You can imagine
there's
that
no
once you can't.
indication that the sun moves away from us, like over the surface.
Yes, there is. You can clearly
No,
see it
because then it would
moving
shrink.
away
It would
from us.
shrink in size.
It has shrunk in size.
To what? Half
You'd
the
need to.
size? Double the
But the
size?
thing is,
No.
you don't know how high up the sun is when it's moving away. Is it getting lower or is it actually getting higher? You don't. No
You
one
don't know
knows that.
what it is. You don't know what it is. You don't know how far away it is. You don't know its size, and you don't know what medium it exists within to be able to say this is what we should or should not see the sun do.
So stop making stuff up. And you think it's
We've
the flat
also-
Earth? You think the flat Earth is what you're making up in your mind? No, it's the one that's outside right now.
And then also you've got so you say the sun doesn't. Are you saying the sun never changes size?
Sun, its angular size on the sky appears more or less the same size. You could say maybe there's a little bit of lensing effect as it gets towards the horizon.
Oh, so now you agree with lensing, but before you didn't agree with lensing.
I don't observe
Well,
the sun
now it's
shrinking
convenient,
as
right?
it's like because like in a sunset, what you're thinking is that the sun is moving away from us and going to the other side of the disk.
Yeah,
But it's
remember
not doing
before we were talking
Not
about
a disk.
atmospheric magnification on the horizon? So there's sometimes when there's a lot of moisture in the air, the sun gets bigger when it gets to the horizon. So what does that mean? Is it getting closer or it's magnifying? And then you get dry conditions in the desert where the sun appears to just fade away. So, like, I don't understand what you're saying. You're saying the sun's angular size is always the same, but it's not.
And,
you can agree because you
The
just
sun
said
doesn't get smaller or bigger as it goes to the other side of the disk.
what
it's apparent size, not actual size. Apparent size.
Its angular size doesn't change
Apparent angular size.
as we observe
not
the
actual.
sunlight when it goes, sunset after sunset. It's not going farther away from us because its angular size isn't shrinking.
You have a physicality bias for the sun. You don't know what the sun is in order to say what it should or should not do, or how it should behave or shouldn't behave.
Yes, I think the sun is
We
an
can only-
object.
Yeah, why?
Why? Because you can see it spinning.
You can see it spinning?
Yes, dude. Get a telescope. Get a
What the
solar
heck?
filter. Point the telescope at the sun. You will see the sunspots on it rotating
Going
from one side of
across,
the sun
going
to the
across
other
the
over
round
the course of 10
surface.
hours.
Yeah, you see them going across a round surface that doesn't have to be convex.
That you conclude you're interpreting that as it is a physical object rotating. Why?
Yes, that's exactly what a sphere would look like from our perspective. It would look like a circle, right, with features, like depth features along the sides of it.
Yeah, but you
That's what we
can't
see.
tell. You can't tell what those features are doing exactly. All you know is they're going across that surface.
You don't even know that they're part of the sun.
Like, how do you navigate the world around you? Like, how do you know what shape the world is around you? You got to make some basic assumptions about the shape of things around you based
Why?
on the shading
No,
and
you
where the
don't.
angles meet.
You just go. What do you mean? How do you navigate?
Well, yes, exactly. I mean, it's intuitive that when you see something that implies, oh, it's round, right? You
So
say, oh, that thing is round.
So you can only navigate on a sphere? Well, you just said, how do you navigate? So what do you mean by that?
What I mean is, how do you know what shapes things are around you when you look at them?
Well,
There's clues.
we see
There's clues. There's like shading.
on the Earth we see in 3 dimensions, yeah.
Yes, and you can exactly. You can see the 3 dimensions clearly. Like you can see
Yeah.
the
Can
difference
you
in
see
value
3
shading
dimensions of the
and
sun? Can you see 3 dimensions of the sun?
yes, you can see 3 dimensions of the
Where?
sun because you can see things coming farther away, right, from one side of the sun, rotating forward and then rotating away again.
How do you know it's just not an optical illusion?
Look, dude, look. I think everything's an optical illusion, but I'm not going to go that
Okay,
deep.
so you can't confirm that for sure then, can you? If everything's an optical
Fine too.
illusion, then what's
Ultimately, you
your
must take
argument
everything on
then?
faith. Like you must take faith that you exist.
No, I'm here. I'm touching myself.
How do you know you're not just dreaming that?
Why?
How do you know that's
Come on,
actually
man.
you?
Don't be like that. You're not silly like that. You're a bit smarter than that.
And that's the point, is that you
So if
must
you're
take everything on faith at some level.
okay, if you're saying that we can't know anything, then what's the point of this conversation?
Are you saying that you can touch yourself, but because you can't touch the sun, that now you don't believe in the sun?
No, that's not the point.
Confirm.
The sun. We all.
Oh, Jesus
we all,
Christ!
We all see the sun. We all know the sun's there. We don't know what it is, but the sun is there. He's saying it's 3-dimensional and I can see it. We're saying you can't see 3 dimensions of the sun. How do you do that?
How do you do that? Is by sending satellites out there and seeing.
You can do it with a telescope. You could do it with a telescope on Earth.
I mean, you can actually see the sun spin.
All right. So how do you see?
Did you go
3
at night, man?
dimensions
Did you send them at night?
through a
Jesus.
uni lens
Fucking idiot.
through one lens? How do you see 3 dimensions through one lens?
You don't
that's
see
exactly what's going on with your
dimension
eyeball, friend.
lens,
Like your
but what you
eyeball's a
see
lens.
is the sun spinning. You see it actually. If you take slow photography of it, you can see the sun spinning.
You see things moving across a two-dimensional object. That's all
Oh,
you see.
Jesus Christ. So is that made up too?
What? Who made what up?
What do you mean? You see something through a two-dimensional object. So are you telling me what I'm seeing through when I look at a
twist my
telescope of the
words
sun,
around,
when I see the black spots and everything move around and spin around the sun, you're telling me I'm seeing like what? An interpretation?
The only thing that's
Yes,
being
you're
made up
interpreting.
is
Yes.
you saying
What is
that the
wrong
sun
with you?
spins.
Did you know that your
Yes, you're seeing
eyeball's a
something.
lens?
Seeing
Your
something
eyeball's a
through.
lens.
But if you
Seeing something
look through one
from a
eye, you
monocular
can't
device.
get depth perception.
Exactly. You're looking through a monocular device and you're seeing something and you're interpreting it.
You're interpreting everything in your fucking life. Your whole family is an interpretation of your goddamn dumbass fucking being. Are you kidding me?
okay,
Your
okay.
interpretation of your
You'll be
life
right.
is your mother and
You'll
your
be okay.
father and everything, your
Be okay,
nature and
yeah.
your nurture. That's all your interpretation, you dumb fuck.
Because some things we can experience with more than one sense, right? And we can confirm those things with more than just looking at them and going, "Well, I think that's my mum and dad."
Bro, do you know that if your mom and dad is your mom and dad? You don't even
Yeah.
fucking know. That's a
Interact
stupid
with
fucking
them.
reaction to what you just said. You don't even
So you
know
don't know
if you're a
you don't know
product
your
of your
parents?
mother and
I'm sorry,
father.
man.
Your mother
Sorry
could have
for you.
fucked some other.
Or orphan Annie.
Just a bit emotional.
Yeah, he's a little bit triggered.
Yeah, I don't understand. What's the point in looking both ways before crossing the street if you can't trust your eyes?
Yo,
Well, you don't need
did it make
to.
you feel better to mute me?
Yes, I did. It felt a lot better. You
Good.
aggravate me.
Good. I'm just gonna leave because you dumb motherfuckers. I hope you're fucking LARPing like motherfuckers, because if you actually believe in this dumb shit,
You do
you guys
hope
are
we're
dumb as
LARPing because
fuck.
you don't want it to be true.
Oh, I don't give a fuck. I know that I can see the stars. I can go out and take my telescope, and sometimes I can go to the southern hemisphere and I can see certain stars, and I can go to the northern hemisphere and I can see different stars.
done that?
How the fuck do you
No
prove
shit.
that shit with your
Right.
dumbass fucking flat earth? Tell me, how does that work? How does that work? If I go to Australia and I go look at the stars, they are different stars than if I come back to the northern hemisphere in America and look at those stars. How the fuck do you prove that?
What a
I get
loser.
that. I get the moon and the sun runs around in a circle, whatever, flat earth. How do you prove the stars?
Let him go.
Hey, loser, why don't you go away and go somewhere else?
Oh, wait, loser. Shit, I was about to take a nap. You're going to call me a loser because I'm actually contradicting something that you can't fucking fathom?
No, because you're a loser.
Wait,
You're a loser.
tell me,
Just call it like you see
tell me
it. You're a
why,
dumb-
tell
you're
me
a
why
dumbass.
you can, tell me why.
You're a dumbass. You have the lowest
flat
IQ of anyone.
earther,
You're the dumbest person in this whole panel or anywhere
well,
listening.
Don't care.
Enlightened
Yeah, people who start calling people names are usually the worst of all. And I understand. Tell me
you only entered when you
why can you
recognized a
see?
productive conversation.
Oh no,
That's
no.
when you made your entrance.
I'm trying to make a productive conversation. I truly have a
Well,
question.
you interrupted one, sir.
I do. Okay, calm down. You sound like Saxon, sir.
Be civil now.
If you're the person that keeps screaming, sir, calm down. Why is it that in one portion of the world you can see some stars, and in the other portion of the world you cannot?
You tell us.
Because the world is round. Because you can only see some stars from one portion. If you're on the southern hemisphere, you can only look out to see those stars, and if you're on the northern hemisphere, you can only look out and see those stars. So
you're assuming
if we
that
have
you're
a
on a
flat
sphere
Earth,
to begin
why
with. So
can I
you've
not
assumed-
see all the stars?
You've included your conclusion in your premise, right? Okay, that's begging the
No,
question.
I'm asking. No,
And then,
here's the question.
yes,
If it's flat,
shut up.
why can I
Shut up a
not?
minute.
No, you shut
up a
the
minute.
fuck up, bitch.
Two, right? You've
You're not
affirmed
talking to the right person, or you can mute me. Whatever. I don't give a fuck. You shut the fuck up. It's a simple question.
I
Why?
have a question for you. I want to
All
know
right.
how you travel all around the world carrying a telescope and have time to be in Discord.
Is that guy still here? Did he leave?
He left.
He left. So he doesn't want his evidence to stand on its own merit and be critiqued, right, and evaluated. He wants to be able to put it up in a false dichotomy against his idea, his version of how a flat Earth should work and how the stars should appear to behave.
But how is that begging the question?
He already concluded that he's on a hemisphere. He's on a sphere, right? Already concluded that.
No, so I just took it to
And
be
if
a
he
modus
didn't,
ponens. I just took it to be an if then. If you can't see all the stars, globe theory
so
is
that would be
evidence. You can't
affirming
see all
the
the stars.
consequent.
No,
So
read.
that would
Listen
be
to me.
affirming the consequent.
Yes, that's circular reasoning.
Which,
How high are they?
Let's. Okay, so I heard two things now. One was circular reasoning, and one was affirming the consequent. Which one should we go?
Same. Call it what you want.
He did both. He did both.
Okay. So
How
where in
high
the
are
premise?
the stars? How high
so
are
I
they?
just put the. So I just stop. I just put the argument in formal propositional logic, right, in the chat. Show me where the conclusions in the premise.
If I'm on a sphere.
I'm sorry?
If I'm on a sphere. He said from the northern hemisphere and from the southern hemisphere. Okay, you've already decided that you're on a sphere then.
No, listen. All he's talking about is where the location, right? You can call it, you can call it North America and Australia. It doesn't matter, right?
I guess words don't have meaning now. Right?
Yeah, exclamation mark, Yorkie. He brought it up as globe evidence. That's the context in which he said, I see different stars in the sky in different locations, therefore Earth must be sphere.
Yeah, so that's a completely different, like, you're not even tracking. So listen, when he said hemisphere, right, all he needs to do, all he's doing is just talking about a location, right?
Yeah, we're talking about the globe, the sphere globe, the globe.
Right. But he's not assuming.
Sure he was. Sure. You must have gotten here late.
Okay,
That's exactly what he was doing.
I heard the argument and I put it in chat. So I just want to see how it's begging the
You
question.
didn't hear it correctly.
Okay, let's see.
I can't see airplanes when they fly away. How come?
All right, so I really haven't heard else begging the question. So let's talk about it being affirming the NS.
Yeah, you did hear it. You hand waved it. You said, "Nuh-uh, it's not."
Okay. So when he said hemisphere, right?
I never said hemisphere. I never said hemisphere, sir.
I never said you said that. I said when he said hemisphere.
Well, the point is, if you're since he was a loudmouth. Since he was a loudmouth.
Hey, why are you ever talking to me? Why are you ever talking to me? Right? So if you're going to be dishonest,
not right. Since he was a loudmouth, maybe I'll explain it to you. He said,
"Why are you ever talking to me? Why are you ever talking to me? I was speaking." Right? So you're being dishonest, right? And saying that the meaning of using the term
I'm not talking anymore. I muted you for 10 seconds. Since he was a loudmouth,
I'm just not going to talk to you.
What he did, he entered into the conversation rudely, interrupted a productive conversation, and then said, I see different stars in the sky in different locations, therefore the Earth must be a globe. That's what he did, Yorkie. You can go back to barking now.
Oh yeah, I didn't hear anything you said because I was driving away from my Wi-Fi. So yeah, what I was saying right before you interrupted me right, is that it's obvious, right, that what he was saying by hemisphere there wasn't
Okay, I'll give you the
including.
recap again, then, dog.
Oh, there you go,
Listen
over
up, dog.
talking again. Oh, there you go, over talking again. I'm just
He
not
said
gonna
he
talk
saw
yet.
different stars in the
See you
sky
later.
from
See
different
you later.
locations,
See you
and he
later.
thought
You're
that
running
that
away
meant
by
that the
over
Earth
talking me.
is a ball.
You're running.
Wow.
Thinks he knows this guy better than the guy knows himself.
And the guy left because he couldn't deal with it, and this guy's trying to replace him.
Well, you're both. Well,
They
both
might
of
be
you
like
are trying to.
Yeah, so my wife just called me. I didn't hear that again. So are you going to allow me to say what I'm going to say, or are you going to
the
overtalk me
same
for a third time?
programming, so might as well be speaking to the same person.
Yeah, so are you going to overtalk me, or are you going to listen to what I have to say? Because I
Why
don't
don't you
talk
go?
here.
Why
Right?
don't you go talk? Why don't you just go talk nastily to your wife?
Nastily to my wife? Why would I do that?
Well, that's what you're doing here.
Yeah, because you're a fucking idiot that overtalks. My wife's not an idiot that overtalks.
She doesn't
Right?
overtalk
Oh,
you.
I'm sure you. I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure you're.
Yeah,
You're so pleasant.
my wife's a learned doctor, and she is like a professor, and she's like a respected, beautiful person. Like, why would I talk to
She
her like
doesn't
that?
overtalk you then.
You're just a weird person on the internet that overtalks me.
No, so you're a bigot.
I'm a bigot. Why am I a bigot?
Why? I have no idea. I have no idea why you choose to be a bigot.
How am I a bigot?
Well, you just said that you would never speak to your wife, your learned wife, but you just want to assume I'm some jerk on the internet. Therefore,
Well,
you
you're
would
acting like
speak to
one.
me like trash. Oh, now you're going to overtalk me. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Yeah. So, am I allowed to talk now before you
You
overtalk?
take the right PFP, the most yapping dog of all time.
Okay. All right. Do you want to actually engage, or are you just going to overtalk me when I try to engage?
Well, are you aware of the recap? What happened with the last guy? Now?
Yeah, I told you I didn't hear it because I was moving away from my Wi-Fi. Then my wife called me. Right. So,
He needs a recap.
Do you need the recap a third time?
Yeah, he needs a recap. I muted him so he can listen.
Oh my
All right, dog. He said he saw different lights in the sky from different locations. Yeah.
They think they're going to control the room.
It's P1 in the text. It's begging the question.
Wait, why is it begging the question? That's what was asked.
Here's the next one. This is brilliant.
Can we ask why it's begging the question?
What globe? If we see all the stars, P1. If we see all the stars, the globe is evidenced. Globe.
No, I'm talking about the guy who proposed the logic in the chat.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about too. What globe?
I'm trying to find where it is. Can you tag me where it is again? I lost. Or just like pin it. I mean, that's what I'm asking.
One. If we see all the stars, the globe is evidenced.
Yeah, I don't
What
think that was the logic proposed.
Yeah, that was his logic.
No,
That's the
I
guy
think
that just spazzed out and left. Yeah.
No, I feel like you're reducing it with that, like reducing a lot of the premises though. It's not just simply stars.
Okay, so what globe? So what globe then? Globe.
I'm trying to. I need. Who keeps fucking making the game? Can you stop doing that? It's so annoying. Fucking troll. Can you pin the logic thing he typed out, if that's alright? I didn't see a response to it. Oh my god, this guy is so annoying. Does it tell you who's doing that?
Doing what? I have no
The
idea what
fucking
you're
keep
talking about.
starting an activity, then closing it down again. It just makes so much noise. I don't know how to turn it off. Okay. Yeah, you tell us. Alright, simple. What is pose? You can't see all the stars. Globe is evidence. See all the globe is evidence. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't think that's correct. Yeah, that's fair enough response. I think this is. I would say that is begging the question. There's too many assumptions you can make from that.
Looks like Discord updated within the past 20 minutes. Brand new app.
I got rid of the app. All back. I don't understand why they can't make an app on an Android device do absolutely anything and everything that you could do on a PC. Just don't understand why. They have to make it different.
But
Yeah, same with the iOS.
Talk about the. I think it's fine to use inductive logic, right? Would that be a problem?
Yes.
Why?
It relies on inference, doesn't it?
And what's wrong with inferences?
It's not a proof. You're still just left in the realm of could be. Oh, it could be.
No, so I think there's two different things here. So there would be we have, what is probable, what is possible. And so obviously many things are possible. But what is probable is determined by reason. Reasons can be
We're not
accounted.
dealing with possibles and probables and suggestions and speculation.
Of course we are. We do all the time.
No,
We do the,
we're not.
You
We're
even
not.
do this.
We're dealing with verifiability and falsifiability.
No, we do this, for example, with saying the Earth is flat because I observe it to be flat and I experience it to be flat, which is using a reason to make that conclusion.
No, we measure. This is a measurement. It's a geometric measurement.
Geometric measurement. Yeah, so how did you measure it to be flat?
We have everything from laser tests to radar bounce tests using microwaves to long distance infrared, both at the ground level and up in the sky, including airplanes and balloons. Curvature can't be found. At least not curvature that is in accordance with any globe.
Well, okay, so you can go through some of them. So, like your satellite imagery using balloons. I'm confused in which if we compare the pictures used of the Earth, you determine it would be difficult to verify. Are you saying that you verified all imagery used by international space stations and satellites? Would you say they're all fake? Is there evidence that they're all fake?
Well, we can go behind, so to speak, behind the imagery and look at the context of the image itself and how it came to be.
Right.
And what the claim is. So the claim is that these images were taken from an environment that itself represents a thermodynamics violation and can't exist in any means that can be demonstrated in our normal everyday experience. So this being the vacuum of outer space, essentially.
Okay. When it comes to thermodynamics violation, I think I had a conversation with Dr. Blitz. I don't know if you know who that is.
Yeah, he's been in our home server several times.
Yeah, and how did that go? How did that go?
That's a very interesting name you have there, man.
How did it go? I mean, I recall, at least on a couple occasions, he spiraled out.
Well, what issues did you have with his main responses?
Well, he was affirming the consequent the entire time. He was basically doing if A, then B, B therefore A, with pretty much everything he brought to the table. So, I mean, and this is quite common, you see.
Well, can you give a particular example?
If I drop a pencil, then gravity exists. I drop the pencil, gravity exists.
Yeah, no, I meant, can you provide an example of what he said specifically?
Well, so I mean, he would, if I recall, he brought forth. I think I don't know if he was the guy that brought forth the exoplanets, or that might have been another guy. So basically, all these claims that affirm what the claim is in the first instance, circular reasoning. You know, so it's like saying satellites are orbiting. What's the proof? We have pictures from satellites. This proves that satellites are orbiting.
But it could have been taken from a high altitude balloon, right?
That's right. I mean, we have no provenance. So what I would like to know is from all these so-called satellites, how that image came to be. I'm not going to claim to be an expert in being able to interpret the imagery and from the image itself decide how it was taken and so on. I want to know.
So, in terms of thermodynamics violation, the main responses would be, like, okay, well, space is described to be a near perfect vacuum, not necessarily a vacuum. And then obviously the gravity conversation, which we've been through a million times. Would you say gravity is possible? Not necessarily proven to be the case. And when I say possible, I also mean probable. Hello?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so the question was, do you think gravity is possible as well as probable, or do you think it's impossible, or possible but improbable?
Identify that what that is first. I don't know what that is. What are you saying gravity is?
Gravity between Newtonian and general relativity by Einstein. Do you think any of these two theories are possible, probable?
No.
You talking about relativity? That shit just recently got debunked.
Nope.
Indirectly.
Debunked by who?
When dark matter was debunked. Because
Wait,
dark matter... Give me just a second, let me finish, bro.
Alright.
Yeah, dark matter was the ad hoc theory to explain why gravity wasn't working at the galactic level. And recently gravity got debunked. Would you like to see what I'm talking about?
Well, can you just like tell me for now, and then you can you can send a message or link me here actually. So I've got to walk soon.
Okay, I'm just wondering if you wanted it. I know that I can link it. I got perms, but I was just wondering if you wanted it.
Yeah, sure.
Cool. Right. So, Professor Krupa said that when the two galaxies collided, if there was a dark matter halo, the stars should have passed through like marbles sinking to the bottom of a jar of honey. But instead, what they observed was that the stars just went right through as if it was an empty jar, like a marble going through an empty jar. So he said that dark matter is debunked with a certainty of 5 sigma, which I don't know if you know what that means, but like 99.9999%. It's like apples falling from a tree. It's really high. Really, really high. Like you're not gonna, still have good faith conversations with people who say that they believe it after they've, seen this. And it's interesting because the video he starts out by talking about flat Earth. But yeah, I'll post it for you.
So in debunking, well, quote unquote, debunking dark matter, this necessarily debunk Einstein's theory of relativity?
Of course, that's why he said that you can't take it seriously anymore. That's why they're working on a modified Newtonian gravity. Right, they're going backwards because what they went forward with didn't work. So, and of
How
course
do
we
you
know
feel?
Newtonian gravity doesn't work. That's why they came up with Einsteinian gravity. But yeah, I'll post it for you. Give me just a second.
Oh, I spoke to a physicist. And they said that Newtonians doesn't necessarily contradict general relativity. It's just that they're in two different planes.
It doesn't contradict. So you telling me like they're the same?
No, they say that they are two different things. but they don't necessarily contradict each other. They're talking about like small, like two different scales.
Yeah, they're two different stories. That's all.
Okay, two different scales of masses.
No.
Why no? Like, why are you saying no?
Mass doesn't attract mass. How's that?
No, I meant like in terms of
they work off
theories,
completely
but-
different principles.
Yeah,
Work off
yeah.
completely different principles, and they're completely different geometries.
Yeah, I agree. I said they're different, but what I said is they don't necessarily contradict each other.
Well, if they're completely different, you're saying they're different, but they reach the same conclusion.
No, they don't reach the same conclusion.
Yeah,
Because
they're
if that would be the case, then Newton would be claiming that mass and space is warping to result in.
Are they complementary? Do they complement each other?
I wouldn't think so. Not necessarily. No.
How aren't they contradictory?
Sorry.
And how aren't they contradicting each other?
Because I don't see a statement saying X is and X is not. Unless you can demonstrate what I'm missing.
Well, I mean, there's 3 space and then there's 4 space. So I don't know how you think that that's not a contradiction.
3 space and 4 space.
Yeah, 3
Yeah,
space.
would you be able to
right?
explain the
X, Y, and Z. And then in Newtonian, you got spooky action at a distance, which is like instant. And according to Einstein, nothing moves faster than the speed of light. I don't know how you don't see that as a contradiction. So
Wait,
they might
can
be
you-
similar, but
Can you explain that last bit again? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
right, like with Einstein, nothing moves faster than the speed of light, right?
Right.
And I don't guess Newton had a problem with that because spooky action at a distance is like instant action at a distance.
Yeah, so basically Newton proposed that all matter is simultaneously attracted to all matter in the universe at once.
Okay.
So
But
this
in
violates
Einstein-
causality.
This violates causality. Why would this be the case?
Well, because what is proposed under Einstein is there's a speed limit to the speed of light, and things that go faster than that violate causality.
And would you say that what Newtonian is proposing would suggest something going faster than the speed of light?
Well, in this case, it's so fast it's instantaneous.
Okay. Yeah, with the attraction between all masses. I'd have to read more into it. I don't know. 'Cause I don't know. Like I'm just going off like, I didn't obviously ask those specific questions, so they just like propose they aren't necessarily contradictions, that they can be complementary. I'll have to read more. But thanks for telling me that and the link. But to finish off, like my statement about inferences, I don't see the issue with differences, reusability when we do this all the time.
Spinning space monkey religion. Has nothing in common with reality outside our doors right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Would you not say the firmament would be a direct induction? Because you're saying that gravity, not gas requires a physical container, therefore there must be a container which is a firmament. There is no way to necessarily observe or test the firmament. So it's just.
I don't know about any firmament in specific, but I mean, gas does require containment.
Yeah.
As far as the
Exactly.
nature of that mechanism, where it is and stuff, we can't tell.
Well, he believes in a firmament. He just doesn't know it. Right,
But
guy?
yeah, that's true.
So when Marconi sent a radio signal, line of sight from from England to Australia, how did that happen?
I didn't understand the question.
Okay, well, if you look it up, they're going to tell you that he bounced it off of the firmament. Oh, that's right. They don't like that word. So they called it the ionosphere. They
Right.
can bounce signals off of something up there because either it's flat and it was line of sight, straight shot all the way across, or they
But what?
bounced it off of something up there.
But wasn't it just they couldn't do this in all locations? They could only do it in certain
What do you mean
locations.
all locations? Do you not know that radio signals can what's called bounce and skip? I'm an old CB guy. Like I used to skip really long distances off of just 12-volt battery from my pickup truck.
I don't know if there's any tests to suggest that this happens in all locations. Or
Are you
most.
unaware that you can bounce signals off of the ionosphere? Just Google
No,
it.
I said I agree with that, but I'm saying this isn't. I don't know if this is in all locations.
Is there a place where there's not an ionosphere?
Not necessarily, but I'm saying I was just making making a suggestion that I don't know if you can bounce it off all locations of the ionosphere.
Okay, well, just make sure you don't call it the firmament or they'll laugh at you, right? They're all gonna laugh at you.
Because it kind of like reminds me of that other question when it came to the laser of the moon statement. You wouldn't necessarily bounce a laser from all locations.
The frequency dependent, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Well, I don't think you could do it from any type of radio transmissions.
Only is that Coney sent a signal 1,000 miles. He was told, well, I think first he sent it 2,000 miles, and he was originally told, "Oh, it'll never succeed. The curvature of the Earth will block the transmission." And when it worked, they had to invent an idea. They had to, well, obviously it's not flat, right? So there'd be this other thing. So they came up with the ionosphere. Airways bouncing off firmament. I mean, ionosphere. Larry?
What would this be firmament made of?
No idea.
What makes it physical?
The fact that gas particles collide with something.
What particles collide? Gas particles.
Gas particles colliding
Um,
with the walls of the container causes gas pressure.
Claim too that it's a reflective surface for radio propagation.
I mean, I've never seen a non-physical container.
Well, yeah, I don't think you can necessarily demonstrate it in a test environment because of the conditions of what gravity is suggested to be.
What?
Well, I don't think you'd be able to demonstrate gravity in that specific condition with what gravity is suggested to be, right? Like if I get a vacuum chamber, there's no way of me being able to necessarily demonstrate gravity going to contain in gas in the space if the gravity is relative to the Earth, not the
Your
physical
vacuum
box.
chamber's supposed to be on the thing that is claimed to be holding the gas. Weird.
No, what I'm saying is that if I have a vacuum chamber like on the floor, well, relative to the ground, then I can't necessarily use gravity as a containment in for this box. It won't necessarily change anything relative to the ground, and I won't be able to make a box big enough to represent the atmosphere. Right? I think it's hard to replicate. It's going to be basically impossible to replicate the atmosphere with a vacuum chamber. But that's why I suggested I don't think inductions are necessarily bad things. I think we use inductions all the time. I think it's reasonable to assume things to be the case in the absence of diffuse.
Tired of no globe proof? Go to where your friends are having fun believing that something's true that doesn't exist in reality. Have fun. See you later. That one guy was really fun. He's like, "You dumb flat earthers, you're just dumb because you're just dumb, and everybody says you're dumb." And so I'm just going along with what everybody else says. Aren't I special?
This new Discord update is horrible. You can't watch the chat and hit push to talk at the same time. So if you wanted to read something in chat and talk with push to talk, you can't do it at the same time.
Why don't you go to voice activated instead?
Thought about it.
Although sometimes on the mobile, I found I can't get to my it won't activate my mic button. Like if I want to mute, I have to go back several pages to get my mic to mute or unmute.
I found push to talk to be very unreliable. Like I would have it on push to talk, and suddenly I'd be hot micing, and I wasn't pushing the button. It was like, what the heck? Stuff that.
I believe it.
I take it everybody's using a phone and not a computer that's having the problems with the mic.
I'm on an Android tablet. I'm using a browser. I got rid of the app. It was just so annoying. But it was weeks ago. How is my feed? Is it all right? Am I coming through okay?
Really well, actually.
Yeah, it sounds great.
Awesome, thanks. Yes.
Yeah, I use a web browser too, and so I just click on the thing for my mic to either mute it or unmute it here. So I don't really have an issue with problems on my Windows PC. By the way, happy Thursday, everybody.
Cheers, thanks. Same to you. I'm a day ahead.
Or T-Dub, is it at... Yeah, you're Friday already, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, happy Friday to you, T-Dub. And I don't know if there's any other people standing upside down on the board right now. But anybody down under? Happy Friday to you. And of course, I say upside down and down under in the most loving way because we all know there is no upside down. Well, I'm currently on my lunch break. I've got less than 10 minutes to go. My wife went out to go get a sandwich for me about 2 hours ago. And I'm still waiting for her to get back, and I'm hungry. Maybe there'll be enough time to eat my sandwich left when she gets back here.
Yeah, when you say sandwich, are you talking about like a sub?
No, this is a place that all they do is they make sandwiches. You can get stuff on a roll, on a baguette, on rye, whatever. And they've got some pretty interesting sandwiches, to tell you the truth. If I still have the menu here. And no, she took that with her. But, the one I'm getting, it's got roast beef, turkey, ham. It's got the cheese on it. It's horseradish, cilantro or horseradish something. Horseradish and chives, cheese. They make their own bread there. And the bread, even, the harder bread is very, very soft, like on a roll like you'd get on a beef dip. The roll is very soft on the inside, fresh bread made daily. And it's a pretty good place. But it's just a little mom and pop shop. It's a one-off located near me. Now, what's funny is once upon a time, there used to be another sandwich shop there. And this has been 45 years ago. And I used to work across the street from it. And I went there once, and it was the worst sandwich I ever had. I thought, man, why would I want to pay, this much for something I could make at home? And I just wasn't very happy with it. And I never went back. And, a couple decades later, I'm driving by with my wife, and she goes, oh, I want to try, this place sometime. And I said, oh, that was terrible. I went there a long time ago. But I didn't realize they'd changed the name. And so we never tried it. And so one day she goes, well, let's just try it. Maybe it's changed. And I figured, okay, 40 years, 35 years, whatever it's been. Okay. And we went in there, and I was talking to one of the customers there. And he said he's been going there for a long time. And I mentioned, yeah, I came here, back in the late 70s, early 80s. and I really wasn't impressed with it. He goes, "Oh, that was when it was called such and such, but they closed down, and this company opened up later." And I thought, "Oh, wow, okay." But the menu is totally different. The decor inside, the seating, and all that kind of stuff, it was totally different. Of course, all new people, and the sandwich was really, really good. My mother-in-law got a pastrami. I forget what my wife got. And the one I got, like I said, it had 3 different types of meat, cheese, and it was outstanding. I got it on a grilled sourdough. But not like a Subway at all. Subway is, that's like going to Taco Bell and expecting to get Mexican food. I should do a commercial for this company, huh?
Yeah, I'd see American movies growing up, and they'd say a meatball sandwich, and I envisioned 2 slices of bread with some meatballs sort of disproportionately like in the middle. Like, how does that work? And then I realized, no, they're talking about like a roll, like a sub,
Like a French roll.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I lived on those for a long time, man, when I didn't have a whole lot of money and I was single. I would go to the Subway, and for like $1.29, I could get a 12-inch sub and a bag of chips and a drink. Or maybe it was 2 something. It was really cheap back then. But and I get the meatball sandwich, and tell them to put a lot of sauce on there so it would soak up the bread, and that would fill me up. And it was not real expensive and not real healthy. But then there's times that I'd live off of the 7-Eleven nachos and chili. So you've probably heard of 7-Eleven that we have out here, haven't you?
We've got 7-Elevens, yeah.
Oh, okay. So I don't know if they've got it out there, but here they have nacho bars. And it's a little stand right by the cash register where they have tortilla chips and a heat lamp. And they have a tub of nacho cheese. It's fake cheese, orange-colored stuff. And then they've got a tub of chili. Yeah, so what I would do, since you could fill your own bowl up, what I would do is I'd take the empty container and I'd fill it up full of chili first and get it so it was almost up to the top. And then I'd take the chips and I'd line them up in parallel so I could get a lot of them stacked up in there without spilling the chili all out of it. And then when it got so full I couldn't add any more, I took the cheese and I poured it on top of the chips. And I really, got it packed in there well, so it was heavy, it was a meal. It was like 99 cents. So I didn't have a whole lot of money and I could get full. Have you ever had a Mongolian barbecue? Have you ever had Mongolian barbecue, T-Dub?
I think we should just put a pin in this and get back to Effie.
Sorry, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm
we have
hungry anyway.
Chinese.
So aside from looking for good places to eat, I've been looking around and trying to find the curve, but I haven't found it yet. Is anybody else out there maybe found that curve?
Well, Globers tell us it's there, you just can't see it. But you have to believe it's there because it's the right thing to do.
I just learned you can point a special thing at the sky and it tells you what it is.
Does it go through the container in the sky to tell you what's beyond it?
It just tells you, pointed at a light, and it tells you what it's made of. And I guess population and clouds and everything.
A little while ago, there was some conversation about radio waves, and I do have some experience in citizens band and amateur radio and doing what's called skip. And skip is what happens is when your signal goes supposedly off of the ionosphere and bounces down someplace else. And I've talked to many different places around the world and probably just about every state in the United States using skip. And what's really interesting about doing long-distance radio transmissions, you have, as a general rule, when you're on a radio like a citizens band radio, you have an omnidirectional antenna, which means it's going 360 degrees broadcasting all the way around. Now, to get a longer distance, people would use what's called a directional antenna, and you could point it. and you'd have a little thing on your desk, and it'd have like a little compass on it, and you could point it northeast, southwest, any direction that you wanted to go, and the antenna up on top of your roof would rotate around whichever direction you pointed it. And that was a lot better. So if you lived on the West Coast, you'd want to point it towards the East Coast to see how far you could get. Now, some of these antennas, they would have the option of sending that signal not only directional, but in a horizontal wave or a vertical wave. Now, on a horizontal wave, what would happen, that's where you'd get the best distance. And if you had somebody that was transmitting on a vertical wave or an omnidirectional wave, their signal wouldn't come in as strong as if you had a horizontal wave. And so, let's see, horizontal, yeah, okay, just making sure I didn't get it mixed up. But
that's
anyway,
right, for ground reflection.
Well, so this wouldn't even reflect off the ionosphere, because if you're going horizontal, you're going flat, straight across. So if your antenna is, up, say, 100 feet, 200 feet up above the ground, and you have it pointing straight across in a horizontal wave, that wave pattern is going to go left to right, left to right, left to right, instead of up and down and up and down and up and down. Now, when it's going left and right and left and right and left and right, it's not going to be curving. Gravity is not going to pull that radio signal down. Gravity is going to have nothing to do with it. It's going to point where it wants to go. So there is nothing that would keep that signal from going straight in the direction that you pointed to. If you point that direction going east, it's not going to go south. It's going to go east. If you have that signal going vertical, that wave is going to go up and down as it goes across. And you might say, oh, well, yeah, that wave is just getting so big. That's how come it's going so far around the curve of the Earth. But when you're on the flat side, is what we called it, and you've got a horizontal directional beam, that's shooting straight across, just like if you're going a plane flying across an airfield. It just keeps going straight. So if I could talk from here to New York, or here from to North Carolina, South Carolina, whichever one's out there on the coast, if I could talk those places on my radio, and that signal was going flat straight across, there's no way we could be on a ball, because what would happen is after a few miles, that signal would keep going straight out of the universe, out to the universe, often just keep on going and going past the ball. But the fact that it didn't keep going and it went straight across the country, which is about 3,000 miles, and I was able to communicate with something else, I never thought about it back then. And this has been like over 40 years ago that I used to play with this. And I never even thought about, well, how come the signal doesn't get lost over the curve? But we all knew the flat side was the way to get the long distance on there. So that's personal experience from one radio operator. I'm not into radio equipment now. I don't have all that stuff. There's a whole story with a divorce and another thing, but that's another story.
Sending a horizontal signal was more efficient than trying to rely on skip.
Well, okay, so skip, the skip I would do on an omnidirectional antenna. So that was sending a wave kind of like a ball. It was sending it 360 degrees all the way around. And let's see, what time is it? Okay, I got 3 minutes. All right, so, and what would happen, they said supposedly, is that signal, because it's going around all different directions, it would go up, it would bounce against the ionosphere, and it would come back down. Now, there's no choosing where it would come from, because the skip would fade in and out. So now I don't know if whatever it was bouncing against, that signal, I don't know whether that was totally solid and hard and something got in the way to prevent that radio signal from coming through, or I don't know if whatever that signal was bouncing off was moving in altitude, and that's why my signal could go from California to Nevada to California to Florida, and it would vary, and there would be no choice where I wanted to go. It's just wherever that signal would bounce to.
Because it's omnidirectional, is it possible that you were just getting a signal which was propagating horizontally?
Well, it could be. I mean, you'd still pick up the signal, but not as strong if you're on the flat side. They also have what's called sideband. There's upper and lower sideband. So if you take the wave, now not looking at how it's being transmitted, but just imagine a wave with a center line, and then you've got the wave going up, and then it comes back, and then it goes down underneath that horizontal line. So you've got the upper part of the wave, and then you've got the lower part of the wave, and that's called sideband. So if I was talking on the upper side of that band, and you were talking on the lower side of that band, so I'm using one half of the wave, you're using the other half of the wave, we could have our directional antennas pointed directly at each other, and we wouldn't really be able to hear each other.
So I had a sideband
If you
radio.
could, it would be kind of it would be kind of quiet and a bit distorted. It would sound kind of like Donald Duck.
I had a sideband radio, and it was in my pickup truck, and I think it was like
Okay.
a Cobra, and it had a whole bunch of different
Yeah, like a
switches.
Cobra
Like
138.
I don't remember, bro. It's like
Yeah,
early
so you could go to
2000s.
upper sideband or lower sideband
Right,
or
right,
AM, which you're taking up both sides of the band.
right. And there was several different options, but it always had the 40. Click, 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 click. 40 channels, and
40 channels?
yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
But
that's
it
the way they
had
come
the
stock.
upper end.
That's the way they
Sorry.
come stock.
Right, right. I'm
I
saying
said
for
that's the way they
each.
come stock.
I
I
got you,
used to
bro.
modify mine.
Oh, I didn't modify. I just installed it. But after you get the SWRPs dialed in and everything, I think there was a meter that you bought, and you got everything set up. And I had a
Yeah, an
9%
SWR meter that stands for standing wave ratio, and that's tuning the antenna length to the frequency that you're broadcasting on.
Right. I didn't know all that, but I just remember dialing it in or tuning it or something. And
Uh-huh.
I remember people from New York talking to people from California, and they could hear me
Oh
trying to
yeah.
mic up, but they couldn't understand me. They were like, somebody's trying to key up. I can't quite pick it up. And I remember talking to people as far as Georgia and Arizona. They could hear
I
me
mean,
and
Larry,
understand me in
listen.
Georgia and Arizona.
Excuse me. My lunch break is up. I've got to put myself on available here so I can still talk, but I might have to mute up instantly if I get a call in here. So, but yeah, I love talking about this kind of stuff. I've been into this for years. And okay, there's my call.
That's how you know it's a glow, because you're bouncing the signals of the ionosphere, right?
But don't call it that. They get touchy.
Okay, the firmament.
Yeah, they get touchy.
Hey, does that mean the firmament is flat or concave?
I don't know. I just know that people with, I had a 12-volt battery, right? And it didn't have an amplifier or anything, but they could hear me from Georgia. It's pretty far away.
I imagine Admiral Byrd had like a more powerful station than what you had, and he was sending it from Little America to New York or something like that. That's pretty far away.
Yeah, he probably had an amplifier. They sold amplifiers because the way that it works is if you're just on a regular CB radio, you can't hear people. You might get lucky to hear them from like 11 miles away. That's luck, right? But if you get like a 1,000-watt amp, I mean, you could easily reach 30, 40 miles. But with a sideband radio without an amp, you could reach, I guess would be about 1,000 miles from here to Georgia. I don't know. But yeah, like 1,000 miles. If you were to put an amp on that sucker, I guess the sky's the limit, right?
Yeah, the sky's the limit as long as you're bouncing stuff off it.
Used to pick up Indonesian fishing boats. Right, we're much like in a valley. I think it was UHF CB, and we're in a valley, and we're about 100 kilometers from the coast, and we'd pick up Indonesian fishing boats, and there was no telling where they were. I mean, they were a long way away.
In Indonesia.
We in Missouri and St. Louis, we used to actually pick up some kind of Russian radio, and also Japanese stations in Missouri. This is in the middle of the country in St. Louis.
Yeah, different countries that get different laws on how much amps you could amp up your radio with. So if you're talking about Indonesia, they probably just did whatever they wanted. Right? There was no
This was
FFA or FAA, excuse me.
right. Well, I don't know if they were off the coast of Indonesia or if they ventured down towards, because we were about 100 k's from the east coast. Could even be further than 100k. Yeah, but yeah, it was a long way. So, like I said, there's no telling where they were positioned, but they were definitely a long way away.
Yeah, so that's how you get a Glober to invoke the firmament. They just call it the ionosphere. Because they can't have it both ways. Either it's flat and it's line of sight, or they're bouncing it off of something. And something means something, not nothing.
Well, we know we have reflectors, mirrors on the moon, so maybe we're bouncing off that. Maybe the sky is a mirror. Maybe the sun is a reflection of a reflection of a reflection.
So the one time I did get a signal from like 11 miles away, it was 9 or 11, somewhere in there. It was really far for a CB radio. It was like a straight long highway. And I was talking to a guy from my hometown, and I was the next kind of little community over. And he was like, "Where you at right now?" And we were like amazed that we were getting like 9 or 11 miles. It was like, you know, surprising that we got that kind of range. So I've noticed a new tactic that they've been using recently. They like to drop the word physics, and physics is a real science. So anytime they say physics, they're just being extremely ambiguous and like riding on the coattails of science again. So ask them, what do you mean physics? What are you talking about? And of course, they still use that same old trick. That's not what I'm saying. Like, of course, that's why it came out of my mouth. So when you start making an argument that they don't like, they go, "That's not what I'm saying." Trying to do Jedi mind tricks.
Physics in the fantasy globe, because remember, it's physics in Dragon Ball Z, because it works there in the Dragon Ball Z universe. And you gotta you gotta be specific. Which physics are you talking about? So you're gonna say physics in a far, far away galaxy, in an exoplanet.
They just like to be ambiguous, like as much as possible.
Yeah, they're safe if it's unfalsifiable.
Now you're just being ambiguously philosophical. Just kidding. Now you're just being rhetorical.
The amount of tactics that these dudes deploy, I mean, it's really funny, the things that they do, like watching them and analyzing them, and the double speak and the double think and the cognitus and all the stuff that they do. Like it's really entertaining.
Testing 1 2 testing
1 2 3.
Oh my god. Hey, I was looking into Zeppelins yesterday. You ever look into lighter than air travel?
Oh yeah, all the time, bro. I really think they robbed us from that because hydrogen is volatile. But you watch the video, right, of the Hindenburg? It didn't pop, right? Like hydrogen is extremely volatile. Like it goes off like little firecrackers with a HHO generator, and you put a little soap in the water, and you light that shit. Like it's a vigorous, ferocious pop, right? Hold on, so
Yeah.
give me a second. So watch the video and then watch the hydrogen pop videos.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, these videos, they seemed like a slow burn. I mean, not slow, but slower than a pop, like at once, and it kind of gradually fell to the ground. And they say 34 people died out of 90, which I can't believe, looking at the footage even. But that's a good point that it didn't just go all at once. I had no idea how furbished it was with lounges and bars, smoking lounges. They had toilets, kitchens, big staff. It's like a cruise line in the air.
Showers, bathtubs.
Showers. It's incredible.
Gardens, plants.
Gardens. They had lawn bowling. It's what they took from us, and what they could have.
Carry horses, animals in it.
Which was luxury travel is what they took from us.
That was luxury travel, and says, "Oh, we have airplanes now. You don't need Zeppelins." It's like, well, what if we want Zeppelins? What if we want to take a leisurely trip across the United States for cheaper? You know, it takes 5 days.
Compare
So
it to
what?
airplanes these days and that service and how dangerous airplanes are. I mean, they're all right, but I will say that the sibling stuff it looks so much better in my opinion.
Oh my God, it looks incredible. Seeing the horizon like that. The what was it? The Graf Zeppelin? Is that what it's called? Germany built some incredible Zeppelins.
Yep. And look, there's no reason why we shouldn't by now have personal Zeppelins, personal dirigibles, like
dirigibles, exactly, dirigibles.
They could be solid, like a solid material, just like they make tanks out of plexiglass and fiber and stuff.
If you
do realize it wouldn't be cheaper, right? It'd be extremely more expensive to travel with Zeppelin.
No.
Why?
That would be cheap.
How?
Because of the time. Because of the time.
Yeah, but if you're willing to pay to stay on a cruise line and go in the ocean, you're not even doing anything. At least with a Zeppelin, you can cruise over the whole United States like a cruise.
I'm just saying it would not be cheap. It'd be extremely expensive.
Extremely expensive.
What were the tickets back then compared to what they were? What they'd have to sell for today? I mean, what were they paying for?
How long would it take for a Zeppelin to go? How long would it take for a Zeppelin to go to New York to California? How
Okay,
long?
they were circling Earth in 12 days.
So call it 3 days.
Circling Earth, yeah. And what I'm saying is, people take weekend cruises, and all they're looking at. Listen to me. All they're looking at is ocean. What's the difference?
My point is that it's expensive. That's my point.
He's talking like the guy that wants to go to New York and come back the same day, like those business travel.
Yeah, of course, no one's going to do that.
I'm not talking
that is
about
just
that.
a waste of time.
I'm just talking about the fact that it wouldn't be cheap. It'd be expensive.
How much?
Why, because you say so.
How much were the tickets to board the Graf Zeppelin when they were?
Because you have to pay your staff, and if they're working for 3 days straight, you have to pay them.
That's not why they stopped the Zeppelins, though.
I'm explaining why it would be explaining. I'm explaining why it would be expensive. I'm explaining why it'd be expensive.
Well, they only stopped it because of air travel, but they were doing it just fine for a long time. People were helping it land. Even the citizens would come out and help it land.
That's great. I have no problem with that. I'm just saying it would not be cheap. That's all I'm saying about it.
How much do you think the tickets were to get on a Zeppelin back then? What do you think the ticket was?
I have no idea. I'm just talking about right now.
10 cents. 10 cents.
I'm talking about right now in real life. How long would it take for say Zeppelin to go from New York to California?
As long as it needs.
And then you have to pay the staff to serve all the people's needs, and it would be expensive because you're paying for someone for 3 days labor.
What do you think the ticket would be to do a cruise from California to New York in a Zeppelin? What do you think that would cost one person, one ticket for room and board, food, toiletries?
How would it cost only $50?
Because I say so. Just like you say so, it has to be extremely expensive because you say so.
How many people are on the Zeppelin?
Enough
How
people.
many? How many?
As many as it can carry safely.
100.
100 people?
I said 300.
600.
Let's see.
600 now.
900.
900. You're just making up numbers?
Are you just making up extremely claims? Extreme
6 million. No, I'm not
expensive?
making up. I'm not making up anything. I'm making.
You said
time.
extremely expensive.
Yeah, because you have to pay your staff for 3 days to go across the country.
Maybe they're doing community service. You don't have.
Yeah, and the point is that was the 1930s technology. How come they haven't innovated that Why'd they take that away? I think they could have implemented some sort of new way to propel, to use the airstreams, so it's more, so it's less
Like an
fuel.
airplane? Like an airplane?
Bro,
Again,
we'll
but
have we'll have the
yeah, both.
prisoners we have the prisoners doing this job. Instead of being in a prison, they'll be in a sibling. They can't escape. So they'll be doing the job basically for free, right?
Yeah, but can I do your job? Is the question.
Nah, you can't. You wouldn't be able to.
Well, how do you know that? You
Because
don't.
I say so.
That's very improbable.
It is improbable that you'll be able to do my job.
No, it's improbable that you would know anything about me to make sure that you'd have an understanding of whether or not I could do your job.
Yeah, but the sibling is way better travel than silly airplanes.
Zeppelin, I mean, it was incredible to watch what they could do back then. With hydrogen, and they're using intestines of a cow to laminate them to create the gas sacks.
Yeah.
I
By the
mean,
way,
it's
can I just jack off?
No, you
I
can't.
mean,
You're not allowed
take
to.
Yeah, turn your volume down if you're going to do
Against
that.
the server policy.
It's against the server policy to jack off.
Once you jack off to a Zeppelin, once you go watch some old
So in
Zeppelin
the privacy of my own home, I
in the
can't, I can't
1930s.
jack off.
Yeah, but why do you have to talk about it? You seem like a degenerate when you do that.
He is a degenerate.
Like a diva. You're like
He's not
Diogenes.
allowed near children, so.
Who do you think you are,
Tell you
Diogenes?
something.
Guy thinks he's a Greek philosopher from the BC, the Diogenes. What's his name?
Diogenes. Okay, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah, bye.
What's that-
Please leave. Oh, thanks God.
What's that guy's name? Diogenes.
You see what the globe does to these people, man? It's crazy.
We can't use saplings because I can't jack off. What does that even mean? Like, grabbing a jack and going off?
Diogenes. Yeah, maybe he needs to change a tire.
Yeah, just change the tire.
There's a lot of tire changers in the world now. People know how to do that. Change batteries. Changing oil, not so much. Windshield wiper fluid, easy. Air filter, easy. Yeah, I couldn't believe what they could do with Zeppelins. And you know what's interesting is they did a trip around the world. They said around the world, and I go, I guarantee you they didn't go north to south, all the way around, and they didn't. They take the exact same route every freaking circumnavigator takes. Just you can do it on a flat Earth model map, just looking above it. You just go in a circle. They never go north to south. They never start in New York, go down, and then come back around through Canada.
Remember, we do know that they took into account the curvature and the movement of the ground below them, right?
Yeah, they took into account the jet streams. That's the only thing they took that was moving. They looked at the jet streams and said, that thing's moving. That is moving. For sure, the jet stream is definitely moving. So that's it. And they used that 12 days, go around, but no, don't go north to north, south, or north to south. I knew it. No one ever does it.
Imagine like a combination between the sapling and the drones with the sapling. There might be some type of pretty cool hybrid vehicle that can be designed with that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I get, using the north or the east to west jet stream to propel you, but they had propellers and engines on them, so you could have gone north to south. But they were just using the jet streams to do faster.
Well, once you gotta reach the jet stream, so you need the propellers and the whatever aerodynamics to reach the jet stream and then use it for your advantage.
Yeah, it's fascinating looking at the timeline when the hot air balloons first came out, and someone said we need to elongate this so we can. Someone said it earlier, dirigibility. Make it dirigible, elongate it so you can actually travel through, put a propeller, and then just vanished after Hindenburg. And the airplanes came out, it just vanished. I mean, no sort of let's advance this. Let's see how we can make this cheaper, and if people want to take it for travel, they can.
It's like they made hydrogen some type of demonic evil thing.
Mm-hmm.
Hydrogen bomb, Hindenburg burned because of hydrogen. Be very scared of hydrogen. It's gonna get you.
Hydrogen was evil. Yep. I couldn't believe how they got it. You know how
I know. I remember seeing some technology. They will, the gas light bulbs, the light bulbs in the streets, and many cities used to be light up with hydrogen gas, and heating systems like what we use as hot gas or hot air to heat up an apartment. There is a principle used to use hydrogen to do something like that, to provide hot air in buildings. So hydrogen has a lot of uses for heating, for lighting bulbs, and doing a lot of different things.
Isn't it what they always do? Like producing a mass trauma event, like with the Hindenburg, and then they say, okay, from this on, we're not going to use this technology anymore or go any further to improve it. I mean, that's the same thing, I think, what will happen in the future with space travel, Either SpaceX or NASA will just have a mass traumatic event where some famous YouTubers or whatnot gonna die while they're way onto the moon or the way to colonize Mars. The rocket will explode and they will just say, oh, you know what, unfortunately, we just realized it's just way too dangerous. We should just stay on the ground and you should put on some VR glasses and experience space for yourself on your sofa with virtual reality.
I know it's exactly what it is. The guy saying it's too expensive. It's like, what do they send up to space? How many thousands of pounds?
Only NASA can afford it. It's too expensive.
I said Zephyr commercial travel would be too expensive.
But that you shouldn't just delete it from the culture because they do stuff like that all the time. I mean, there's ways that they could have made it cheaper if they just would have. Look what they did with the space programs, right? I mean, if you believe that,
the space program is too expensive.
It is.
Why don't you buy a Goodyear blimp and start your own travel agency?
I've thought about it since I was a little kid.
Sure, and the FAA won't have anything to say about that, huh?
Mm-hmm.
No, they will not have nothing to say about it. And also, how about we take the money that NASA takes every day and we invest it into the sibling business? That will be more effective and
I mean, how hard is, how expensive is it to keep filling the balloons, or how long can the balloon or the Zeppelin stay inflated? Because they had hangars for these things. They had hangars. They built hangars for these Zeppelins.
You can make the gas with reverse electrolysis. You use a salty or a product like lye. Salt water is supposed to be the best. Like seawater is supposed to be the best electrical conductor in water. So you just make yourself an HHO generator. You can use it to generate the gas, and you can use it to fuel your propeller or your wheels or both. You could also do a generator with the HHO gas that actually creates the hydrogen with the generator.
I mean, if it's so easy and cheap, you should definitely do it.
No, it's not easy. It takes a lot of.
Tell NASA to shut down so we can use that money for this business. Can we NASA's budget to do this? If we can get that,
a quarter of their budget, you could make something that's flyable. Definitely.
Will you sacrifice
Elon could do it
to get this done?
Yeah, but Elon's part of the system that doesn't want to do it. They don't want you to know this information.
They probably want to get you up into space and travel that way and come down.
In your mind,
ridiculous.
In your mind, at least.
In your mind, that's it. Only in your mind.
I know, it is all imagination. You really do have to use your imagination to believe a lot of this.
Bro, think about it. People were doing this travel around the world with these saplings already, and now we're waiting for Elon to figure it out for us and NASA, so we can do it. People were doing it in the past already.
Well, and that's why it's like, why aren't you applying what you guys did in the 60s? I mean, maybe they are. Some stuff, they just, it's like they had to reset their entire space program. Like almost like they never went to the moon. What they're doing now, where it's like, it's just too goddamn difficult now, what we're dealing with and where we have to go with it.
The economy is bad. The economy is bad, bro.
Yeah. It's always an excuse. Most people too.
It's too
When
expensive to go to space, so we're gonna figure it out to make it cheaper, so your great grandchildren can go to space and travel.
well, most moon landing believers, when you talk to them, they a lot of the things they say, the number one thing they go, I do find it funny that they haven't gone back. You know, because I honestly thought people would have bases, and like my grandpa was saying, there would be bases, and like we're gonna have to travel there, and a lot of people do think, you know, why do they keep delaying the next manned mission?
Because it's extremely expensive, so we want to make it and dangerous, so we want to make it safe and cheap for your great grandchildren. So you just gotta pay for us to develop the technology now, so in 50 years we can get there, or maybe 100 years.
Yeah, because I was just like, how did you guys do this in the 60s? 6 times in 3 years. Nobody died. Nothing blew up. You had one mishap on the 13th
Actually, some
one.
people died. They sacrificed a whole. I mean, you know, they were like inside this chamber, and they had like a leak, and they burned inside of the chamber.
Yeah, they burnt to a crisp. Yeah, so there were sacrifices made. But the
Wait,
thing
on
is,
which moon landing?
no, Apollo 1.
Moon landing.
They didn't go anywhere. Listen, and the whole thing about this is they didn't have to test any of their equipment first. There's no testing information of how they tested their equipment to make sure it could withstand the pressures, the negative pressures, how the gas would stay inside of containers like tanks, like how the hull of the ship or vessel is going to be protected against negative pressure going outward. It would have to be stronger than a submarine. So where's all
real good engineering?
Yeah, like stronger than a fucking submarine. They would have to be protected from the outside from exploding. Well, exploding inward, basically, because all the gas would come out of it. It would implode. It would slam the container against itself, smashing it. That would be instantaneous. So we know because of the gas laws, this cannot happen. They've never went. They never tested any of their materials. They never tested any of their space shoots. If they did, that would be information that was public knowledge.
Well, and that's what's amazing too, is that I'm surprised there wasn't a single mishap on the moon. Like they're in the most dangerous environment in history.
Exactly.
And everything went off. They were bouncing around like it was playtime.
They're playing golf on the moon. Like it seems like it was a nice spring day in Nevada or Arizona, if you ask me.
It was not a tread lightly type of situation. It seemed like
they weren't worried that the spacesuit will get like
ripped, torn, or anything,
rock or something, and they would just explode in space.
They were falling over and all kinds of stuff, laughing about it.
Like the amount of air pressure involved with every single mission, and with the ship, with the suit, with getting back on the ship, with depressurizing, with pressurizing, and nothing, no fatal flaws, and it just went off perfectly like a production. You know, it did not seem like a real. I don't know. This was the greatest scientific achievement in history, and then they lost all the data to it. Like just all this stuff. There's too much suspicion.
Scientific.
I get it. There's some science that works. I mean, look at them laying underground cables in the ocean. You know, look at submarines. I get it. Science does work. There are ways where they can pressurize systems, but something 235,000 miles away, and you're doing it all by blind data as well. It just seemed too fantastic. It's too fantastical of a feat to accomplish in the 60s in that amount of time. But miracles do happen, I guess. Especially with the technology we had, the timing. We wanted to impress everybody against the Soviets. Doesn't add up.
Well, you know, that's why they went to the moon, not because it's easy, but because it's hard.
Yeah, we choose to go to the moon. Yeah. I get it. You get told, look, you're doing this for the greater good. You're doing this because the Soviets are going to kill us. People will do it. They'll fake it because if they're in danger and they think they're in danger, it's like another
We don't
layer.
go to the moon, the Soviets are gonna win.
Exactly.
That.
People were terrified of Sputnik. We had to prove dominance, even though I think they were both in on it together.
We got to get the higher ground.
It just that makes complete sense why they'd fake it, and we had the means to fake it. We definitely did. We had the production quality to fake it.
There was no Photoshop back then. Come on, bro.
Because if that thing went horribly wrong, if the moon landing went horribly wrong, and it was a disgraceful display of science, and it was a disaster, then we get laughed at. Then we're not respected in the science of. Then we're even shown more weakness. So it had to go off perfectly, just with a little hiccup, and we'll adapt to the hiccup and make it work. And when Neil Armstrong took the ship manually from the autopilot and landed it safely, that was the moment the Russians quit. I guarantee it.
So they
They
did
dropped
really
their
attempt to go.
rifles. Once they saw them on the moon, the Russians were dropping their rifles.
Yep, it's over, boys. We're not going to the moon. We're gonna try for Venus.
But they did try to go. Like they really tried to go, but they failed, and that's why they had the film project.
Yeah, that's why they couldn't get a man on the moon. The Americans just beat them at everything. Like Russia was first at everything, but not.
No. You said the Americans faked it.
Yeah, the Americans faked it. The Russians faked it too. Everybody was faking it. I think they all kind of worked together.
Okay, but America really did try to go, but it failed.
No, I don't believe they actually tried to go. Maybe they sent a rocket up and they figured that out. I think they've figured out how to send up things in the sky, but not to go to the moon.
Bro, they were throwing rockets up to the sky for almost a decade.
Yeah, they've definitely figured that thing
And
out.
the Russians, they were throwing bombs to the sky, so they knew they couldn't pass a certain area.
Mhm. Yeah, they definitely know that technology. So getting to that white thing up in the sky, I don't think they're doing that.
All right, so you admit things that at least there's rockets that do go up in the sky. How high do they go up?
Yeah, this is called fireworks. Have you ever seen one?
Yeah, that tech exists. I don't know.
Yeah,
they're not going past
fireworks
the Kármán.
exist,
They're not
bro.
going past the Kármán line.
They only go up a few hundred feet.
No, they can go up to higher than that. I think not past the Kármán line.
How high is that?
Whoa, Kármán line. Where's that?
It's like 70 miles.
I don't know anybody who's been that high.
So the
Yeah,
container's above 70 miles.
Even weather balloons go to like 30 miles, so they're not getting much higher than that.
So the container's above 70 miles.
What container?
Great. Good question. If there is one, if we're in a structure, I'd believe we're in a ball before we're on a ball.
So you would believe we're in a ball
Before we were on a ball.
So the container's the shape of like a ball.
Yeah,
What container? Know that?
I don't know, but it could. If I was going to think of it, maybe a planisphere. Where have you ever seen a planisphere where there's a plane inside of a ball?
I'm just trying to figure out what you guys mean.
Well, yeah, that's what some people have said, and
Do you think
I don't
we're
know.
God that we
Who's
can
you
tell
guys?
you when we can tell you the shape
Everyone that's been talking in the chat
and how big it is, and you
Yeah.
think we can tell you what the firmament is made of? Do you think I'm God? No, I'm not.
Yeah, the sky is a little too expansive to really form a shape over the Earth. We kind of got the contours of the land, the topography, and we got shapes that way as an overall shape, but we just can't get high enough to actually see this sucker.
You can't get past the helium.
But you know it's above 70 miles because that other thing you said is 70 miles high. Like rockets have gone 70 miles.
Sure.
I don't know if a rocket's gone 70 miles. I couldn't validate that.
Yeah,
that's what someone just said.
No, I said I don't know if they're going past that. I think they kind of curve out away and either land or blow up or whatever. They kind of curve out of distance, so we're not really watching that anymore. Most of the all right, it's done, everybody, go home. then they can land the rocket.
Right, but you did
This is
say
all
like
just of course speculation, Duncan. We're not making solid claims. This is just speculation.
Yeah. This is all skepticism 101. I mean, you're just kind of throwing out what ifs and a healthy dose of skepticism.
I'm just trying to get a baseline of like what you guys actually know.
Oh, the
and
baseline is under your feet, bro. That's below your feet.
Well, Duncan, you brought up a container. What container are you talking about?
the container that you guys always talk about that's keeping the air pressure, because you can't have air pressure without a container.
Well, you got that right. So you think the Earth is contained? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he
Oh
does.
no, I don't think that. No.
Well, you just said that you
How
can't
are
have
you
air pressure
breathing?
without a container, bro. You just said that.
Well, we do know one thing does cause air pressure. We
Well,
see
he
that.
said
We can see it on a
bro,
small scale. The
bro.
containers
How
cause that. Mass
uh,
does not cause a pressure of gas. We don't see that on any
Duncan,
scale.
Darth? How are you breathing air right now if you don't think reality is real?
With my diaphragm and lungs.
Yeah, can you name any small scale where mass is causing a pressure of a gas? Because I can see containers doing that. Maybe, but that's not the mass of the container. It's kind of the walls of the container, right? I mean, I guess mass is considered. You'd need, yes, because maybe a thicker wall will do something, or maybe will cause more pressure than a thinner wall. Maybe in that way it can cause, but not like attracting it, right? It's not like you guys think the wall's attracting the air to cause a pressure, right?
I don't think there is a
Negative.
wall.
Well, I'm saying if you can think of ways that air pressure is caused, I can think of a lot of ways on small scales, big scales.
Who's you guys? Who's you
Yeah,
guys?
air pressure, gas pressure, but the atmospheric pressure is something different.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is no matter what scale you use, a container usually works. But you're trying to find a different means of air pressure on something that we don't see in reality. I don't see mass attracting mass to cause air pressure in reality. But
Okay.
You're
All right.
saying, well, what you're on is doing that. And it's like, well, how are you using what I'm trying to prove as proof?
Wait, he's saying that gas pressure is different than atmospheric pressure. Those are different things.
There's no such thing as atmospheric pressure.
Wait, there's no pressure in the atmosphere?
Well, atmosphere is a contradiction in terms. That you're using sphere and air. Those two don't comport. So you'd have to be more specific.
So you don't think there's an atmosphere around Earth?
Well, no. Air is, atmo is air. Sphere is shape. Air has no inherent shape. It only takes the shape of its container. So are you saying that the air is inside a sphere-shaped container, or are you using the wrong two words together?
No, when I took basic, when you learn about the weather, you learn about the atmosphere. So, I mean,
Well,
are you denying that? I mean, if you want me to call it a different word, that's fine. The air that surrounds the Earth.
But when
Surrounds. Are you saying that the Earth is a ball? Because are you saying like it's around a ball?
Yeah, he's talking about the model. He's talking about
Okay, so are you saying it's a circle? Do you want it to be a circle? The atmosphere that is on top of the Earth. Does that make you
Who
feel
said
better?
anything about? Okay, so on the surface of the Earth, the air above
the air
the surface.
on the Earth, the air on the Earth. We call that the atmosphere. It might have the wrong nomenclature because it has the word sphere in it, but that's what
there's
we call it.
you're not standing on a sphere, are you? You're not standing on a sphere.
Okay, so even if we are wrong about the shape, the word that we do call the air that is on the Earth is called the atmosphere. Do you not accept that?
Air.
So why are you making a distinction then? Why are you making a distinction between gas pressure and atmospheric pressure?
Because you can squeeze you can put a certain amount of gas in a container to increase the pressure, and where I was making the distinguish is that you can't. I don't. What word do you want me to call it?
Yeah.
Can you give me a single word?
Yeah.
Okay, so the air pressure around the Earth or in the sky is you can measure it, right?
Sure.
Can you measure it?
Sure.
The air that is on the Earth, can you measure it? Can you measure the pressure of it?
Of course.
You can take pressure readings. Yeah.
Okay. Is there higher pressure at sea level than in the mountain?
Of course.
So there's a pressure gradient?
Of course.
Okay. There's no like container between those two different pressure gradients, right?
What do you need to have pressure gradient in the first place?
Air pressure.
I'm just asking you if there's any container between those two different air pressures.
Do you see
You're
one?
saying there's an air? Is it an air pressure gradient or a gas pressure gradient?
Water gas pressure.
You can get a gradient. You can get a pressure gradient in a container. Yeah. Do you know why?
Yes.
Because you've got pressure.
But you can also get it. You can also get a gradient without a container.
Where?
Where?
From sea level to a mountain.
In his
But you don't know
pockets.
that you can't use what you're trying to prove with what you're trying to prove as the
I'm not trying to
proof
prove
of what
anything.
you're trying to prove.
Observations at this point. I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm just making observations.
Well, you did. I
We
said,
all-
where do you have gas pressure uncontained? And you said the Earth, pretty much.
No, I never said the Earth. I said there is pressure in the air on the Earth. You didn't want me
How do you
using
know
the word atmosphere, so I did.
How do you know it's not contained?
Well, I said that there's a certain amount of pressure at sea level, and
Yeah.
there's less pressure in the mountains. Everyone agreed with me.
Everyone agreed with that. Yeah.
Both
But you
have
need
to
a
be,
Okay.
you need gas
both have to
pressure
be
in the
within,
first place.
both have
But
to be
there's no
within a
Gradient.
container.
Okay, so
Hold on. Slow down
there-
because you're moving too fast. 1 second. Slow down. Listen. You need a container to have a gradient. To even tell there's a gradient, you have to have gas pressure in the first place. You can't tell if there's gas pressure. You won't even perceive it unless you had the assistance of a container. So therefore, A is gas pressure. B or delta is like you have X is gas pressure. Delta X is a byproduct of having the pressure in the first place. That's an antecedent to the pressure as a container.
Okay, so, but we are in agreement now. Like you're making the claim that there has to be a container.
There is.
Around
It's evidenced by the pressure. That's what the evidence of it is. You don't have it in any other case other than.
So how come when I said something about a container before, you guys were acting like, oh, so you think there's a container? We're not making
You
that
brought
claim.
it up. You
But-
brought it
but
up.
you are
I'm just
making that
asking
claim.
you.
You are making that claim though.
No.
What claim are we making? Relax. Hold on, Sonny. What claim are we making again?
You're making a claim that there has to be a container for there to be that this different to explain the pressure gradient change.
The claim that we're making is that the necessary antecedent to air pressure, gas pressure is a container. We have never witnessed anything other than that. So,
Okay, so you're making a claim.
which is the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is a container. You live in a pressurized system. The only time we've ever seen pressure is with a container. Unless you can demonstrate, I mean, this would be great, Duncan. Could you demonstrate for us gas pressure without a container? Could you show us that?
Well, what do you mean by gas pressure without a container? Because
I'm talking about air, gas, I don't give a shit. Why don't you show us anytime you can have pressure without a container?
does the container have to be sealed on all 6 sides?
Well,
Like, does
what
it
do
have
you think? What do you think? Otherwise, it leaks out and entropy occurs, man. There's no other way around this. You can't get away from the gas laws.
So if you have like a heavier gas in a semi, like say, picture a fish tank without the screen on. If you put a heavy gas in there,
container.
you don't think the gas?
Yeah, and you're inside of what, a
Yeah,
building?
but you
That's
said
not a
it has to be
container.
sealed on. But
And
you
you're
just said it has to
outside.
be sealed. You just
No,
said
you're.
it has to be. You just said it has to be sealed on all sides.
Yeah,
Excuse me. Excuse me. No, this is a false equivalence. You using sulfur-hexafluoride in an aquarium does not equal gas pressure. Also, weight is just a conceptual term. So weight depends.
Okay, so what you're saying is you can
Also,
have.
if you leave the heavier gas, it'll disperse into the atmosphere eventually anyway. So
Right.
won't stay there.
It won't stay there.
No, it doesn't stay in that aquarium. You have to pay attention. That little trick that they pulled on you to come in here and use. Yeah, eventually that gas even disperses into the entire room.
I'm not pulling any trick.
No, I'm saying they pulled a trick on you by showing you that sulfur hexafluoride with the boat floating on top of it in the aquarium, because eventually that gas does disperse in all directions into the room.
Otherwise, they wouldn't be worried about holes in the ozone layer. Right.
But you can see that there's a pressure gradient in a container that's not sealed, correct?
What pressure gradient are you talking about?
You don't have a pressure with a free flowing gas. Sorry. If it's
heavy gas in a container.
Yes, it's sealed. There's the room. There's also the Atmo. There's all that. Without that, if it were just in a vacuum, there's no way that sulfur hexafluoride would just fall to the ground and chill there.
Well, if it was a vacuum, then there wouldn't be the gas in the container, like in there. What do you mean?
Yeah, but if you just drop sulfur hexafluoride
How do
in
you
a
have the
vacuum,
gas in the
if you just
vacuum? That
drop
doesn't make
sulfur
any sense.
hexafluoride in a vacuum, it's not going to just fall to the ground and stay there. It's just going to fill the vacuum.
But how
you
do
just
you
said
have a
it
gas?
too.
in
How
the
do you
vacuum?
have? You just said it. How do you have gas next to a vacuum? You just said it yourself.
Yeah.
No, I said how do you have gas inside a vacuum?
Yeah, exactly.
I
Without
said
a
if you-
barrier.
Yeah.
I said inside a vacuum. I didn't.
So what
Okay,
space?
take a
then?
vacuum chamber, not a room with like normal air pressure in it, and then drop some sulfur hexafluoride in it and see if it just goes to the ground and stays there.
Forms into a ball in the center.
Hey Duncan, how do you bring the sodium hexafluoride into the room? How do you bring it? Was it in a container?
Dun, dun, dun.
Or was it with gravity?
Yes, it was in a container, and the building is also a container. That's called the room.
Exactly. And then outside that, to have the atmospheric so-called pressure, you're going to need a container for that. The whole thing, everything you're doing is within a container.
No, I've seen this done. He had a kettlebell, and the sulfur hexafluoride like stuck all the way around the kettlebell, and that's how they got it in there. All that mass. Come on, you guys.
Well, at least I got you guys to agree that you cannot have a pressure gradient.
Your premise is dead in the beginning.
In the air
Wait a minute.
around the Earth.
No, you
agree
didn't.
that
Wait a
in
minute.
the air around the Earth, I'm glad that you agree there's a pressure gradient.
Duncan.
Yeah, we
Duncan.
agree there's a pressure gradient, but we didn't say it was around the Earth. There's a pressure gradient.
Above the Earth.
You and I both agreed
There's a
above,
pressure
yeah,
gradient
on.
above the Earth.
Yeah.
There's a pressure.
Yeah.
There's a pressure gradient above the Earth, right?
The,
But
the
that's
flat
a gas
Earth, right?
pressure. It's a gas pressure gradient, right?
Yeah, that's what you guys do.
Talking
Like
about.
you guys agree
Okay,
that
so
there's
that's,
definitely a
okay,
gas
so
pressure
that's
gradient.
okay. So that's a gradient of the force that gas is exerting against the walls of its container. So it sounds like you'll
Okay.
need a container for that gradient.
So as you keep going higher up, you would expect it to keep getting lower and lower, right?
No, can you repeat that, Heretic, please? He didn't listen. Listen
Yeah.
to what Heretic is saying.
As you keep going up,
So you
the
said gas pressure gradient. So gas pressure is the force that gas exerts on the walls of its container. So that's what it is.
Well,
a gradient
that's
of the
why
force that gas
atmospheric
is
pressure is
exerting on the
different.
walls of the container.
Well, atmospheric pressure is different, but you don't like me using that word atmosphere.
Okay, well, can
What
you
is
demonstrate
yeah.
atmospheric pressure due to gravity? Because we can demonstrate it. We can demonstrate gas pressure
Yeah,
due to
I can,
container.
and it's called this. Gravity works, but with the inverse square law as for how far you are away from the center of the object. A mountain is further away. A mountain is further away A mountain is further
Yeah,
away. Therefore,
stop,
there's less
stop,
gravity.
stop,
Therefore,
stop.
there's
You
less
said
gravity
inverse
out
square
there,
law.
which is
You
why
said
there's
inverse
less
square
pressure
law.
in the atmosphere.
Shut the fuck up. You said inverse
Oh,
square law. Can you show the gradient following the inverse square law? And it's just an affirming the consequent anyway, but can you do that?
I explained it to you. I'm sorry you don't understand it.
You didn't explain anything. You made a claim.
And you threw yourself under the
You
bus.
asked me to explain it. I
Okay, I'm gonna have
explained
to
it.
mute you because you're not gonna shut up. You're wigging out now. Okay, you said inverse square law. Can you show the gradient following the inverse square law?
That's the formula for gravity.
Okay, well then gravity doesn't cause the gradient because the gradient side doesn't follow the inverse square law. Good job.
You're
You're gonna have
talking
to
about
Google harder.
the slope of the pressure as it decreases doesn't follow the inverse square law.
You're
Therefore,
not-
gravity.
You're
Is
not
that what
talking about. You're not talking about anything in nature. For one, like you have to have the world stop in your little fairy tale ball in the vacuum paradigm. Everything has to stop according to you. Like there's no swirling of all the motion. Like there's different motions, different vectors, different conditions in all parts moving, swirling amongst each other, hot to cold, high to low pressure. Like the vapor cycle continuing on where evaporation is going upward. Then it condenses and turns into molecule, like it recondenses the waters, and then you get rain and clouds. Like you guys are missing the whole point about convection, conduction, energy transference in the gases above the surface. You have to deny all of those. Just like you do with perspective and the black swan, you mistake it completely. And you just continue on with your it's just rubbish of which you speak.
Yeah. He basically just admitted that there is absolutely nothing preventing all the gas that we're breathing from escaping into the ever expanding vacuum.
Yeah. Nothing there. So voila. You just explained your demise.
No, I didn't. I did not do that.
Yeah,
Yes, you did. Because you said there's an
No,
inverse
I
square
didn't.
law. Yes,
Yeah.
the inverse square
Yeah.
law would allow all the gas to just piss off.
Why is it pissing off? It's attracted to the Earth through gravity.
It is not.
Hold on a second.
I have no proof of this.
We're going to have to take him down to his base premise.
Yeah.
Duncan, is the Earth a ball?
It has to be that first. Is Earth a ball?
Why does it get so quiet when we ask you about the Earth being a sphere
Because
or
I'm
a ball?
working, I have to take pictures of the building as I work. So, and
Why
it's
is it
pushed.
so quiet?
It's
Oh,
pushed to
now-
Stop with the
talking here.
excuses. Stop with
so
the
now it's
excuses.
quiet, and now he's making excuses. So whatever your excuse is, come back when you can be more focused, my brother.
I'm sorry, but there's more. I can
Yeah,
show you
yeah,
that
you're
I'm
not
working.
sorry.
If there wasn't more than 25 people here, I could show you that I was working. But there's more than 25 people.
No.
Shut your pie hole. That might be a good start.
Take this opportunity to tell us why you live on a sphere and how you know that.
He can't because he's busy on the job site. He just said so. So that means I'm not going to answer any questions. Only when he's prepared to ask and answer, then he'll do it then. But
Yes,
now-
I do believe that we live on a sphere.
Do you think you can prove it?
Considering I've measured part of the curve, yes.
Mommy's here.
Okay, how'd you do that? That's great, dude. That's what we've been waiting for all this time. You have Earth curve measurements. Please send them over.
How did you do
With
that?
my surveying equipment.
Awesome. Show us.
Did you use the WGS 84?
No, I have a Focus 35.
Well, you
Sweet.
you didn't understand the question. So are you using the model WGS 84 that they use in geodetic surveying?
No, I use NAD 83. What are you talking about?
What are you talking? What are you talking?
Yeah, what
Doesn't
are you
matter.
talking about? What are you
He's
talking
got
about?
curvature measurements. Tell us about it and show and please post it in chat. That'd be awesome.
The GPS unit I used is a SB80.
Doesn't matter. Where's the Earth curve measurements?
Like I said, I'm working right now, so I don't have them on me. I don't just keep this on me. Like, what am I supposed to do? It's just amusing to listen to you guys talk while I work. It's amusing.
Duncan, if you had Earth curve measurements, bro, I would have those Johnny on the spot after every 24, like every flat Earth room I went into, I'd be posting that shit like crazy. Like, here you go, flat earthers, end of story. And now you're telling me I don't have it on me. I can just bullshit on 24/7 Discord. I don't have any evidence on me. You gotta be kidding me, bro.
Yeah, so the 83, yeah, I was using the plain zones, plain PLA.
Did you have another question for me?
Thanks. He's using
Just
a
the
plain.
evidence. We just want the evidence, bro. We want the measurements.
Yeah, show us because we're using it as a plane coordinate system. I just looked it up.
Should be just a raw measurement too. You haven't presupposed anything. You've just taken a measurement in which the results will naturally lead to the conclusion that you live on a sphere. Not comparing it against any ideas or any already suggested sizes or dimensions or previous claimed measurements, right?
I can't wait for someone to disprove water being flat.
That'll be a great day.
Exactly. Or horizontal, not being horizontal. Or being horizontal all the time, even though it's on a ball. Wow, that's even more ludicrous.
Yeah, horizontal cannot exist on the globe. Impossibility. There is no such thing in their paradigm. There can be no such thing as a horizontal line or plane. There's only a point in which they can draw perpendicular to vertical.
That's why
they draw a line from that.
Yeah. Yeah.
They draw a line from that, right? Then it's no longer, it's not horizontal because any point along that line is no longer horizontal.
Listen, that's why they tell us not to pay attention to our senses, because they know these two things. In navigation, you have the line of sight. These are straight lines, line of sight, and the line of the horizon in nautical books on lesson plans, and using the sextant. You find it in books that are teaching you how to use the sextant, the line of sight and the line of the horizon. Lines, straight lines. That's your beginning, your start. That's your basis. So tell me how someone could get their correct location if the surface they were actually on itself actually sailing was a curved surface. The horizon so tiny that you would miss it. Yeah. So they accurately navigate using right triangles on a flat chart, using tools that are designed to walk along on a flat chart to designate your location on the x-axis. These guys, these globers, do not understand what the purpose of navigation is.
It's ludicrous that they could even claiming to use a horizon to for any ideas that we live on a sphere. Horizontal is derived from the word horizon, and horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. They want to claim that that flat, level, horizontal line that they call the horizon is representative of the Earth curving down and away from you in all directions. This is insane.
Yeah, how's the horizon a plane if it's a curve?
Yeah, exactly. And it's never shown to be a curve. Look, this would be very simple. And I don't know why I keep year after year, I keep having to reiterate this point. If you have a panoramic view, your camera's on a what is it called? called a semispherical mount or whatever you call that, where it's just going. It's not changing its position or its pointing horizontally, so it's level. And then you have a mount that rotates perfectly around. So you could do these shots, panoramic shots like that, of distances of more than 100 miles spread. That means from left to right, more than 100 miles spread. And you don't even have a shot that would show, which would be visible, even if you had a 15-mile spread. That's not that far of a wedge. If you're looking out from the beach, a 15-mile spread would only be like 7 miles one way and 7 miles the other way. So that's easily, you're spotting at easily 15 miles. That would be, 5 miles, that would be at least 16 feet of difference from left to right each way. So 16 feet on one way, 16 feet on the other drop. That would be easy. If it was dropping at that rate, that is the prescribed rate. If it was doing that, it would be easily measurable, detectable, and repeatable. You could do it more than once. I could go do it every single day. And sometimes that wedge gets bigger where it's like 100 miles, where if you, like in Orange County, the one place we went for the Flat Earth get-togethers, you have almost more than 180 degrees of water view from their beach. It sticks out kind of like a point. So you can look way over to the south and way over to the north. It's really amazing. You could never do that. You could never do that. Like see that much distance and see the lights on the water on both sides. As far left as you can look and as far right as you can look. And you can see the light bouncing off of things like street lights and ships that are on the other side of the harbor. 5 to 7 miles away. So it makes no sense. They still don't have an excuse. That's all they actually, that's all they have is excuses for why we see what we do, because even just a simple observation from Catalina to Santa Monica, we see Catalina quite often when I lived up there. At least maybe a dozen times a year.
They have a fantasy model. We have reality. That's a distinctive difference, I would say.
Yeah.
You guys are funny.
We're the funny ones. I know. It seems kind of funny.
Honestly, it really is amusing listening to you guys sometimes. It really is. I want to say, I just want to thank you guys for making sometimes my day go a lot faster.
Well, we have a lot of information, so that information is not going upon deaf ears. I think you're hearing it no matter what you want to hear. So the information is, all we're doing is laying bare the information so it is there for everyone to see. We're just laying it out for you like a red carpet. Here's the keys to the kingdom.
All right. Lay down some information for me. Lay down some claims. Lay down some observations. Lay down some facts.
Nah, you won't take it
I want to
because,
hear it.
bro,
I want to hear it.
What you actually need is an exorcism. That's what you.
How long have you been around this topic?
I was in another server. You got there. It's not as crowded.
That's not answering the question. How long have you been around this topic?
Oh, the topic I've seen the Flat Earth debates on what's that, Modern Day Debate channel or whatever for a couple of years. I watched.
So only about 3 years? Are you saying you've only been around this topic for like 3 years?
Around the topic of flat Earth controversy, or around the topic of the globe being a real thing?
They're the same thing. So the globe not being a real thing. Yeah, how long have you been aware of somebody thinking that or knowing that or whatever you want to say?
When was the first time I heard about that? I want to say I don't know, probably 10 years ago. Something like that was probably the first time I heard something about that.
Okay, fair enough. So 2013. Yeah, that's about when people started hearing about it and passing it along. I didn't come along till 2017, but that's all right. That's going on 7 years now. So the reason I ask you how long is because are you a glober? You think you live on a spherical surface?
I know we do. I know we do.
Okay, so would you tell us how you know it?
No. Hang on. I've done this with you guys for a couple times.
Okay,
You
good.
guys just said 5 minutes ago. You guys got the information. We're reaching people. I want to know that information. Lay it on me. Tell me the
Okay,
information.
well, this is the information if you hang around here and not so much like on modern day debates or whatever, a lot of these other counter Intel Pro channels are and so forth that are giving you nothing but bullshit and you're soaking it up and then regurgitating it here with us. If that's what you're doing, then it doesn't work. So I just want to tell you, don't even bother trying if that's what you're going to do. Now, here's
So
how
you
you
think like
find out.
Whitney gets it and all those other guys that argue for the flat earth, they're wrong?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
They're right?
I said
Like,
if that's the only, I said if
but
that's the
fair-
only thing you're going on, then you need to go back. You haven't been here all that time. Now, have you?
Yeah, and we're not all the same entity. Yeah, like we don't
Yeah, I
all
agree.
think the same thing. So
I completely agree, which is why I want to know what you know. So lay the information on me. Tell me what you know.
Well, you might be let down, but you see too far. You right now see too far for it to be the globe they said. And now maybe you haven't got the parameters or the numbers in your head because you haven't memorized them like some of us have. So I could go out in the field. I could go out in the field with this information and know that 5 miles, it has to be 16.667 feet of vertical drop. I can go out to the beach and look down the beach 5-6 miles, see waves breaking 5 miles away that are less than 5 feet. Now, I'm seeing them at the breakwater. I'm seeing surfers on them if I use magnification. So it's not possible I can see something at the water sea level if it's supposed to be 16 feet underneath, below my line of sight.
But did you say you were a surveyor?
Not me.
I'm not licensed yet, but I've been surveying for 6 years. Going to get my license in 2 years once I become eligible to take the exam.
Okay, so what do you say when we say we see too far?
I mean, do we want to go down the whole thing of how actually high you are? Like, because I don't know if
No,
it was
no.
high tide at the beach. No, you don't want to hear it. Okay.
Let's do simple questions one by one. When we say from 1 foot we see too far, way too far, what do you say to that?
I would say there are a variety of reasons why.
Okay, can you
So
just
you're gonna say over that distance there's refraction and light is bending. Is that what you're gonna say?
I know refraction is a thing because we all can see it. Like if you shine a laser,
stop
if you
adding
shine
to it.
like, okay, but refraction is a thing, right? We do know
Yes,
it
but
exists.
do you know that Earth curve is a thing?
Yeah.
Yes.
So when you do surveying, what distances do you do?
All different sorts of differences.
What's the longest
distances?
distance? What's the longest distance you've done?
My longest back site, is that what you're asking me, or what's the biggest property I've ever surveyed in? Like, what are you asking me?
The longest you've had to go from one point to another.
The longest I've done a 2,200 foot backside before.
Okay, and you're saying you measure curvature on 2,200 feet?
On that particular job, no, that was just a job I was working. I wasn't doing the curvature of the Earth thing there.
But you said you measured before. You said you measured Earth curve.
Yeah, I've done that like on a block near my house where it's a very long avenue, and the distance from end to end is about 1,500 feet.
So you didn't measure it on 2,200, but you did measure it on 1,500.
I wasn't trying to measure the curvature of the Earth on that long. You asked me two separate questions. You didn't
No,
ask
but
me what was the
if you
backside
just
I did.
if you stop adding
But
to it,
but
I'll ask.
but do
I'll
you
find out.
understand?
So
Do you
so on
understand?
the
Do you under?
22.
Hang
So
on,
on the
hang on.
22. So on the 2200 feet one, you were measuring for level. Is that correct?
I was just measuring a distance between 2 points, and it was done through like I did
So you
GPS
can
shots
map
on
the
it, and then
land. Yes.
I did
So you
GPS
can map the
transit.
elevation of the
I used
land.
the GPS. I used GPS to
So
get
you
the
can
2
map.
points, and then I
So
set up
you
my
can map.
total station and backsighted those points.
So you can map the topography of the land. Correct or not correct?
Of course, you can map the topography of a land. That's what a topography map is. What are you talking about?
Oh my
It's a silly
God,
question.
man! Just
That's such a
stop.
silly question.
Okay. So yours, this is where I'm going with it. So on the 2200 one, you're measuring for the topography of the land, right? From level.
On that job, actually, no. It was just a title survey. I wasn't doing.
So you're just doing borders.
Yeah, it
And
wasn't a
then on the
topography on
and
that
then on
job.
the
No.
1500 and then on the 1500 feet, you measured curvature.
When I do an experiment, I do
Can you just
controlled.
answer the question, man?
Yes, I was actually taking observations to measure the curve on the
Okay, can you
1500 feet.
show?
It wasn't
Can you
while I
show
was
that?
working.
Can you show
I
that?
I could show it if I had my field notes with me, but I don't take my field notes from home to every single job I go to. It's
So
not how it works.
how much curvature did you measure over 1500 feet?
So I measured the curve with the zenith angle from the level, and I
How
got
much?
an excess of 15 seconds of a degree of 180 degrees. Only 15 seconds on that small amount of distance. It's not much, but it is something.
Wait, so from it was that ground perfectly level?
It doesn't matter. That's the beauty of the experiments. The level of the level of the ground does not matter.
So what
It's
are you
irrelevant.
measuring? What are you measuring to then? Are you using a? Are
Just
you using a?
I'm measuring technically the plumb line angle, and then the horizontal from prism to total station, and with that calculation, I can get the angles of the zenith angle, and I know how much it is. I'm not measuring. This isn't about distances
So you're
on this.
measuring a drop.
This is why I didn't want to talk to you guys about this, because you guys,
Are,
it's like
are you
it's so
measuring a
you
drop?
guys just don't understand it.
Are
I'm
you
measuring the
measuring a
angles.
drop?
I'm measuring the angles. The angles. That's all I'm
Angle
measuring.
to angle to. So you set up your total station, and then 1500 feet away you had a reader. Yeah. Yes. No.
Can we get on with the next question?
Oh, you don't want to
You didn't
answer it.
answer that one. How'd
I
you
like how
account for
this.
the?
I really like how this conversation started off with you saying you guys have so much information that you can
Yeah,
tell me, and now you're just asking me questions.
yeah,
It's
water's
amazing. It's
flat. Water's
amazing.
flat. The
It's
horizon is too
amazing.
far for it to be
It's so
curved. Like,
amazing
just shut
that
up,
you
dude.
guys
Stop spiraling. Stop
that you guys
spiraling. Get a hold of
refuse to answer any
Hold on. I
questions
want
or
to ask you a
claim any
question. I want
information.
to ask you a question. How did you account for the deflection of the plumb line when you did this test? Oh,
My
you didn't know
total
that was.
station gives me the angle. What are you talking about?
Oh, you don't know. Okay, so do you think that plumb lines are straight lines? Best not answer that one.
You have no straight lines.
Yeah. Well, he knew better than to answer it, at least. . You know that plumb lines supposedly deflect on this ball that you think that you measured, right? So, how do you know that what you were picking up wasn't just the deflection of the plumb line? Did you account for that? How do you know it wasn't just some error? I'm sure Tim had a bunch of other questions too. You don't want to answer any of those though. You just want our information. All right, fine. Water's flat at rest, always at all scales. The horizon is way too far for it to be curved. I mean, that's all you really need. Do you want more info, or yeah, just ask any questions you have, because that's all
That's
you really
all the
need.
info you got. That's all the info you got.
Well, with that alone, you've debunked the entire globe paradigm. There's no globe, so therefore
So the higher up
no
you
spinning
go,
globe in
the
space.
higher up the higher up you
No
go, the
heliocentric.
more you see.
Okay.
Yeah, that works on a flat surface.
Okay, so if you were at the highest point on Earth, you would see the entire Earth.
What, looking down into the atmosphere?
You just said atmosphere. That's a dirty word. You're not supposed to say
That's
the word
fine.
atmosphere. You're not supposed to say atmosphere.
Okay,
That's
calm
Is
a
that
down.
all?
dirty word.
Is that all you've
All right,
got,
You
called
mate?
just
him out
said
on
there's
it.
an
Now
atmosphere.
calm
You just said
down.
there's
All
an
right, you don't have to
atmosphere.
stall here. All right, you already said it. He said atmosphere. You don't have to say it like 7 more times.
I
Say it all
told
the
you
time.
he needs an exorcism. I told you that earlier.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's just funny that like when I said the word atmosphere, that became such a
It's the
Atmosphere.
problem.
parasites, guys.
It
It's the
became
parasites.
Atmosphere. Gases don't form shapes.
it became such a problem when I said the word atmosphere. But all of a sudden,
Okay.
he has no
All right.
problem throwing
My
it out
bad.
there.
That's all right. My bad. Let's get back to the information then.
You're
So
fired.
You want to look at?
if you
You're
were at the
fired.
highest point on Earth, you would see the entire world.
No.
The highest
Why
point
Do you
on
not?
own
Earth. What?
Do you own
Why
a
not?
weather app? Do you
Why
own a
not?
weather app? Do you
Why
own a
not?
weather app? Do you own a
Okay.
weather app?
Yes, I do. Why not?
Okay. What? If you look down at it, look down at the weather app and look for visibility and see what it says.
Also, you're saying the highest point on Earth, so that would be what? Everest? Yeah, I don't think I can see everywhere from there.
Why not?
Look on your weather app.
Or why can't we see the highest point on Earth from anywhere?
Look in your weather app. Let's do a little.
Well, why can't we do?
Let's play a
Why
little
can't we?
game.
If
Open up
the
your
Earth is flat,
open up your weather app.
if the Earth is flat, and there's something else that's higher, further away, I should be able to see it.
Open up your weather app and look at
Hey,
visibility
hey, man.
and see how many miles or kilometers you can see.
Yeah, and when it's daytime here in America, it's nighttime in China, so it's dark there, bro. So I can't see from the light into the darkness, bro. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Sorry about that.
Why is it dark over there?
Because the sun's not over the top
It's
of it.
not there, bro. Don't you know that?
So the sun, like, how's the sun work?
You know when you're in a room and the
I
light
want
is
to know how the sun works.
you know
How do you
when the
know?
light
Do
is
you know
off
how
in the
the sun
room and
works?
it's dark.
So the sun is a light switch; it turns on and off.
I love it how you can fire out these questions, but when I start asking you a question about the license you're going to get, you can't answer me.
Yeah, you just go dead silent anytime we ask you anything about what you say you've done.
You guys said
So
you
there's
had
nothing.
all this information to
Nothing.
give.
Yeah,
I
Do
we
you
want
want
to
to
know
go?
the
do. Okay, and
information.
You want to go
yeah, all
through the
right,
I want to
fine.
know
license?
the
Fair.
information. I want to know all
Well,
the
there's nothing you
information
can
you
put on
guys
the
have.
table. All right, fine, great. Here's what I can give you for information. Apparently, by your own performance here, there's nothing you can put on the table to demonstrate that we live on a globe. Therefore, there's no reason for any of us to think that we do. How about that?
I want to know more about this information you guys have. It's so
Yeah.
enlightening.
Well, okay, check a weather report. That's another bit of information that I could direct you to. A weather report. It'll say something like, "Hey, let me give you the information. Shut up."
Okay.
If
All
you
right,
want to
my
check
bad.
a weather report right now, okay. Check on a clear day. It might say something like weather visibility 10 miles. Now you're asking me why you can't see thousands of miles. Yeah, put 2 and 2 together.
So you trust these weather reports?
Sure. Why not?
So
I can't see through 10 miles. Maybe
Wait,
30 miles. A really
Oh,
nice.
you think there's a conspiracy about weather?
well,
What are you?
no.
Conspiracy
I,
theorist?
I don't think there's a conspiracy about the weather. I think they
Why are
get
you
this
asking that
information
question?
because I think they get this information from some
Are you being
satellites.
serious about this?
I think these weather people get this information from satellites.
Oh,
Things in the
like
sky.
like weather balloons? You know, satellites, weather balloons. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
actually get
weather
the
balloons.
weather from little weather stations when they do barometric readings, and then they try and predict the weather from high and low pressures. They get the
Right.
moisture in the air, they get the air pressure, and then they come up with like a plan of what the
And I
weather
bet all
could
these
do.
companies that come up with these weather
And
reports
you know how they put
believe in
you
the
know how they
sphere.
put
I
the
bet
gas
all these.
pressure. You know how they put the gas pressure into the balloon. The balloon works as a container for the pressure. Don't you know that?
He doesn't answer questions.
Hello.
Yeah, if you ask him a question, that's his cue to just leave the chat.
You never get an answer, especially from trolls.
He's just going to rapid fire questions and just keep rapid firing them on top of the answers. As soon as you ask him anything, he's gone.
He said he's been in this topic for 10 years. I don't think anything can help him unless prayer and an exorcism.
Sorry, I'm in the middle of a job working. I can't answer all your questions.
Stop with the
when you want.
excuses.
Oh, he
All right,
seems to get a bit.
I'll mute
Yeah.
myself and let you guys talk and say what I said. It's fine.
No.
I'll listen. I'll
No.
listen to you guys straw man me.
No.
Yeah, so now we have weather reports, therefore globe. Or is that a straw man? Oh, right. He doesn't answer questions.
Satellites in weather balloons. Therefore,
Yeah.
globe.
Yeah. I mean, they don't use weather stations at the surface to measure pressure, temperature, any of that.
You stand on my claim that these people are possessed. By demons and parasites, both.
They're one and the same.
Yeah. Many years in the argument in heaven, still figure he doesn't even a cartoon. That's amazing.
Good talk, Duncan Darth. The only bit of information you really need to bust the globe paradigm is that water's flat, demonstrably so, at all scales. Flat water can't make the surface of a ball. So if the Earth can't be a ball, then it can't be a spinning ball. Can't be a spinning ball orbiting around in a vacuum around another ball. None of that can happen without the ball. And the ball can't happen without a curved surface, and water can't make that. That's all the info you need. You're set for life.
Others include Bakovo Monastery, Troyan Monastery, Ryanovo Monastery, Ivanovo Monastery, Rosen Monastery, and many others. 15. The currency used in Bulgaria is the Bulgarian lev. 16. One of the
What happened here? You guys got bored of talking about flat Earth?
No, I was just waiting for you.
Oh, well, pleasure to meet you.
Excellent.
How's it going? What? Surprised that it became so quiet. You guys are losing traction.
What do you know, it ebbs and flows.
Fair enough. Damn it. Is the main channel popping? Maybe I'll go over there. Bug some people.
Well, you could try to get it popping.
Oh, the main channel's also fucked up. Hmm.
Well, there's a few people there. I mean, probably need a Glober.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I mean, Globers like to say that, we just sit in our echo chamber, but when it is an echo chamber, we just do this and we don't talk to each other. We'd rather talk to the opposition.
The thing is, though, is that sometimes I was here yesterday, and then the thing is that Crit was like muting everybody who was like me, who doesn't believe in flat Earth. So I was just wondering. I don't understand. Everybody's muted yesterday, so I'm not sure. Maybe people are just getting tired of getting muted. I don't know.
Well, yeah, probably.
Well, you know.
I've heard that a few times.
No, that's fair. I was just hoping to see some arguments, but maybe I'll come back when. Have you guys been getting any new arguments about like debunking flat Earth, or not really? It's the same old, same old.
We have. I can't remember what they are now, though.
Oh, fair. Okay, well, I'll have to
Usually
come
something
back.
ridiculous a Glober made up on the spot. It's pretty good entertainment. I can't remember anything off the top of my head right now, though.
Fair enough. All right, well, I'll come bother another time. All right, see you guys.
Okay, see you later.
Did the Globy give up?
What's up? Nothing's up. Go check 24/7. But something's up over there.
Up is where you put things in order for them to go down.
Hey guys. Who? Anybody here? I guess not. Hello? Ow. I hear you.
What do we have here? Where is everyone? Did the theory get solved?
What?
Did you guys find the answer?
To life, the universe, and everything?
Yeah.
42.
$42. I think I watched that. Where was that?
This stupid fucking justice.
Yeah, it was the Big Bang Theory, wasn't it?
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
The show. I saw that 42 thing in the show. And
It may have been probably reference to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
maybe. Probably. I mean, you do have to be pretty stupid to believe the Earth is a globe.
You don't think it is?
What? A globe?
Yeah.
Do you think I'm dumb or something?
Did you say glove? Glove?
Glove.
Damn, even the word like hurts my brain, man.
Oh, you're that guy.
That guy?
Yeah.
Nigger.
Yeah, he's banned.
Yeah, see you later, dude. Get out of here.
I mean, when is that joke gonna be like? Is that joke going like?
Is it even a
gener-
joke? It's not even a joke, is it?
I mean, people that say it, they probably just say it like as a triggering joke, but
It's just
what I'm-
stupid.
yeah, it is. But what I'm saying is, like, is that joke in quotations gonna be like going past generation, generation, after generation? Like when we're like old people, are we gonna hear our like? I mean, there's probably old people here. I don't know, but 50 years from now, are we gonna hear like little kids saying that joke still? Is that gonna be like the oldest joke?
Depends what you think old is.
Damn, that was a delayed response if I ever saw one.
Yeah, I'm working, man.
I just finished work. Fuck. So annoying.
I have to close the mic. I have to mute the mic when I'm not talking because I'm making noise.
You're good.
So you believe the Earth is not a globe?
Yeah.
Can you explain me?
No.
Why not?
Because you believe it's flat too.
Are you sure?
Yeah. You would have been triggered if you didn't already.
What about the hills and valleys?
I mean, they're flat, but they're on an angle. Like if you spin the mountain, it's like can be flat everywhere, you know what I mean? Like it's flat, but it's just going up. It's still flat.
Weird. Okay. Pictures from space.
What about them? What about the pictures from space?
Don't they show Earth as a sphere?
Yeah. Doesn't SpongeBob seem yellow as well?
But SpongeBob's just a fictional character.
Yes, and those pictures are just fictional pictures.
Didn't someone go like up very, very high and turn around and take a take a photo with a camera?
What? Did you say someone went up high and took a picture with a camera?
Yeah, of the Earth.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that like those pictures is not like a guy just going up and taking a picture.
That's what they claim to have done in 1972.
I mean, they can claim all the things they want, but if they don't prove it, I just like the idea of the edge. That's like what I like. I know it's probably not true or we don't know about it, but I want to see it one day.
What do you envision looks like?
Just like a Game of Thrones, like the wall, you know what I mean? Like, kind of like that. Fuck my tea, man. I left a tea bag in my tea. Did you guys know that if you drink 2 cups of black tea each day, you have a 13% less chance of dying from any reason? Just Google black tea, 13% chance death, and you'll see.
We're gonna live forever then.
No, it just gives you like, okay, let's say, I don't know, let's say cancer. I don't know if cancer is, I mean, I don't know if this is true or not, but let's say you're getting cancer, there's a 13% chance you're not getting it. Like, I mean, there's a 13% chance less that you're not getting it. You know what I mean?
Maybe talk about the flat Earth instead of medical stuff.
I mean, we were talking about flat Earth. It just got into the tea.
What about a car accident? Is a 13% less chance of you dying in a car accident if you drink 2 cups of tea?
Yeah, I knew you were
how
gonna
many-
say.
It depends how many tea bags you got stashed around your car. They might act like an airbag.
Wait, actually, now that I think about it, maybe it does, because since your body's on caffeine, it may be like more active, more reactive. You know what I mean? Maybe. So yeah.
The tea is in a cup.
It's
Thank
no, it's just in a like a. You're so dumb, man. I didn't understand your joke until 5 seconds later. But yeah, it's in a container, like Earth. My tea is like Earth.
Weren't you the one that said
No.
if you can't prove the edge, then you can't prove how flat it is?
Yeah, that was what back when I was a Globie.
What made you change?
You guys. You guys opened my eyes.
Are you still trolling?
No. I mean, it sounds
Yeah.
because my tone maybe sounds like sarcastic trolley, but it's just because I'm high. I just smoke weed. Smoke weed and drinking tea, so I'm just probably relaxed. But no, I'm not trolling. I think it was like what November something, like November 28 or something like that, when I officially turned into a flatty. Because I don't want to believe nothing, you know what I mean? I want to believe either the Earth is flat or the Earth is round. Like I want to believe one of the two.
What was the main thing that prompted you to do that?
Probably that like globies, every time like they get asked questions, they just like don't know the answers to them. But mostly it's like if we live in
So
a globe
you're
Earth.
basing your opinion on people's
No,
reaction.
let me finish. Let me finish. If we live in a globe Earth, right? Like, why doesn't like the main thing that we get like taught is like about all these questions that we ask, like all the questions that what's the Earth measurement, what's the Earth's curve? Like, why don't we learn more of that if we live in a globe Earth? Like, you know what I mean?
Don't know.
Like when you go to school, when you're in school, like why are they not teaching us more stuff about Earth and the curve and all that stuff?
I didn't go to school. I'm a flat earther. Remember?
It's like out of all the tons of people that live on this Earth, like why do 99% of the people cannot explain like anything about globe Earth? You know what I mean?
Because they've never had to.
Are you arguing with me for no reason? I don't get it.
What? I'm just having a conversation with you, man.
Oh, it's because I asked you a question, but you just respond with that.
Yeah, you said why do 99% of the people, they can never answer or explain why they live on a ball? And I said, because they've never had to.
Because they never had to explain it?
Yeah. So they never
never had a
think about it.
Exactly. So why didn't they never have a chance? That's even weirder.
Because there's no other option.
Like, why are they not talking about it? You know what I mean? Like,
You get given one option and that's it. It is this. No other option.
And it's presented to you. And it's presented to you from such an early age that you become accustomed to it and don't bother to question it.
Yeah, because everyone believes the same thing.
so you're saying because they don't have to question it and because they've never gotten asked, they don't know the answers?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
But wouldn't, like, they must know, like, if the Earth is a globe, why are they not teaching us all this shit?
Because they don't
Like-
have to, because everyone just believes it.
But believes what if they're not even, like, if they don't even have the information, you know what I mean?
Exactly. Well, you believed it, didn't you?
I mean, I did
believe
because
They
I
tell
was-
you it's a globe, and then people turn on the TV and they see how the globe works in the TV. Haven't you noticed that? People watch TV, cartoons, movies, and they learn it from there.
maybe because I don't watch TV, I believe now that it's flat.
You don't watch YouTube. You don't watch.
Yeah,
movies,
I mean, I watch like YouTube maybe like 30 minutes to an hour every day.
So, and then when you turn on any device and you see like the globe in the background or people talking about the universe and they talk about, yeah, this happens on a globe. The global warming, the global this, the global that. It's all happening on a globe. And that's how you know it is a globe, because everybody said so.
I know what I get your guys' point that it's like since we were born with it, like it's the only thing they know.
No, we know way more than a globe. The globe has limitations. People just think they live in a globe. They say they live in a globe, but that's
No.
not the reality you live in, right?
Yeah.
In reality, you have to wake up and maybe brush your teeth, cook your meal, do exercise. You do all these real things in the reality level. But the assertion that some people believe that they're doing this on a globe, that's just in the mind.
Yeah, what I'm saying when I said that's all they know, I didn't mean you guys. I mean people that believe it's a globe, that's all they know. Like some people, I think, don't even know that flat Earth theory exists or whatever it's called.
No, the reality exists, right? Everybody operates in reality, but then some people assert that the reality that they live in, it's happening in a globe or in whatever idea they have in their minds.
Yeah.
When they say Earth, they think about the globe Earth, right? What do you think? What do you see in your mind when you say Earth?
A globe.
You see? You see the globe bird.
No, I'm not a glober, but I mean, I'm being honest. Like, I see the picture of the globe when I think of
Yeah.
Earth.
So you imagining some type of image that was programmed through your eyes, through TV or images on a book or a magazine, and it was programmed. And now when you think Earth, you don't think about when you look out of the window and you see the Earth, when you go to the beach and you see the sand on your feet, between your toes, and when you work in dig a hole or something, and you don't think about that Earth. You think about Earth as the image that was programmed into your mind.
Yeah, they program me like that. I can't do anything. I mean, I don't know if I can do anything about it. Other than just stop believing that shit.
But you see, I'm saying that's the difference between the realist level, the thing that you experience, the things that you live in, in real life, and then some of the programming. Because when you think about a car, you don't think about a cartoon or something that you've never seen in reality. Maybe you think about your mom's car, your dad's car, maybe your own car, and
I
that's
just thought of a McLaren. I don't know why.
you thought about McLaren, right?
Yeah, I just thought like a McLaren in my head. I don't know why.
And you might go to the dealership and say, "Hey, do you have any McLarens?" And they say, "Yeah, we have 2 of them. You want one?" If you have enough good credit, they'll sell it to you. You go drive it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's still realist level.
So that's not programming. I mean, it's capitalism, so it's kind of programming. But I get your point. Yeah, I get your point. I know what you mean.
And some people, when they want to explain how things work in the globe, they project. You've seen the solar system and you see the Earth going around the sun. Have you ever thought about that in your mind? The Earth going around the sun. Have you ever thought about that? You see the solar system, all the planets, and you're looking from an outside perspective of it.
Yeah, I've thought about it.
You see? And that's programmed into our minds because nobody has been through that perspective. No one has seen that. Not you, not NASA. No one has seen that in reality. But still, a lot of people project themselves into this perspective, and they think it's reality.
I mean, what can they do about it? Probably nothing, right? Until someone tells them. Oh, now that I remember, one of my friends was here in the chat, and he sent me a text message the other day because he was memeing, right? And he sent me a text, and he said something about. 1 second, let me go back to the. He said. Oh, he sent me a picture of the guy in Everest. Flat earthers completely shot down by selfie taken from top of Mount Everest. Do you guys hear anything about that, or is that old?
Well, probably thousands of people have climbed Mount Everest, and how does that debunk anything? A guy went to Mount Everest, took a selfie in a Mount Everest. He's probably not the first guy nor the last one to have done it before him or after him. But how can you grab that and say, "Oh, I debunked people in the internet because I took a selfie at the peak of Mount Everest"? Do you think that makes any sense?
No, it doesn't. But
There you
I
go.
was just wondering if that thing was like was news headlines recently or something like that.
Yeah, just like the news, trying to program you some type of.
No, okay, you're missing my point. I'm just wondering if you guys heard about that recently.
Yeah, it's just a
Or-
GoPro.
Oh, okay. So this did happen recently. I was just wondering because maybe it's an old picture from 2012, you know?
It's if you look at it, it's kind of like a troll, right? Because It's like the ball is very small because you see like around this all around Mount Everest.
I think in the picture it seems like there's a curve, probably because of the lens.
So the world will be very small if that's actually the curvature of the Earth. Think about it. It will be Nepal's Earth.
I mean, but
Looking at Nepal.
I mean, Mount Everest is pretty big.
Yeah,
But I
if
know
you're
what you're
if
saying.
you're at one spot of it, then you're looking at all of the continents on that side of the globe from there. You're looking at see like a 360 degrees area of the world that is how big? Maybe a couple 100 miles, maybe way less than that. That's it's a decent chunk, but how can you say, "Oh, I see the globe from up here," when actually the lens of the camera, which is the obvious thing, because you can also see this effect on the ground, like 10, maybe less or maybe more, 20 feet off the ground, you can see the curvature, but that's not of the Earth, that's of the lens and the image that you're looking at.
Yeah, I mean, it says Mount Everest is almost 9 kilometers tall, so it's pretty big. You probably
Yes, yeah, it is. It is big, but the curvature that you're looking at in the image, is it of the Earth or is it of the image from the lens? You know,
I would go with yeah. I would go with the lens, of course. But what I'm saying is that if you're that high, like you probably could see if there is a curvature. If there is one, you probably could see it if you're that high, right?
No.
Or how high would you need to be? I just don't know.
Not even from the ISS you could see it.
What?
Have you seen the high altitude balloons that they go like 130,000 feet?
Yeah.
Show you horizontal line, a horizon, not curving.
I would have to. I'm not gonna lie. So I've probably seen the ones that have the curve in them, but probably like you said, because of the GoPro
The
lens.
curve on the lens. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can tell this is the case because you can, depending on the angle of the camera, you can see convexity, you can see a horizontal, and you can see concavity. So you can see the curve the opposite way of the globe. Like, you know, like you're inside the ball and it's curving upwards. You can see that in the image. You can see the opposite of that in the image, and then you can see horizontal. So
Wait,
which one is it?
The image they just sent in chat is crazy.
You can also see egg Earth. Oh yeah, that image, yeah, of course.
That's crazy. I mean, wait. Oh yeah, no, never mind.
Yeah, it's different altitudes Earth. I mean, it's the distortion of the cameras is pretty obvious in many of these images. In reality, you don't see this curvature anywhere. You just see it in the TV, like I was saying, or in images.
Yeah, I can tell 100% the bottom picture is fake. I mean, the top one probably as well.
Look at this one that I took a screenshot. This guy's saying that he jumped from the edge of space or something. Where is it?
Who, the Red Bull guy? Or who?
I think this is a different one. Wait. Oh, right here. Is it this one?
I don't know if anyone else has jumped.
It's Egg Earth. This is New Mexico, right? Look at this one.
I don't know if that's New Mexico, man. Like, I can't
It is.
see shit.
I'm telling you, it is New Mexico because he departed from New Mexico.
But I mean, yeah, but what does it matter where he departed from if you cannot see anything? You know what I mean?
You can see the ground. Look, you can see the ground. That's New Mexico. There's topography, and when he falls back down to New Mexico.
Okay. But
You
why
think
is
the
oh you
shape like you think the Earth is shaped? Even the globe, right? The globe that is a sphere. Is we know in the NASA images from outer space, we don't see an egg-shaped Earth, don't do we?
no, this is obviously fisheye.
Definitely. You see the point?
Yeah, but this one is like clear as day, you know what I mean? Because this is like an
But
oval shape.
people tell you this is the curvature of the Earth. The people join this channel and they post this video and they tell you, look, we can see the curvature in this video, bro. What are you questioning the curvature? Say, bro, this
Were they
is
saying
the
it's
curvature of the Earth. This is the curvature of a lens.
were they
Or-
saying it's a normal lens?
Okay. We're not talking about the guys that did this jump, right? Or the ones that put the camera on the balloon or whatever. We're talking
No, the
about
guys that came in the
the
Discord.
internet that join the VC and say, "Hey,
Yeah.
flatters, people in here, why are you questioning the globe? Look, I have a video of the globe right here." And they post this video and they show you this. That you look at the curvature of the Earth, and you see it, and you see egg-shaped Earth, and they think this is proof that the Earth is curved when it's not. You see
Yeah,
the-
but yeah. What I'm asking is, did the guys not admit it was like a special lens, like a fisheye lens? Did they not admit that? Like the guys that came in the voice chat? Like, were they not like, okay, yeah, it's a fish eye, but you can still see the curve? Did they not? say anything?
Some are like you that they admit, yeah, it might be the lens, but many of them know that no, it's the curvature. And the other point,
Oh,
look,
yeah, that's crazy.
you see that? Like I was saying, New Mexico is New Mexico most of the whole world? No, we know that. New Mexico is big, but it's not that big when you're saying this is like 1/4 of the surface. I don't know, 1/6 of the surface of the Earth. In New Mexico is that big? No, it's not that big.
I mean, it is that big because of the lens.
Yeah. We're looking at us at the surface of the Earth, and it is a region of the world. Might be a couple states down there. You know, you're probably looking at New Mexico, maybe some other state across the borders, right?
Yeah, but
It's the
that
United States, and maybe it's Mexico as well, or maybe something like that. But this doesn't, because we see a curvature on the image, that doesn't mean that's the curvature of the Earth. We know that. But people
yeah,
claim
we know, but it's I mean, the New Mexico thing is, it would have to be fake then. You know what I mean? Like the video would have to be fake for
the what has to be
New No, like like if New Mexico is that big on the video and not in real life, like I know it's not that big in real life, obviously. What I'm saying is that the fisheye made it look big, that it's real. Like New Mexico's actually there. It's just a fisheye lens making it look big, like it's making the Earth look round as well.
Yeah, the guy's at a certain altitude, and when you go up, you see more ground, and you see more and more and more, right? So
Not
whatever.
with a fisheye.
What?
Oh, sorry, not with the fisheye lens, but yeah.
Yeah, you could. The thing about the fisheye is that you could be at 20 feet high, and you're gonna see you're gonna see the fisheye effect at 20 feet.
Yeah, I even think like I don't know if you've seen. This is kind of funny, but have you seen Dragon Ball Z?
Yeah.
Have you seen the little planets that they like train in, that they can just walk around the whole planet?
I think so. Sure.
I think the fisheye can make it look like that, even if you're standing in the ground.
Yeah, exactly. Just like the Mount Everest guy.
Yeah, the Mount Everest is a little trickier because it's not that obvious like this pictures that you guys just sent. You know what I mean? Like I'm still going with that it's like a fisheye lens that made it look like a curve. I'm just saying that picture compared to these pictures is like kind of different because the other one like looks and maybe can be argumented that it's more realistic. I know this one is real, but I'm saying like this is clearly a fisheye lens, the last one you sent.
Obviously.
With the GoPro thing is like it probably has a fisheye lens because there is a curve, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying. It's like, damn, man, that's a big Earth.
And when we actually check the Earth in reality, the realist level, right, where you are standing and everybody else is standing, when we measure the Earth or the waters across it, there is no curvature anywhere in the world to be measured. So we know that it's not curving like they show in the TV, in the cartoons. It's not that.
Yeah, I've heard about that. The laser measuring no curve stuff like that. I just never seen it, so I wouldn't say I believe it. I'm not saying it's not true though. I just said I haven't like proved it.
It's not a question of believing it, right? Like there's axiomatic reality. Like there is a horizontal reference. You're standing. The house that you're in was built based on a horizontal, and if it wasn't, it'll be crooked to the side. You won't. The TV that you have on the wall is horizontally placed.
Yeah. What about the because gravity is a tricky one, because I know it triggers a lot of people because a lot of people come in here like saying gravity proves the globe Earth. I'm not saying that. What I'm about to ask is that can gravity work on a flat Earth or not?
Yes, it can.
Oh, okay. So it's okay. So it's not like it disproves of flat Earth.
Yep.
It can actually work on it. Okay.
Yep.
So you guys do believe in gravity?
Grass?
Damn, that's
Like,
crazy, man.
Grass is answering, so maybe he does.
That's crazy, man. It's like, yes, flat Earth can have gravity, and then it's like, do you believe in it? And then everybody just stays quiet. Like, what the
I mean, Grass answers, so he believes in gravity.
Hey. Yeah, I do.
Hey, Grass, when you believe in gravity, which one do you believe in?
Oh, you're fucked.
I
Grass.
believe in fictional gravity.
Oh, there you go. You see my point? What was it? Sanri, you see? So the globe, a fiction, fantasy in the TV, it comes with like you mentioned Dragon Ball Z. Dragon Ball Z brings the god of destruction and the Xeno and all these different characters and terms and words that are used in the universe of Dragon Ball Z. And you can have a conversation about the storyline and use all of these terms used in the Dragon Ball Z universe. You can have a conversation about it, and it's nothing that has nothing to do with reality, right? So that's the same globe. You can talk about the globe, you can talk about gravity, you can talk about exoplanets and water being attached to the exterior of a ball that is spinning in the vacuum of space. You can say all these things, and it sounds like English, but it has nothing to do with reality.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I know why Grass left. So I was about to ask him because he said he did believe. I mean, he said that gravity can work on a flat Earth, but he sounded high as fuck, so I don't know.
He was trolling and LARPing, obviously. Obviously.
So gravity cannot work on flat Earth.
Well, words that you write on a piece of paper, right? Like a word, gravity. Is that what you're talking about? You write a word on paper.
No, what I'm talking about is the definition of gravity. Isn't the definition of gravity like bending space time or something like that, right?
Do you think that a concept like what is space? What is it?
I mean, I'm not sure what space is.
Those are concepts. Time is a concept. Space is a concept.
Yeah,
and you think those things are gonna have an effect in physicality? You think that space, time, a concept that someone have in their mind is gonna affect you physically?
No. Okay, I think you're missing my point. What I'm trying to say is, let's say gravity is just when you like drop an object, it goes down because we live in a massive body of matter, right?
That's a phenomena. That's something you. Yeah. I grab a pen with my hand. You grab a cup, and we both let them go, and they fall to the floor.
Yes, but what I'm trying to say is, do you guys believe that like massive bodies of mass attract objects?
No, because when I go to the store and I see that massive lady with the cart full of cereal and sugar, I don't feel attracted to her.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm trying to play devil's advocate. I think what people would argue there is that it's not big enough for you to feel it.
It is big enough.
No, because you don't feel it.
All right.
That's what they would argue. Like, well, that's what Globus would probably say. But what I'm trying to say is that why can it not work on flat Earth? Like,
What is it?
Gravity. What's so like?
What
why
is
do
gravity?
people- Oh, I'm not gonna go into this loophole, but what I'm saying is like, why do people think that gravity is like
Bro,
a god?
listen, bro. No, you sounds like you're trying to get the answer, but remember, you're asking why doesn't Zeno, the god of all the gods, the Most High in Dragon Ball Z, why doesn't he work in reality? You get the problem?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you're talking about, but what I'm trying to say is that maybe gravity can be implemented into flat Earth in some way, and it's not gonna affect anything. Like, or
Well, we'd have to kind of define what it is because things fall down, but that's called specific gravity, and there's already something for that.
let's just go with the book definition of gravity. I don't know exactly what it is, but maybe you guys do.
We'd have to figure out which one because one of them has already been superseded by another, and that one has to do with people's ideas, like Jimsy was talking about. So I can't imagine how there would be room for conceptual ideas that don't exist in reality.
Okay, so what you're basically saying is that gravity and flat Earth is like they're so apart from each other. Like all, I'm gonna say theories. I know you got because just for the sake of the conversation, but the theory of flat Earth and the theory of globe Earth, like
There's no
the
theory
globe.
of flat Earth. There is the
I
real.
know it's reality. Yeah,
The
I
place,
know.
the reality, right? The
Yes,
word
I was just
the
I
pen
said
and let it go, and it drops because it's denser than the medium that is in. There is a
yeah.
vector down
So
toward because I mean,
so basically, what you guys are trying to say is that gravity and flat Earth are like complete opposites. Like everything that has to do with gravity is just opposed to everything that happens with flat Earth. That's what I'm getting.
no.
Yeah. No, it's
What
true
the
because
fuck?
gravity is conceptual, and the realm that we live in is real. So there's reality, and then there's concept.
Okay, yeah. So there's no way that my questions can be answered then. I think.
Yeah, because it's undefined and it's conceptual. So I mean, I probably couldn't answer your question. I mean, I could say a solid no. The world that we live in, there's no room for conceptual mediums bending, actual physical objects. Doesn't work that way.
Okay.
Yeah, my liberty is not bending your freedom of the lack thereof, right?
What?
You know, liberty. Can you grab liberty or love? Can you grab love and bend it?
But love is not. I know it sounds weird, but it's like love. I don't know if it could be considered like
A concept.
because love. Yeah, I mean because love is just basically like your fucking brain and the particles in your brain just aligning some way for you to feel a way. You know what I mean? But it's like fake. Like it's just not real. I mean it's like
Can you grab my liberty, my freedom, and put it in a cup and paint it purple?
I was gonna tell a joke, but yeah, probably not.
You can't grab my love and put it in a cup and paint it purple, right?
No, because it's not real.
So the warping and bending of space-time, that concept, that space-time, you can't grab it and
Yeah,
put it in a cup, paint it purple. You can't do that. So how is that gonna bend the world into a ball?
Because what I'm saying, I know it doesn't. I know it doesn't bend the wall into the wall. But what I'm saying is that
what they claim.
Yeah, I know that. That theory says that it's bending only real things, not love. You know what I mean? That's why I said love is not real. I mean, of course
So
it's
that's
real.
the thing. They're saying love, liberty, and freedom are bending reality into a ball.
No,
see that?
no. Okay, I'm trying to separate love from reality because yes, there is love. You can fall in love with anyone, etc. But what I'm trying to say is that love is not like
But can the concept
I
of
don't want to say
love,
physical, but
can
it's
that concept bend the world into a ball and cause water to be on the outside of that ball where the ball is spinning? Have you ever seen a ball that has water on the edge? I mean, I'm sorry, on the surface of the ball. What happens if you spin a ball that has water around it? You know, the water flows away from it. If you spin it, it just goes away from it, right?
yeah.
That's reality. That's you know this happens. There's no other way. I mean, you've seen this, right?
Yeah.
Water.
Just
You put
puncture a
something that
hole in the
starts
balloon.
spinning and it flies away
Water
from
balloon.
it. So that's reality. And then they telling you, hey, this warping and bending of space-time is causing a ball to grab the water while the ball is spinning and the water is not, you know, fucking off it. Like it will
Yes,
happen
but
in reality. So you see
yeah.
this concept. They're presenting a concept that you never seen in reality, a ball and a water attached to the outside of it, and the warping and bending of space-time doing this shit to happen. You see, it's just a concept, it's a claim, it's not reality. It's like Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, but this goes back to my other thing that I was saying that like do flat earthers, I'm saying flat earthers even though I can be one too, but what I'm saying is like
I'm a heaven
flat,
earther.
okay, do flat earthers like not believe in gravity just because globers use it to prove the water theory?
The globers use gravity to prove the water theory. What does that even mean?
Yes. Okay, what I'm saying is that you said that water flies away from a spinning ball, right? I'm saying that the
Have you ever
globers say
seen
it
that
does.
not being the case?
Yes, I'm not arguing with you at that point. I'm saying that globers would say that gravity is keeping it down. So what I'm saying to
The
you is,
concept of gravity is causing reality to be something else, but not reality.
no, I have another question. Like forget the gravity that thing. What I'm trying to say is that do flat earthers not believe in gravity because globers use it to prove that the water's not flying away? Is that like
Search
mostly
specific gravity. Go to Google and search specific gravity.
for what?
So you can have a perception of the realist level. And about on this topic.
Yeah, but what does the density have to do? Specific gravity. So you're saying that the water would just float away? I don't get it.
Why would it float away?
No, that's why I'm confused. Like, what does the specific gravity have to do with the question?
Specific gravity has to do with the specific, I suppose you could say, upward and downward motion of an object in respect to the medium that it's in. So
Okay.
let's take the idea of Newton, right? That said, I mean, this is all a fable. It's nonsense. But, one day, apple falls out of a tree, hits him in the head. He decides, hey, maybe there's a magical force creating this downward vector. But then you take that same apple and you put it in a swimming pool and you force it all the way down to the bottom of the swimming pool. And what do you know? That apple floats to the surface. So you don't have an exclusive downward vector for all matters. So there isn't even really a phenomenon to be observed, since all things go up, down, side to side, just like gas. It goes in all directions. So there's no phenomena observed. We just have objects in mediums, and they do certain things according to the density of the object in the medium that it's in.
Okay. But
so no downward exclusive vector for anything.
Yeah, no, but regarding my question about gravity, does the flat earther, like the flat earth community, discard gravity because globers use it to prove their like a point of theirs? Like, okay, yes, globers use gravity to prove a point that the water doesn't fly away, whatever. They use that. But maybe you guys can
There's
use
nothing, bro.
gravity.
There's nothing to discard. There is nothing to this. You're saying we're discarding it. There is nothing to discard. They're making a claim that has nothing to do with reality, and that's not being discarded. It's just nothing there.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but what I'm trying to say is that maybe like gravity can work in a flat Earth. Like there's no reason.
Your LARP is beginning to like disappear because now you're asking the same absurd question time after time, and it's getting old. So if you want to define the gravity that you're talking about, and then we can talk, discuss that further. Go ahead. Until then, you're just using this very ambiguous term called gravity, not defining it, and telling us that people come in here to prove something when they have not proven anything yet.
Yes, fair enough.
Yeah, the LARP is getting weaker, but just keep it up.
No, it's not LARPing. Maybe it sounds to you guys like LARPing, but no. Okay, so let's just have this definition. Large bodies attract other objects, right? Okay, let's just leave it at that, even if it's fake.
Large bodies attract other objects. Where have you seen this? Is this like Dragon Ball Z again?
I mean, no. That's what I'm saying. Let's just leave it. Let's just pretend.
Why do you got to think about why do you need gravity?
Wait, no, you guys are like going too much into the gravity thing. Just let me finish.
You're the one pushing it.
You brought it up.
Says who told me just to elaborate a little bit so we could have that conversation because I was not elaborating what gravity is.
All right,
so let's just say you have a massive object and that object is attracting other objects. Okay, fine. Is flat Earth is pretty big, right? Like we know flat Earth is big because we live in it, we have traveled, and we know it's big. What I'm saying is, if flat Earth is big enough, couldn't gravity like also work there? Like what I'm saying is like bigger objects attract other objects, and that's like you're trying to no, says who? You understand what I'm trying to say?
Well, I mean, it would only work if I knew if the Earth was an object, and I have no idea whether or not Earth is an object. And I would have to know its mass, and then I would have to figure out, even though it's never been demonstrated in reality, how mass would attract other mass. See, there's no experiment to perform. There's no way to know that Earth is an object. So what are we going to do now?
Oh, okay. So it's maybe it could work. We just need more information to know.
You'd have to.
No, not maybe. Since it doesn't work in reality ever, it could. What is the thing that would work? The idea?
You'd have to validate the proposed cause and effect relationship, right?
Yeah, I'm not saying it's reality. I'm just saying that it maybe could work like that. But like you said, it's like
No.
yes, we don't know. Like you just don't know, no?
Well, if we're just going to use terms like maybe, maybe one day you'll ask a serious question, but it's doubtful, right?
No, this is all hypothetical since the beginning. Like the conversation started being a hypothetical conversation.
Well, why are we talking about hypotheticals? I mean, hypotheticals how the globe came about in the first place. Maybe space, a concept, and time, a concept, right, are having physical effects in reality. Maybe. Let's suppose. Let's hypothetically do this thought experiment. Then they put it in a textbook, and now everybody's repeating it like it's a real thing. But not one experiment has been, conducted to prove this silly idea. In fact, the worst part is there's not an effect to observe to test. We don't have a dependent variable.
I know what you mean. That there's no point in just talking about stuff that it's not real. But that was a conversation when I started about the gravity thing in a flat Earth. It was just all hypothetical. But I know what you mean.
Right. Well, that's how we got to this point, right? Because you're a flat earther now, or at least you believe in it since the 28th of November. So you should probably be asking more questions about reality instead of conceptual mediums that bend and have physical effects.
Yeah, I just found it funny you remember the 28th of November. But yeah, like I said, I don't want to believe nothing, like if I have to believe, like I would like to believe either it's flat or it's a globe because that's like the only two basically options people get
Or
for like
you
we
can
have.
just experience reality.
November 28th, the day the LARP began.
What? Oh yeah, no, I was gonna ask what LARPing is, but I remember someone told me in chat. Wait, what is that video? What the fuck? What is that video showing? I don't get it. Oh, flat, like the flat horizon? Do you guys believe the thing that they say on the internet about only exploring like 4 or 5% of the ocean? Oh wait, never mind. That's a dumb question because we don't know like if there's how big the ocean is, right? Like if there can be another ocean, stuff like that.
What are those calls? The layer of Earth that is under this ocean layer, the abyssal plains. Have you ever seen this? The abyssal plains.
No. You mean like the deepest point in the ocean or something?
Search Google the abyssal plains.
%. I am 50% of the stuff. Abyssal plain.
Wait, the abyssal plain is above the ocean floor?
The ocean floor, yeah.
No, like above?
No, under the water.
Yes, like under the water, but above the ocean floor. Because for some reason, all the pictures I'm looking at says the abyssal floor is above the ocean floor. I mean, the
If it
abyssal
was,
plain.
if it was above the floor, then it would be the water. So it's underneath the water.
Sediment, sediment on top of the floor or something. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, let me show you the pictures I'm looking at when I googled it. I'm looking at this type of pictures.
Sediment base, yeah, sediment, ocean floor.
Yeah, the sediment base is the same as the abyssal plain, it says. Oh, no, never mind. Oh, yeah, sediment base. Abyssal plain.
You see how much those abyssal plains are curving with the ball?
I mean, but this picture is not real.
Yeah. So from one continent to the other one, horizontal abyssal plain from one side of the ocean to the other side of the ocean. So if you're standing in the east of the United States, looking towards Europe, horizontally, the other guy, I'm standing in Europe at the shore. You and I point towards each other. We're pointing at each other horizontally. You see the problem for the globe there?
Yeah, but I don't. What does that have to do with the abyssal plane? I think I'm missing the point.
Well, the whole ocean is on top of the abyssal plane, a horizontal plane.
No, the ocean floor is. Wait, what did you say? That everything is above the abyssal plane?
The ocean is above it, right?
Yeah.
So the ocean, the water, the level, horizontal. Even the floor is telling you that it's a horizontal plane. So the water is horizontal. The thing under it is horizontal. I mean, don't you see a problem for the plane of the globe right there?
Okay, I think I get your point. You're saying that the abyssal plane is exactly like the surface of the ocean, flat.
I wouldn't say exactly, but it is horizontal.
Oh, okay. I know what you mean now. Between flat earthers, what would be the thing that most flat earthers disagree about? Or is there like a heated topic in between like flat earthers? Like for example, like Glovers versus flat earthers, like it's like gravity, the edge, the curve, the flat earth, all of that. But in between flat earthers, is there like something that most of the people like have different opinions on?
The existence of the aether.
What is that? The existence of the aether? Is that like hell?
No, aether, like ether, like, you know, like the Ethernet cable on a computer.
I'm confused.
Energetic background resonance.
So you're saying the way internet works? People disagree on it?
Not internet, no. It's just there is an ether cord coming out of just about every computer that exists if it connects to a direct line on a computer. But no, the ether is a background energetic resonance that is unable to be proven because you have to have the instrument to measure it would have to be outside the system, and yet we cannot be outside the system because it seems that if it exists, it is everywhere. I am not claiming I know or just don't know. That's the one thing that I've ever heard in my 3-4 years or whatever, 2 or 3 years of learning about the Earth being a stationary, geocentric plane.
Oh, okay. And I'm sure there's like atheist flat earthers and religious flat earthers, right? Or those flat earth go in favor or against religion? Wait, there's a channel called What is a Woman? That's crazy.
I have the answer for that. Ask me again.
What is a woman?
Your mom.
That's true. That's the first time I've heard someone use the your mom joke without being offensive. Cis white males are privileged. What is cis? The fuck? Alright, I'm gonna head out for a little bit. See you guys. Good talk.
The Earth is flat. Okay.
Earth is Earth.
No, the Earth is flat. I don't know what we're talking about.
My wall is flat, and that's not Earth.
The Earth is flat because the Earth is flat.
Well, my wall is flat.
Yeah. So
Yeah, my wall is flat.
Earth is also flat.
Bro, I just looked out of the window and I see a hill. And that hill is definitely not flat.
Illusion, hallucination.
What are you talking about? I have my eyes and I trust my eyes.
Well, your eyes are tricking you.
Now I think the parasites inside of you are tricking you to say it.
No, 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 no. Your eyes are just tricking you
Yes,
because
yes.
the Earth
No,
is
the
actually flat.
parasites are tricking you.
No, no, the Earth is flat. Okay, your eyes are getting tricked.
My wall is flat. Your brain is getting tricked by the parasite.
No, your brain and your
Yes.
eyes are getting tricked by your own eyes and brain. Yes.
You know what? It sounds like you need an exorcism.
No, no, no. I think your eyes need the exorcism
Yes.
here because it seems that your eyes are having insane hallucinations.
You know, it sounds like you're one of those cases that can only be fixed with prayer.
What?
That's
Oh well. It's quiet. Too quiet.
I mean, being possessed, demonly possessed, is a normal thing these days. So hey, good for you.
No, 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 no. I think you're the ones who are possessed, okay? I think that possession is possession and the earth is flat, so it don't matter.
My wall is flat.
The earth is flat.
Earth is earth.
Yeah, which is flat.
Is water earth?
It's flat.
Oh, water is flat.
Yep.
In some places, not everywhere, but it is flat. Yeah. But
Earth is flat.
is water earth?
Earth is flat. Mm-hmm.
Just like my wall.
Yep. Flat.
Yes. And grass is definitely not flat, is it?
Grass is flat.
Flax grass?
Yes, grass flat. Flat grass. Uh-huh.
That's like a new term. Did you just make that up on the spot?
No, 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 no. This is a
Science. Science.
science. Yes, science. This is a science term. Okay? Grass is flat.
Grass is flat. Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
Definitely.
I learned something new today. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome very much.
Sounds like he needs an exorcism.
I'm gonna go some bacon. See you later, Keemsabis.
The Earth isn't flat.
What? Welcome, Vax. Vax, are you there? Do you live on a bowl?
In case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Yo, anyone in here?
Are you in here?
What's up, Timbo? Dude,
What's up?
I just got fucking banned from the channel was called What is a Woman? And they fucking banned me because I made a joke about America. They asked someone, "Where are you from?" and she said America. And I was like, "You mean the continent America?" And then
Yeah,
they started saying shit, and I'm like, and then I was like, "Oh, I'm just kidding. I live in America too." And they just fucking banned me, man. What the fuck? That's crazy.
Yeah, my wife always complains about if she's from Colombia, she always complains when people say America. She goes, America? Where?
Yeah, it's because some people don't know. Like, yeah, exactly. But I just made a joke about it. Like I was like,
And you got banned for that?
yeah, I was just faking that I didn't know America was the U.S. And they said, a land conquered by the French. And I said, the United States? And they said, yes. And then I said, oh, okay. And then I said, oh, I'm kidding. I'm from I'm living in America too. And they just fucking banned me.
What's your accent? Are you South American or Central American or something?
Mexican.
Mexican.
Yeah.
Tripped out the other day when I found out how many people live in Mexico City.
Check. How many?
Fucking 25 million or something.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? I was there in 1975, 76, and
oh shit,
it was almost the largest city in the world at the time.
Yeah,
even at that time.
I think Sao Paulo is the biggest at the moment.
That's crazy, man.
Per capita. 20 million, 25 million. That's crazy, isn't it? That's almost as much as California.
It might, you know what? It might be 30 million. Let me just look.
All of California,
I
something
mean,
like that.
I think Mexico's like 140 million, some shit like that.
Right. But just Mexico City alone has almost the population of California.
Yeah, 23 million.
That's
So
crazy.
California has like 35 million.
I think,
and so it almost has as much as the whole state of California. Just in one city.
It's a good thing I've never been there, I guess.
But think about it, San Diego still only has 3 million. And what is Los Angeles has like 15 million or something like that now. Yeah. When I first moved to San Diego, it only had 800,000 people. That was in 1985.
Damn, only 800,000.
I've been here for 40 years.
That's crazy.
California, I've been in for 50 years in California, exactly 50 years. This year is the 50th
Look at this
anniversary.
one. Beijing. Shanghai, 27 million.
There's more people in California.
Oh, Shanghai.
Oh, look at this,
There-
man.
That's one city, though.
Chongqing, I've never heard of it. 32 million people.
That's more. That's as much as California, almost.
Have you ever heard of that place?
No, but it's what province? It's in China somewhere. So what province?
It is
Beijing province, or
I
I
don't
don't know if that's a
Doesn't say.
province. But I'm just throwing.
But do you guys want to hear a crazy fact about population?
Tartarian.
Okay, you have New York, right? And New
That's
York
like
is only 11,000.
11 million?
No. Like per square kilometer. So in New York, it's 11,000 people per square kilometer, right?
Okay.
You guys know about the city Kowloon Walled City?
Yeah.
It was like
which-
an
what is
old
it?
city in Asia.
Hold on.
Kowloon.
Let's look at Los Angeles.
Kowloon Walled City. Just Google it. That has one. Okay, New York had
Kowloon?
11,000 per square kilometer. This bitch had 1.2 million per square kilometer.
There's only 3,769,000 in Los Angeles City proper. And
You
so
ready for this? There's more people. There's more. California has more people than all of Canada.
What the fuck?
Crazy, isn't it? Let's look at California.
There's no way,
How many
man.
people live in California?
States. Let me look real quick.
California has more people than all of Canada.
California, look, it has 39 million.
Wow. What's the population of Canada?
Let's look.
Look it
The
up.
fuck, like
Your balls,
2 million?
your balls are gonna suck up into your
world,
chest.
By countries.
Yo, look.
Let's look at Canada. I'll look at Canada. Hold on. Let's go Canada.
38.
Canada. Wait a
Oh,
second.
no, never mind. 221.
Canada, why doesn't it show me? It is
Oh, yeah, it's true.
around 50 million.
Oh, what the fuck?
Canada is around 50 million. The whole country.
That's not true then.
Yeah, probably is true.
No, because the other guy said California's got more than Canada.
California, no, not quite. 39 million versus 50 million for Canada.
Yeah.
Check,
not quite.
look at the chat.
Okay, one sec. Let me look. 11,000 per square kilometer in
Then the other one.
United States.
No, but that's just New York.
Culver City. They
Look
have,
at that fucking.
they have
Well, that's crazy.
They have 1.25
2 million.
million
Yes.
square
Per square
kilometer. Oh,
Yes.
wow.
I mean,
the highest
they already demolished it. They
That's
demolished
crazy.
the city.
They got rid of it.
I think they used like billions of dollars to get all the people out.
That's
Like
amazing.
give them money, and they just demolished the
Walled
city. That city is crazy, man. If you do research, there's a couple
Look how
videos on
unsafe it
YouTube.
looks.
That's really weird.
Yeah, there's a couple videos on YouTube, and that city is crazy, man.
Bet you they don't have any parks.
So Tokyo has the highest city population. Here's by city. Tokyo, Japan, 37 million. That's in the city. And then Delhi, India, 32 million. Shanghai, 29 million. Dhaka, Bangladesh, 23 million. Sao Paulo has 22 million. Mexico City has 22 million. Cairo has 22 million. Beijing, 21.76 million.
What did you say, Cairo?
Cairo has 22.183 million people in Egypt.
Really?
Yeah, 23 million. 22 something. So, and some change. So, Mumbai in India has 21.296 million. Osaka, Japan, 19 million.
What's the population of Australia?
Chongqing.
Dude, what blew my fucking mind?
340,000.
What blew my mind is when you look at the continent of Australia and you realize that there's only 4 or 5 civilizations on the outskirts. The most part of Australia, the middle, is just desert.
Yeah, I've been across it.
That's amazing. It's mostly
Awesome.
desert.